We're on. Hey, everybody, welcome. Hi. Welcome to the second annual Groove-A-Thon. We're going to be going for 2 straight weeks, Monday through Friday, from 11 a.m. to any given time, 2 p.m., 3 p.m., or 6 p.m. Today, I'm joined with John Cornetta over here on the far right, co-founder of Groove, and right here on my close right is our great, awesome partner and co-founder, Matt Serralta. And here you could see Joe Jablonski as well, our affiliate manager, JV partner, JV relations manager, and co-founder and partner of Groove as well. And behind the glass, we have Mike Jones, and we have a friend here and a fellow Groovester in the studio, Joanne Newby. And in the studio, maybe popping in from time to time today, David Lemon and Donna Fox. All right, so that's it. That's the intro. Let's talk about what we've got going on today. So we're so excited to be doing this Groove-A-Thon. Am I this camera here? That one right there. Okay, cool. We're so excited to be doing this Groove-A-Thon over the next 2 weeks. A little bit different than the last Groove-A-Thon. The last Groove-A-Thon was, I think, 17 days, and it was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The purpose of the Groove-A-Thon here is there's going to be less guests coming into the studio. Essentially, what we're doing is we're creating content for marketing, for the help desk, the support desk, Groove.how, which is something that we're building out, inline tutorials, but most importantly, we're going to be doing keynotes for the entire brand, and a keynote each day for each app. For instance, tomorrow is going to be GroovePages, and we're going to be doing a full Apple-style keynote on GroovePages that's going to allow us to use it at the front-end website of Groove.cm. Just like when you go to Apple and the new iPhone comes out and it says, watch the keynote, we're going to be able to do the same thing. And then we're going to have inside of the app, when you get into GrooveSell, GroovePages, GrooveKart, there's going to be a video that will slide up and slide down that says, watch the keynote, and that's what we're going to be recording today. We have a lot of exciting things that we're going to be going over later throughout the day, but for the first hour, I'm joined here with John Cornetta and Matt Serralta and Joe Jablonski over here. And Joe, you'll probably be more joining us, and it's just going to be conversational, so you'll just be looking here. And then we're going to be getting a camera on you that we're going to put over here, so that'll make it a little bit more natural for you. So I was
going to make a joke there, but I didn't.
Go ahead. Oh, we got to hear.
Joe just likes looking at himself.
All right. So let me see here. Let me drag this StreamYard over here so that I can see what we have going on. I'm going to put it on this monitor here for me. Just bear with me a second, folks. It's a little slow. All righty. Take a little sip. So let's go back in time just a little bit and bring everybody up to speed on what the year since July 1st marks the first day of the second.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
I just want to jump in. When you turn and look at John, you're turning away from your microphone. Can you just move your microphone over to?
I'll turn it this way like that.
Yeah, much better.
There we go. Thank you. And if that's the worst problem we have on our first day back in the studio, we'll be good. Yeah. And just so everybody knows, studio's been closed now for about 4 or 5 weeks or something like that. We were working very hard to get a certificate of occupancy, believe it or not, for this. So mostly some bathroom installations that we had to shut down.
Yeah, it's really funny. Can I ask you a question?
Air conditioning,
like Joe, you haven't been here in a while. You haven't been here since the last time. Do you notice anything different? Just the bathroom. Yeah. And no, right? Just a little bit. It's like almost nothing can be seen. Yeah. And I don't even want to tell you the obscene amount of money it costs for nothing to be seen.
For regulation. Yeah, Joe, you've got to get in there.
Yeah, right. It's obscene for nothing that you can really see that we've done yet.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's what it costs to, for
privacy.
Yeah. So we pretty much just got our electricity turned on because we were hacking it before, and now we've got the air conditioning working, so it's going to be a little bit cooler. It would have been impossible to have been in here now. We were in the winter last year, and it was possible. So as far as Groove, what I want to do is I want to talk to everybody about the different phases that we were in and where we are and how that affects our communication and our development with the users. So there's probably 4 or 5 different phases, and we're somewhere transitioning from phase 3 to phase 4 right now. And the first phase was 2 years ago in May at GrooveCon. I think I forget the dates, but I think they were May 3rd,
It was
4th, and
May.
5th.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Early
yeah,
May.
so I think yeah, something like that, or 6th, 7th, and 8th. And on the very, very first day, on Friday, we did a video, and we said, hey, we worked really hard on this video. We want to show it to all of you, and we're going to play it right now. And that was a video that started out with, are you not happy with your current website, landing page, and marketing funnel builder?
Right.
No? Well, neither were we. And by doing that, we set out essentially a Kickstarter campaign. It's so easy to be on top of the world. You know, it's so easy to be Babe Ruth and, you know, point the shot, but you still have to strike, and you still have to swing and hit it out of the park. So we went on an incredible journey. What we set out was nearly impossible. And so I want to put that in perspective. That was, let's say, May 6th. So it was essentially 2 years and 2 months ago. We had just finished GrooveKart and announced, you know, just finished our first app. And we said, now we're going to take GrooveKart LLC and turn it into Groove Digital LLC. And we were going to be building this entire brand with GroovePay and the merchant processing, which has grown incredibly. What you've done with that is insane. And then at that time, we were Groove Apps because we couldn't even buy GrooveFunnels.com. And we had told people, even at the very, very first video for GroovePages, it was just GroovePages. We partnered up with, at that time, Matt Nouse, and we were going to have GrooveKart LLC, GroovePages LLC, and then Webinar Groove. It wasn't even Groove Webinars. It was going to be a separate product that we were working with en route to create Webinar Groove, and that was going to be a separate LLC, and it was going to
even sound right now.
It doesn't.
It used to be the better sounding one.
Yeah,
doesn't even sound right now.
it doesn't even sound right, right? Webinar Groove, right? But it sounded so right back then.
Yes.
And Groove Webinar sounded strange, and we were going to run Webinar Groove like Webinar Jam and EverWebinar, and we had just 3 separate plans. We set out for the Kickstarter. We raised a lot of money for that. It helped us get out of the gate really quick. And what we realized was, wait a second, we're gonna go launch GroovePages, you know, maybe by the end of the year of 2019. And we realized that, hey, we're on Pay Kickstart, and we do have plans to do GrooveSell. It's going to be pretty crazy to have anybody on the Groove platform using Pay Kickstart. So we pivoted from Webinar Groove to GrooveSell, had en route do an incredible job to get that thing ready, you know, at least ready to be used for us by December. And at that point, in January, we went on the cruise, and that's when Donna had said to us, she said, hey, I'm talking to a lot of people here that are still on Kartra, and they're all saying they don't need another webinar platform. And after GrooveSell, I don't think you should go back to Groove Webinars. What we really should do is GrooveMail. And then we said, yeah, and if we're going to do GrooveMail, we might as well do GrooveMember. And heck, Groove Video would be pretty easy. It's just XYZ. And so
that's just kind of that's been the story of our company too, right? It's like we want to do something, and so we're like, yeah, we'll use X, Y, and Z to do that to support us, and then realize, well, wait a minute, we should really be doing that ourselves. So we'll develop that, and then it keeps building this monster that started, you know, kind of just walking down the hallway by itself, and like, wait a minute, let's add that, and you know, well, we have to mail. Let's create our own mailer. Well, we have to do webinars. Let's create our own webinar, and on and on.
Yeah, yeah. And so, you know, what we did, you know, obviously, you know, we had GrooveKart. We knew that GroovePay was going to be instrumental in letting us get to the ClickBank model, you know, which is coming in 2022. And, you know, we had the basis with GrooveKart. We started with GroovePages. It was looking good. And coming from my other company, I knew what was possible with Kartra, Webinar Jam, and EverWebinar, and combining those together and saying, what if it was Kartra with Webinar Jam, with EverWebinar, with Shopify, and creating that platform, and then even more things that we started adding. And so the dream was never to have this huge company. And so to put that into perspective, that was 2 years ago and 2 months, in, you know, May, and then we went live, 1 year, 11 months later. 11 months later, we went live April 7th of 2020, which is just last year, your dad's birthday. And what was so crazy about that is, or just to remind everybody, that was not the way it was planned, and thank God it happened that way. Not trying to say thank God for COVID, but the COVID pivot forced us to say, hey, I don't think, we were in San Diego getting ready at Traffic and Conversion Summit. We had rented out that venue. We were going to be doing a big launch to our affiliates, and then all of a sudden the event got canceled. It was a national pandemic, and we had to head home. We were like, well, there goes the launch for Groove in July. And as we know, we were not going to be ready. Now, looking back, we never would have been ready to launch it at 99 or the continuity model. Yeah, no. We had no plans of doing the lifetime at all, to continue it. That was basically to do a Kickstarter. But once the app got launched, we wanted to go to $99 a month. And we realized that dream was over because of COVID, because at that time, I remember all of us saying, we don't even know if the world's going to be around in 90 days. Like I remember you told a marketing friend of ours that asked you to speak at his event, Declan. Yeah. He said, dude, I'm not coming. You need to cancel your event. Cancel my event. What? And then you told Lou, you need to cancel the marketers crew. Now this was months out. Yeah, yeah. And so you were like visionary in that way too. And Lou's like, what, Mike? That's my whole business. And then it happened. Yeah. I said it doesn't even matter. The cruise lines are going to shut it down. There's no way. And everything shut down. And honestly, can I tell you one more little nugget here? This is the truth now. This guy right here calls me and Mike about 4 weeks prior to this.
No, that wasn't even before. It was in December.
He calls us a long time before this. Okay, maybe it was December.
No, it definitely wasn't December. I can guarantee you that.
I don't think it was that early.
No, here's why I can tell you. Here's why I can tell you. I had never heard of COVID until I was on the cruise in January.
Oh, it was way before the cruise. I promise you.
No.
Except I was calling it the Chinese virus.
No, you talked to us after that, though. It was after. I think it was like right after the Super Bowl, maybe right around there, February.
Yeah, because I had never heard about it.
I heard about it
until the cruise.
About a big fridge.
Yeah.
That's the part you guys don't even know.
I remember I was telling my family in Italy at the time to come to the United States. Like it was bad in Italy, and it hadn't really even hit here yet. Like what idiot I was.
Yeah, they didn't shut down anything yet.
Yeah, they hadn't shut down anything yet. But Matt calls us up on Skype and says, guys, emergency, have to talk to you both. So me and Mike are like, whoa, okay, something's coming up here. We get on this Skype call.
Yeah, we thought we lost our merchant account or something.
Our merchant accounts, the entire code is corrupt. There's something
we're getting sued.
We're getting sued. And Matt goes,
we got hacked.
There's this thing, COVID. And we're like, okay. And aren't you guys worried? And I remember hanging up and us calling each other back.
No, we were in the car.
What's wrong with this guy?
I think we were in the car together. Or you called me back. Yeah, but I was in the car at the time, and I remember John called me back and
I go, man,
cracking up.
Is he serious? Yeah. Like, what is with this guy?
I was telling you, we need to make an alternate plan. We need to think of
and the fact of the matter is, I really believed in my truth. My truth was like, what? This is never gonna.
I said
it's not gonna shut down the world. Give me a break.
I said the way Matt described it, it's going to be a zombie apocalypse. And technically, technically it was though. Like literally, like we were locked down, and the first week during lockdown, I would go to a gas station with like a ski mask with a mask. Literally, I swear to God, I had a ski mask. I had rubber gloves that were like tucked inside of like the jacket, and I was wiping down like the gas things before I touched it. Filled my tank, and when I get back in the car, I would take the gloves off and throw them out.
I did it. All that stuff. I remember being one of the first people in Publix with a mask, and everyone looking at me like, who is this guy?
Yeah, you were wearing the mask at Publix. I remember you saying that. You said everybody looking at me like I'm weird.
I made my kids stay at home. I was here I was on this coast for something, seeing my mother or something, and I checked out of the hotel early and said, we're going back to Sarasota, and you guys are not leaving the house. And they didn't leave the house for like 2 months straight. I went to Publix. I did the whole thing. I was in Publix with a mask. People were looking at me weird. And it's funny. It's looking back. It's not funny. Many people died. Many people are friends and whatnot. But it's funny how it.
I remember you telling me that you were wearing a mask and everybody looked at you like you were crazy.
I'm nuts.
Just to fast forward, like a year later, I remember when maybe I shouldn't say this, but when I was double vaccinated.
You have to say it.
Right, now I have to say it. When I was double vaccinated, fully vaccinated, 2 weeks later, all the science basically, like what they're telling us now, what we know now, the reason why we're not wearing masks now. I walked into Publix. Fortunately, 2 days later, they lifted the ban off in Florida, but I took my mask. I said, I'm not wearing a mask anymore. This is crazy. If I'm vaccinated, and I said, I know I'm going to upset some people in the supermarket, but I'm just not wearing my mask anymore. And I remember walking through the parking lot, and everybody had their mask on, but people usually take it off in the parking lot, so it wasn't that crazy yet. But then I remember walking into the supermarket. It's like the exact opposite. When you were the only one with them, I was the only person in the store without a mask. I had to pick up my mother's prescription. So where do I go? The first place where they're going to tell me, so I walk up to the pharmacy counter. The person looks at me, doesn't say anything. The lady next to me doesn't even give me this look. I walk around the whole store. I'm asking, excuse me, where can I find this and everything? And I'm the only person without a mask. I felt so strange. It was very strange. And then when I went to check out, with a big smile, I just said to the cashier, I said, how are you today? And she says, doing great. And I walked out, and it felt, and it felt strange. And then 2 days later, they lifted the mask mandate here in Florida. And I remember walking in. Now nobody has to wear a mask, and about a third of the people weren't wearing masks, and 2/3 were. And then obviously it slowed down a little bit, and it was strange to see everybody's faces again. Yeah. As crazy as that is, to see the lady behind the register without a mask serving me. I had a smile on my face like I do now because it was a sense of getting back to normal. But so getting back to
normal.
Yeah, as Matt said, when he called John and me and John about COVID, we first chuckled and we were like, oh my goodness, could you imagine, like, that could never happen. Imagine the entire world shutting down and every business shutting down. They're going to figure it out. Certainly it happened. So we went through about a week of depression, like this, what are we going to do? It'd be foolish to even tell our JV partners. It seemed at that time no messaging was correct. You remember, everybody didn't even know how to send out an email during COVID because people were dying. We were losing, what was happening in Italy, and then they were showing mass graves and all this type of stuff in Manhattan. And it's like, do we even send an email right now? It just seems so insensitive. So we said, hey, here's what we can do. Let's give GrooveSell away for free. And we'll just give that product away for free. And then we spoke about what if we did GroovePages, and instead of doing an upsell, which is probably, could make us look foolish, let's have an upsell, no upsell, and give GroovePages away for free. And we gave a lot away for free. What's given away today? We gave 3 custom domains, the whole 9 yards. And that took off like crazy and changed our business model to the freemium model. We started to grow like crazy. And that was just a year ago, April 7th, so 14 months ago. So again, just looking at it from a dream, like from the Babe Ruth calling your shot, hey, we need your help. We're going to help us fund this project. May of 2019, it took us a year to get it out where we could give it away for free, April. And then this last year was us releasing the products from sandbox to alpha to beta to it's ready. And then by the time it's ready and everybody's saying, hey, this is pretty stable, out comes another app like GrooveMember that is very, very, barely sandbox on day one. Then it goes alpha, beta, and now it's fully functional, and there's more work going along the line. Same thing with Groove Video. Certainly GrooveMail proved to be more complex than our timeline had anticipated, and we finally got that live. And I know that we're inviting people in now that are importing their list, and we're looking to go fully open to all of our members by, I think, July 15th, which is about 10 days away at this point. So going back to what I said before about the different phases that we were in, phase 1 is call your shot. We can be as arrogant as we want, right? We're going to come out and bleep funnels, and we're going to beat them, and we're going to build this. Okay, great. and then everybody says, I'll give you money, I'll buy into it. Then phase 2 is where we start leaking out, here's what it's looking like, it's looking really good. Now that you can see it's coming together, help the Kickstarter continue. Then at a certain point, phase 3 hits, and that's when we're live, and people are, what I would say, they're forgiving, and they're excited still. Oh, this is better than I thought it would be, but I found this bug. And it'd be cool if you could add this feature. And everybody is still gung-ho because they're seeing that not only did these guys deliver on what they promised, it's better. It's looking better. And I'm really believing into this. And then the but comes, right? And that's where we are right now. That's the phase 4. That it's like, okay, I see the platform, and I can really run my business on it. But what about that other feature that we've been waiting 2-3 months for? And we really need Groovemail at this point, and we're getting there now. So you can't go out as you're not in the shot on that camera, so we need you in the shot. So we want to have. We can't go out with our cheerleading outfit all the time and our pom-poms and saying, hey, it's because everybody's like, okay, we get it. You've been saying this now for 2 years, but what about this with Groovemail? So we had to shift our tone. We had to shift our tone to getting to the point where we're going away from an offer, which is essentially what we have been for 2 years, an offer with a SaaS platform behind it that's coming, trailing us. And we have to switch from an offer to an actual SaaS platform. And what that means is an offer, let's talk about it from day one. Are you not happy with your current website, landing page, and marketing funnel builder? That's an offer. They're not buying anything other than a promise of this is what it's going to be. And then for a certain amount of time, it's if you help us fund this, you get lifetime access. And that's still available today for just a short while. We're going to continue that as we transition to asking people to pay us $299 a month. We're no longer an offer. We're now a SaaS platform. Because if they get in and it's anything like it was a year ago, these people aren't going to be like, well, I'll keep paying you $299 a month until this wish list that you have is coming out. Nobody's going to pay that. Lifetime they will, and the people that did it on day one were certainly more of, it's almost like investing in Bitcoin. I'm just gonna put it there and we'll see where it is. This is the transition part where it's like, okay, you're getting lifetime, but you can use it. Okay, so if I could use it, it needs to be ready. And it is ready, but it's not polished. And so let's talk about, you're smiling.
I just got a marketing idea. I wish I had a pen and paper. I got to write something down. Just go ahead. No, it's good.
So what we're excited to showcase to everyone this week and next week is not only how the app is developed and everything that you can do with it now, which is really exciting. We're going to show you everything that you can do with every gear switch, the purpose of everything that you can do now. But more importantly, we have some new things coming, like a brand new user interface that I'm going to be getting a Skype message. I got to open up my Skype here so I can see messages. They're going to let me know. We're going to try to have that ready for today, but if not, it'll be shown tomorrow morning. And every single dashboard, we're going to have a new interface for GrooveSell, for GrooveMail, everything. Hopefully that'll be ready today. If not, it'll be ready sometime tomorrow. And we're moving away from solely just the apps of GrooveMail, go in here like the way Kartra does it. Your pages, your mail, everything. And we're going to be going to something we're going to be demonstrating to you this week called projects, which is where you're going to create a project and you're going to go in and you'll set up, let's say you set up johncornetta.com. You'll set up, you'll see 6 different things that you need to set up. Your brand website, check. Your funnels, your webinars, your store, your members area, all the way across the board. And you'll set up a project and you'll be marketing to that project. Like Review Trust would have been a product, or Layer App back in the day would have been a project, and you link everything up there. But you had something that you wanted.
No, that's not for this. That's for us later.
Just Just
No, that's good.
Yeah,
Just for us internally.
all right. Help me out there, guys. Just pick something up and have a little chat about what we just reflected on, and I'm going to check Skype and see if I have any notes here. I should have.
Yeah, so Joe, come on into the conversation. How you doing over there? Can we see Joe? There you go.
Supposed to be out of it. Mike went to get something done.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. How's things going on your end?
They're doing awesome.
Good. So you remember the real beginnings of this thing? You guys remember that meeting over in?
Oh yeah, over in Deerfield, right?
Yeah.
Deerfield.
Yeah.
At that
It's
hotel.
only about a few miles away from.
So that was really
I was just
that was
looking at
really a
those
year
pictures.
prior to all of the things that Mike just said. A year prior to that, because that was July, has us, at a beachside resort, really just kind of chit-chatting about what is possible. And then even a year before that, has me and you having pizza in a restaurant in
Atlanta.
Alpharetta, yeah.
Florida, yeah.
In Atlanta, talking about it. And then I happen to document things pretty well on Facebook, so I always get those reminders. And so I'll be like, hey, Mike, hey, Matt, you guys realize 2 years ago today, we blank, blank, blank. Wow, you really remember everything. I'm like, yeah, really do. Facebook does, right?
Hey guys,
Sorry about
I've got
that.
a question for you while Mike gets ready. We've talked a lot about the how it happened, but I'm really interested in your reason why. We all have a reason why, and we teach people to find their why, what keeps them going, what keeps them motivated and plugged in. And specifically John and Matt and Joe, I don't talk to you guys all that much about this kind of stuff. And I'm really interested in knowing what your reason why is, what motivates you to get up and work so hard every single day.
I can tell you why I wanted to do GrooveKart more than anything. It's I used to be in the e-commerce field, and it was so cool to see so many people being successful. But mostly, what I saw a lot of is a lot of people that wanted to do an e-commerce store, sell product online, and just weren't finding their success. And a lot of time it was due to the fact that a lot of people were thinking, hey, I can put product on the internet, I'll just upload it, put a picture, put a price, and people will buy from me. And I felt like there were a lot of that going on. And in reality, there were so much more to e-commerce, such as the ability to upsell, cross-sell, how to drive traffic, and all that stuff. So my goal when I created GrooveKart was to initially, right before I met Mike and John, where it really went even in better direction. But initially, it was really, what can I do to teach the person that wants to have a business, be successful, make something that's much easier, give him more tools. I really wanted to see the people that wanted to go online, find success, not just, I'm going to open a store and it's just going to happen, because it's, as you guys know, it's far from the truth. But with a little bit of learning and a few good tips, you can be very successful online. And that's how I got started. I felt like some of the tools out there were just not powerful. They were giving almost a false sense of reality, false sense of hope by giving you a product that really didn't let you be successful. And I wanted to change that with GrooveKart.
Yeah,
actually.
And Donna, I don't know if you meant, individually in life or with specific product. So I'm going to go more in life for me. And for me, it's a double-edged sword. And one side sounds really good and golden, and you can make a video about it and put it up there on the internet, and people are going to go, wow, that's great. And for me, of course, it's family and friends and history and loyalty, and when I love somebody, I love them and I want to take care of them, and so that drives me, and that could be my partners or my family or my friends, and that comes through and it bleeds out of me. Yeah. And by the same token, conversely, the side that's not such a good video is when you tell me that I can't do something, or you smack me, or you hurt a friend, then I will show you what I'm capable of, and I will do it, and I will make you pay for it. Especially if you hurt someone I love. I don't mean that in a violent way. I mean that give you an example. This is a classic example. I was developing something, and the people, they were trying to rob $50,000 from me, and they took a little bit of money. And the person they were trying to get over on me, through, indirectly, was Matt.
Yeah, that's how
And
we
when
met.
I found out about it, I went to Matt and went, that ain't happening. Not only are they not going to get over on me,
Before we met.
before we
we formed the
formed
company.
this, not only are they not going to get over on me or you, But now we're going to really show them. We're going to do something different, and that kind of was the genesis, if you will, of the Genesis app, which we called basically then was the Layer app.
Yeah.
That's where that kind of started.
Well, yeah,
So go both ways for me.
Side note on that, you guys had formed that app called Genesis app.
Right. Because it was a creating app. It was
Because it was creating, yeah. It
was creating stuff.
And then when my previous company was Genesis Digital.
Yeah, what a coincidence.
Yeah, and I sold that. And then when I came with you guys, you loved the name. And you were like, yeah, it's going to be called Genesis app. And I'm like, we can't use it. And you're like, yeah. I said, why? We can't. I'm not going to be dealing with.
Yeah, and then I got it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
okay, you're involved again.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're going to be like, that's unbelievable. They're never going to believe the story that the app was called Genesis app. And I was like, I don't even want to get the email. So
Try to explain it, right?
yeah, so we called it Layer app. So
that's my answer.
yeah, so for me, I don't know if I'm going to say the answer specifically the question, but it'll be something around there. So I don't know if the question is why is it?
What's your why?
Yeah, what's your why? So, man,
Thank you.
I remember. I've said this a few times on the last couple of times I've been live, but this is really the truth. Something sparked on this particular day. So when I was a kid, it was the Atari 2600, I think is what they called it. Then they went to the 5200. But all my friends had the Atari. I had the Intellivision. The Atari was 4-bit, and the Intellivision was 8-bit. That's insane that we were talking that it actually ran games, in 8 bits. And they came out with a new computer. I hadn't even heard of the Apple II. I didn't hear of the Apple II for another 4 years until I went to college. But in 1984, I got a Commodore 64, but it was the Sears version. Sears, white labeled everything, back then, but it essentially was the same thing. And just to talk about what that was, it had a complete operating system and could run games, mostly off of a floppy drive. It was called a Commodore 64 because it was 64 kilobytes of RAM. That's 1/1000th of a photo today. It was able to actually run games and everything like that, and some pretty sophisticated games because the Intellivision was 8-bit and the Atari 2600 was 4-bit. So this was 64-bit, and it changed the game. But here's the thing. If you had an IBM or a Radio Shack or a Tandy or an IBM compatible,
That was the coolest
or whatever they
stores
called it
back
back
then,
then, that came with what was known as an operating system. And this operating system came on a disk. So it was a disk operating system called a DOS. And the company that made the operating system for the PC was Microsoft, and that's where we get MS-DOS. It was Microsoft Disk Operating System. Now, the Commodore 64 did not have a disk operating system. It had an operating system that only worked in basic programming. There was a language, it was developed.
GW Basic, wasn't it?
GW Basic was a version of Basic, and then there was Visual Basic, and there was Turbo Basic. But the first one, and it stood for something. Somebody could Google what did Basic, the acronym, stand for. I don't remember. I know that it was written and created by Bill Gates. He wrote the language Basic. So when you got a Commodore 64, you got a manual with it, and this manual told you how to run commands. And so, if anybody has a Commodore 64, they'll remember this. But
I did.
If let's say you had a game called Space Taxi, you would have to write load, quote, Space Taxi, unquote, comma 8 meant the floppy drive, comma 1 meant the first of your floppy drives, 1 or 2. So you'd have to write load Space Taxi, comma 8, comma 1, and then it would load, and then it would say, okay, it's loaded into memory, and then you had to type run, and then the game would start. You were literally writing commands that were in BASIC. So in this manual, they had everything that you could do with it, from if-then statements, wild when,
go to,
for next loops, and everything like that. So I remember typing in 10, space, print, space, quote, mic, unquote, semicolon, line 20, go to 10, and then I hit run, and then mic. And so I just
Used to do things like that too. Yeah.
so as soon as I saw that, that's the day, I swear to you, that's the day something went off in my head that I said, I
do
can
a
tell
lot with
this
that
thing
thing.
to do anything that I want it to do, and it's all here in this manual. So some things I don't talk about too much here, but like when we were in the car business, Joe, you remember this, leasing had just started getting popular. And just before leasing got popular, you had to do it by hand. That meant you had to do the cap cost, which was the selling price plus the bank fee, plus the residual, and the residual value was the percentage of the MSRP multiplied by the term of 36 months. It's going to be worth this much. So you had the cap plus the residual multiplied by the money factor, and the cap minus the residual divided by the term, and that was the depreciation. You added the two together, and then you came up with a multi-payment. It took about 10 minutes to figure that out. Then the customer said, what if I put 1,000 down?
Oh,
Yeah.
What if I finance the tax? What would it be for 48 months? So no BS. You couldn't do it. So what would happen is you'd go to the manager and he would be like, all right, 1,000 down divided by 36 months is $29 plus the interest.
Average
Yeah.
of-
And then, God forbid, the customer told you, the other dealer told me $300 a month. We didn't have a way to back into that to tell us what the selling price was. We'd have to estimate it, come up at $313. All right, let me try again to find out what does $300 a month mean, or we're going to lose money. There weren't computers on desks, or even managers didn't have computers back then. We had calculators with the tape. So Artie Doyle, remember Artie Doyle from Oxford Leasing, had come out with these little calculators. That remember,
I bought one for $200. Yeah,
those
just so you
Casios,
could-
right?
yeah.
And then they gave you a chip that had them pre-programmed. And oh my God, did that leasing exploded once we could do that.
Option 24.
Option 24. What was his name? Mark. I forget his name. So anyway, just going quickly, I realized that I could take all of those formulas and write a computer program that went around probably 30, 40 different dealerships. That disk was copied around. And for 2-3 years until LeaseStar came out, the software that I wrote was powering all these dealerships, because what I did is it's even stuff that I could imagine we would do today in GrooveSell. Like, you would put in the values of the selling price, and then what it would do is it gave you a grid that went all across the screen. So the first grid was 36 months, and it was 0 down, 1,000 down, 2,000 down.
Oh,
or tax.
smart. So you could just read it off like that.
And then you had 48 months and 60 months. So all you had to do is change the price, and you had all the data, and you could put a payment in, and you could back in the price. So that was me. That was me just saying, hey, I can improve my life with these different things. So when I got online, I never really looked at like HTML as like code. I just saw that, hey, with an editor like Front Page, I can buy a domain. I had to figure this out, back just like we all did, but it was much more complex back then to buy a domain, because after you bought a domain, you had to actually go to a hosting company. It's not like GroovePages where you just connect your domain and tell GoDaddy or Namecheap to point it here. You had to get a hosting company, and there were pricing grids of how much data you were going to get and visitors, and like we were paying $79 a month. It would probably give you like 1,000 visitors a month. Data was very expensive back then. But I had to figure that out, how to build a website. There was a new company that had just come out called PayPal. I started in 2002 online. PayPal was fairly new, and you could put a PayPal button on a website, receive money from people. So I think I just saw what was available with online marketing, and then every single time I hit a pitfall, I said, I'm going to go create a software to do this.
Fix that.
Yeah.
Right.
One of my first softwares that I created, a forgotten product, but was PowerLink Generator. And PowerLink Generator was a pretty link, because up until PowerLink Generator, everything that you had was you would put an affiliate link in your email. So you would tell somebody, click here, and it would be your ClickBank link or Post Affiliate Pro or whatever it was. So a power link was creating an affiliate link that looked beautiful. So what I did is I told everybody to install this in a software called Recommends. So you would have mattsoralta.com/recommends, and johncornetta.com recommends, joejablonski.com/recommends, and I used mikefilsame.com/recommends. And then whatever product I'm promoting, so let's say I was promoting House of Cards, just for the sake of a movie, I would just name the campaign House of Cards, and I would put my affiliate link in there, and it would give me a branded link called mikefilsame.com recommends House of Cards, and it was just
smart.
yeah, it was. Yeah, you had to install it on your server, and then somebody took that idea and created pretty links with it, and further developed it a lot further than we had. But I gave you tracking. I allowed you to do link rotations, all these different things. So then from there, hey, we've got time today, so I'll tell some of these stories. Hopefully people enjoy them. There was, Mark Joyner had come out with the farewell, his offer called the farewell package. He was leaving the industry, and he had all of these traffic exchanges. Horrible code, horrible code, but great code back in the day. The fact that he was he was 5 years ahead of anybody, and there weren't frameworks. There was no Zend framework, let alone Laravel or CodeIgniter. So code was pretty hacked up, even the code that we used to write back then. All the stuff was in the URL. It would have been easy to hack, all that stuff. So he said, you can buy this, and I forget the price. I honestly don't remember if it was $3,500, $2,500, or $1,400. But I remember it was something I couldn't afford. It was ridiculous. To me, I remember the price point being something about $34.97. And he was selling you the source code to 13 different traffic exchanges that he had. And he showed all of the money and how much money was made in it. I told that story when we did PageStead last week, because how strong it is to be able to have source code. And I can tell you two people that bought it. And I don't remember, there was thousands of people that bought it, but I can tell you two people I know that bought it. It was Russell Brunson and me. And Mark had a forum for us, and the only people that were doing anything with this code was Russell Brunson and me. We hired programmers, and I remember, I never used the code, by the way. If you guys have ever heard of IONut, if you remember IONut,
Oh, yeah.
when I showed him the code, like any programmer would do, they don't want to use anybody else's code. He said to me, I could rewrite this code for you for what you want to do in 60 days. No. He convinced me, and he was right, that to modify something for your idea, it's easier just to start over. We went through that with Groove so many times, trying to find something off the shelf quick. Let's get something we'll just write the blog software ourselves, So I came out with my first product after looking at what Mike Chen was. He was another person that bought Mark's code. Mike Chen came out with something called Fly in Ads. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Shout out in the Facebook comments if you've been around long enough to remember Fly in Ads. So let me tell you.
Yeah. It'd slide in. I guess it was slide in.
It was a multi-level marketing.
Yeah.
Right. Snippet of code. So here's what would happen. You create an ad in the system, and your ad will show up when somebody exits their website, if they put the code on their website, when you have credits. So how do you get credits? Well, you get 1/10 of a credit if you put the code on your website. So you put it all over your website, because every time you show the ad 10 times, then you earned a credit. Now your ad would show somewhere else. So if you put it at mattsoralta.com and you're getting visitors, the more visitors you're getting, if you get 1,000 visitors, you earned 100 credits. But, Matt, if you tell me about it, and John about it, and Joe about it, and as many people on level 1, you'll also get 1/10 of a credit for them all the way down 10 levels. So as John starts telling people, and you would see the grid on your first, you'd have 5,000 people on your third level, 125,000 people on your fourth, and more than the Earth's population times 10 on the final level, the math would say. But
then your ad would show a lot, right?
Oh my God!
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God! The amount of credits. So, and the math works perfectly, because
each level is 1/10, so 10 levels down, it works out perfectly, and the inventory would go through. So fly-in ads exploded. Everybody got it, and it was on you knew it exploded because you couldn't go to a website that when you closed it didn't fly, and the ad would come in, it would fly in and shake. And I was clicking on a lot of things. I was learning about a lot of different products. So
We should have fly in.
There's a gnat somewhere. Did you see
that?
So when I saw that,
Flying ads. It's getting confusing.
Fly-in ads. So here's what happened when you joined Fly-in ads. Mike Chen was a software developer. If I can remember, he had 2 products. One was called Weblog Pro, which I wanted, and it was $97. It was a lot of money, and I didn't have the money to buy that back then. I didn't have any money. I was still in the car business, way in debt, paycheck to paycheck. Credit cards were maxed out, all that type of stuff. Wanted Weblog Pro, couldn't afford it. Then there was, so you can imagine what I had to do to tell my wife I wanted to spend $3,500 on code. Like if I can't even buy something for $97. Then he had another thing, I think it was called the Web Army Knife, Web Swift Army Knife, something like that. And then 2 other products, and they were all $97. And these things sold pretty well on ClickBank. But today, you could get them for a one-time offer. Wait, before you continue, you will only see this offer once. It's very, very important that you read every word. I know that text like the bottom of my hand. It's on our one-time offers these days. And then it listed it out, and you get all 4 products, $97 products, for a one-time offer of $19.95. I remember when I bought that, I said, who wouldn't buy that? And then Mike Chen went on to say that he had 180,000 users in the first week. And I said, all right, well, let's see, 180,000 users. If 10% of those people took that offer, that's 18,000 people at $20. And I think the number was something like $360,000. You tell me, 18,000 times 20? Yeah, $360,000. Yeah. And it was a week old. And he was saying that he was getting this many signups a day. So that inspired me to create my first viral software. I ended up creating 10 sites like this. And this was the seeds of butterfly marketing, because there was a lot of things that were in there. By the way, everything Mike Chen did in fly-in ads, with the exception of the promotion tools, was butterfly marketing. The second that you got in, you were incentivized to take your link and get more people, but it had an even bigger incentive than an affiliate commission. You were earning ad credits in your downline. So I created a platform. I don't even know if I own this domain anymore. It was called don'ttouchmyads.com. And I knew that it was a really cool name that would get people saying, what does that mean, don't touch my ads? But this is the way that it worked. So fly-in ads, the way Mike Chen did it, you would get a credit every time somebody closed your website. Mine was the same identical ad that would fly in, the same identical system. Somebody should start this up again. I still think it's a brilliant idea. Here's how it would work. You installed something onto your computer. Back then, everybody had Mac, PC, so I did an exe file, so it wasn't available for a Mac. And you would now install the software and set a timer for how long you want to wait before you see an ad after you stop moving your mouse or your keyboard. So what would happen is you're moving your mouse or keyboard, you never see never see it. Now, if you stop, you could set it for 10 seconds, but it might be a little annoying. 30 seconds, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, kind of like a screensaver. So what would happen is you get up, you go to the bathroom, you come back, there's an ad on your desktop from somebody else, but you just earned a credit. So you didn't mind every time you saw an ad. So what you did is you took your affiliate link and you mailed it out to everybody, and you had a 10-person downline. And so I launched Don't Touch My Ads. I made a fly-in offer. I bought resale rights, and I had carbon copy marketing. I had my first info product that I sold for $97. I put that there. I might even have put PowerLink Generator, ProTrack Manager, Viral Friend Generator, Carbon Copy Marketing. I put all the products that I had at the time for $19.95, and I went live, and I did my first product launch, and I made $75,000 in one day. In one day. And then the next day was 30,000, and then 15,000, and 18, and it probably went on to make me $4,000 a day for years. And then I took that model and I said, I can do this again. I'm going to create something called My Viral Ads, My Viral Website. I just kept creating that. Then I said, now I can do this with content instead of having a downline. I created what was called the thank you page concept, and we did fire sale secrets, pre-launch secrets, outsource secrets. And I probably had about 12 of these viral sites that were just giving away products. And my list was growing at the rate of probably 250,000, 300,000 people a year were going through. And that was giving me now money and resources to develop more and more. So from there, what happened was Russell Brunson said to me, hey, can I get a copy of that script? Onyx Singal, hey, can I get a copy of that script? You name it. Michael Chaney, can I get a copy of that script? Everybody wanted a copy of the script. And I would just give them, here's my viral ads, the latest one that I just did. And how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? Can I borrow IONut? And I had kind of like the way we have our designers, like helping people, so many different people right now. I couldn't get anything done. My programmers were working for everybody else. And I realized I could do this thing and call it butterfly marketing, and I could sell it for $297. And then John Reese came out with Traffic Secrets and sold it at $997, and made me realize I could probably sell the software for $997. And we launched Butterfly Marketing, and that was a big day in history for the industry. Not only for me, but there were thousands of people that got access to that software and created butterfly sites. And it's something that ran in the industry for everything was a butterfly site until everybody was using that software. Everybody. Because it did your one-click upsells, your affiliate program.
Membership site.
You did your content management.
I remember, listen, they were the first sites that I started building my list on. I wasn't creating the sites. I became members of those sites.
Yeah.
And there were some pretty fancy ones. Like people that bought your stuff and they put cool graphics together.
Yeah.
And I remember they're all cartoonish, but like a car and a hot chick and money.
Who was it? CB Graphics or I forget. Yeah, I forget who it was.
And each one was just a little bit different.
Killercovers.com.
Yeah, just a little different in the name of the site. And so, but I could mail
and it
everyone.
all had secrets at the end of it.
Yeah, secrets. You could mail everyone. And so I used those to build my list. In my very beginning days were using those butterfly sites to build my list.
You take a look at somebody like Frank Bauer, I think his name is. I think you could go find it online right now. I think it was called My Viral URL or viralurl.com or something. That was built with butterfly marketing software, and it's still around today. And it was email software that you could email your downline.
Habib and Michael
List.com.
Long, two of our
Remember that?
current customers. Two of our current customers, Habib and Mike Long, different Mike Long, were guys that were building those butterfly marketing sites in like the mid to late 2000s and just knocking them out all the time.
Yeah. So I know this is a real long answer to that question, but so for me,
What was the question? Why?
yeah, what drives
kidding,
me?
I'm
So
kidding.
for me, it's just always, if I have the resources and I have an idea, many things I get are, as Steve Jobs said, and I don't know if it was Picasso that he was quoting or a poet, maybe one of the poets, that is good artist copy, great artist steal. And what that means is, it's shameful to just look at something and just clone it. But a good artist will take inspiration from everything in different mediums and different things and take all of those. And the best example I could give of that is Quentin Tarantino. If you look at a scene in Quentin Tarantino, it's shot and it comes from an inspiration of Sergio Leone in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly and everything like that. But he took it from a Western to a gangster movie. But at the end of the day, it's the most original work, Pulp Fiction, something that's such an original piece of work, created his own genre. Or Django, right?
I love
yeah. Great movie. But he's inspired by everything that came before him. And that's the same, certainly I can say that for me, that I will look around and constantly say, you see how they do the pop-up slide and all those different things. And now that, once I realize I can have programmers and I can put those programmers to work and it brought in more money, I was able to start quote unquote, creating an empire of software and platforms. And there's one that we're even leaving out that is in the seeds of it are here in Groove today, and that's pay.com. It was a 9-letter domain, Paydotcom. Pay.com was my version of ClickBank. Some of the things that I felt that I created ClickBank using your own PayPal. It was ClickBank, but you use your own PayPal account.
Sounds like almost like JV Zoo.
Yeah, then Warrior Plus came out, JV Zoo came out, PayGear, those other people that were trying to sell. And so then we created that. That was probably the thing that made me more wealthy than anything back in the day. I sold that because I wanted to create another version of that because I wanted to do the ClickBank model because the problem with Pay.com is I had to chase people down for their fees, but made a lot of money with it. But I wanted the fees embedded, so we created Deal Guardian. Deal Guardian became Kartra, and you can see the seeds of that all the way today in GrooveSell. So thank you, Donna, for that question.
Well, I want to give my why.
Yeah, no, let's get Joe's
Let's
now.
give my why. Well, you know, I've known Mike for, what, 31 years now? Yeah, 1990, so it's 21. Yeah, so
30
about 31 years this summer. I've
Oh,
known
my
you.
God.
Can you guys hear me okay with the mic? So it started all back then, but when I got into internet marketing with Mike, I was excited about it. I learned it all. But getting into Groove, Mike was you're on your non-compete, you know, when you left the other company. So you were always looking for something that's going to be your next vision. And we actually teamed up with somebody else that didn't work out. And then you started talking to John. Then it was something else you were going to get with John. Remember, we were going to buy some
PayGear.
PayGear.
And since we said it, let me give you 30 seconds to explain. PayGear was the guy that created PayGear, cloned Pay.com, like literally cloned it down to every menu, navigation, text, everything. And he was selling it like for dirt cheap. Like I think we got him down. He was selling for 20. We got him down to $11,000.
Yeah, I worked them pretty hard.
And I had it was a month after I helped launch Kartra. And now I'm no longer with that company. I said, there's no way I could go from Kartra to now ask anybody in my circle of influence to go into Pay.com technology. And I told John I wouldn't take it if it was free. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But go ahead. Yeah, that went sour because of that.
You know, you were talking to John, then he mentioned Matt. You called me up, Joe, we got the best thing. This is going to do it, you know? So
And Mike was
for
kind
an
of like,
hour,
hey, I'll think
I
about
walked
it.
around my house, listening to Mike, so excited. So, you know, and that was my why. And then we met up, I met you in Deerfield, and we did some videotaping. You guys were showing us stuff. And I'm sitting there at the bar, and we're like, this is going to be great. And I'm like, Mike, you know, he goes, Joe, of course you're going to be my affiliate manager. I was like, you're like, what's wrong, Joe? I'm like, well, I want to be more. I want to be a partner in this. And that's when, you know, I got a piece of the partnership, a percentage. And that started my why. And then when we really started getting going, a year later, when I started finding the gold nuggets like Paul Murphy and put him on Groove Digital Presents, and it changed his life. He wound up making over 7 figures. And I'm talking to him now, and he's like, Joe, you guys put me on the map and everything like that.
Love Paul Murphy.
Yeah, and then we with a few other markets, Angie Norris. And for these people to say, Joe, you changed my life, you know, so glad you got on that conversation with me and you let us do Groove Digital Present. So that became my why is we're helping so many people with their lives. Not only did we help them, they had to hire more people during the COVID, you know, times to, you know, give them work. Like Angie hired people, more Paul Murphy, but everyone started making money with Groove, and they were thanking us. And it became so good that we were changing lives, helping them with things and lowering their expenses. So that's my why.
That's a pretty good why.
It is a good why. It excited me.
I remember, I think Brendan Bouchard has a version of Stephen Covey says, to live, to love, to leave a legacy. I think Brendan Bouchard calls it live, love, matter, right? But if you look at that, right, if you could find another thing to put in there, I would probably say it's somewhere in live, love, leave a legacy. So if we're going to say, why is it that we get up every single day? And, you know, one guy calls it the Dash. He's a great brand called the Dash. It's like there'll be 3 things on your tombstone when you die besides your name. You know, it'll be the day you were born and the day you died, and the only thing that matters is the dash. I think that's a really cool brand to say that, you know, are you living your dash, right? So with that in mind, to live, to love, to leave a legacy, that is really what we're on earth to do. To live every moment to its fullest, to the potential God gave us, and any potential that we decide to be too lazy is an insult to God. You know, it's a concept of that in the book Good to Great. Good is the enemy of great. It's a shame that God put us on this planet to be great, and every day we wake up and we decide to be good and not live to our potential. So that's to live, right? To love, that is just so many different things. It's to love your parents, to love your kids, to love your spouse or the person, your significant other, to love
Life.
mankind, to love life. It's just to Michelle and I go through this all the time. We wake up in two different moods sometimes. Like, happy Michelle, hey babe, it's gonna be, and then, oh, I didn't sleep good, and that can affect us, and we immediately try to realize that in the morning that, hey, we're not gonna set our day by that. Hey, let's reset. It's time, we call it hug o'clock. It's time for a morning hug. And then we stay on top of each other to make sure that, hey, we're letting our mood go. And we'll sometimes say, why are you in a cranky mood? I don't even know why. And that's, you know, that's making sure that you have that good mood, or, you know, that loving mood throughout the day. We have a lot of time here today, podcast style, so I'll go into a couple of things. There was some things that were going on last week in my life where I think you guys know I was kind of getting knocked down a notch, like in every single type of thing that was going on, and I just wasn't in a good place. And a couple of weeks ago, it was on a Friday night, and I was like, I'm taking the weekend off to feel sorry for myself, and I'm gonna just watch some TV in bed. And, you know, it was raining outside, and I was just
Pity party.
I was gonna have my own little pity party, and so I decided to watch. You know, I said I'm gonna go on a marathon
You told me
because I
this.
need something to
War movie, right?
Yeah. I need something to take up a whole 3 days here. So
That story made me tear up, actually.
I said to Michelle, hey, you know what? You never saw Band of Brothers. Can you watch? Would you like to watch it? And she said, what is it like? And try to explain Saving Private Ryan for 10 hours, right? You know, I don't think anybody's gonna. It doesn't sound good that way. I said, can you watch the first episode, and then after that, you'll see if you. We ended up watching 7 hours that day, from 7 p.m. till 4 a.m. Then the next 3 the next day, and it stars Damian Lewis. He's from Homeland and Billions, and every actor that you could imagine that's in a Marvel movie today. I mean, Jimmy Fallon was in it, Michael Fassbender, the guy that plays the young Professor X in the X-Men movies, and on and on and on and on, the amount of young actors that were in this. So basically what it was about was in 1999, 1998, 1999, Tom Hanks stars in Saving Private Ryan with Steven Spielberg, and something touched, Steven Spielberg there, Tom Hanks there, like learning about D-Day and the history. And he said, I want to tell the story more about the characters, and he created Band of Brothers, which follows the most decorated company, E Company, of the 101st Airborne Division. It was the first time in military history that an airborne tactic was used. So they had to teach these guys to jump out of airplanes. So what happens is we're storming the beaches of Normandy, and Germany has to defend it. So what we do is we fly the airborne over the enemy lines and drop them into hostile territories. And then they have to regroup and then go towards the Germans this way.
Yeah,
so
right.
it forces the enemy to have to defend on both ends. It's like flanking through the air. But anyway, you have 30 different characters that they get to develop. And it's not a spoiler alert, this is war. 80% of the characters don't make it to the final episode. I mean, everybody that you love in that show dies. 4 or 5 of the main characters live, everybody else dies. And they die horrible, horrible deaths, crying for their mother and everything. And they were there in the worst conditions you could imagine, fighting for everything that we hold dear today. And if they didn't go there, I hate to say this, but the Brits and the Americans saved the world. The Russians couldn't have done it alone, and we couldn't have done it without Russia. But for the most part, the world would have been speaking German and Japanese today. There's TV shows about it, like the King of the Castle or something like that on Amazon or Netflix. That what would have happened if we lost the war? Germany would have taken over the U.S. and all of Europe, and Asia would have been controlled by the Japanese. And who's going to stop them when they take all the guns away and everything like that? So at the end of watching that, I see this thing called Band of Brothers Part 2. What? And it was the only time it was called that, but it's really known as the Pacific. So Steven Spielberg got a lot of flack from the Pacific Theater veterans. They were like, hey, what we did in Guadalcanal and Okinawa and Iwo Jima and Peleliu Island was very, very important. We lost more people in the Pacific Theater than we lost in Europe. Europe was easy. We went in, we kicked butt. But what happened in the Pacific was a lot worse. So you need to tell our story. And he's like, well, it's not that we can tell every story, but he got with Tom Hanks. And 10 years later, they did another 10-part miniseries, just as good, by the way, called The Pacific. And it follows 3 different guys, highly, highly decorated. One guy from Jersey called Baz Leone, I think his name. They still have a parade for him today. When you see what this guy did, you wouldn't believe it, what he was doing on the field and how he led his men. And he died. This is history. He died a brutal death, by the way. It was very glorified in the movie, but it was a horrible death. What happened to him on the battlefield? Many of these guys are still buried over there on
Death
these
March
islands.
too. Place there, right? What is it? Groove-A-Thon Death March, or
Well, so here's what happened to these guys in the Pacific that I'm watching on a Sunday night. Is you're seeing these guys. This is 2011. They're probably 89, 91 years old. I've fought the Japanese, and that was one of the toughest things. They were a tough opponent because they weren't going to surrender. The Germans surrendered. The Japanese weren't going to surrender. And they would throw the women and the children. They'd run at you with the babies. And he says, but with all that, there was nothing worse than the weather conditions, the malaria, the mosquitoes, the athlete's foot, and it rained 23 hours a day, and we didn't fight sometimes for 4 days, and you saw. Then they did episodes about like these guys just getting jock itch, like the worst that you could imagine, and going crazy. And so I remember saying to myself, what the hell is wrong with me? And this goes for everybody here that's listening and watching. We can always find time to have a pity party, but we've really got to spend more time finding out what we need to be blessed about and literally count our blessings. The fact that we have this company, Groove, and I've got great partners and a great wife, and the life I live, I had a little bit of a bad weekend, and I didn't want to talk to anybody, really put some things into perspective for me in terms of how wonderful it is, not only so that's to live, to love, and then finally to leave a legacy. And I think that's an important thing to say is, did you make it in the history books? And if not, did you leave that effect, that butterfly effect? Did you help somebody cross the street, or literally the old lady at the supermarket, and all those different things? I look at my mom, how difficult it is for her just to get up and go to the kitchen and different things like that. And she has me. There are some women, older men, that don't have their kids, and like to go to the supermarket is literally an 8-hour thing, like getting up, dressing themselves, getting out of the car and then walking with the walker, and being able to see somebody like that in the supermarket, maybe say, hey, can I help you? Can I help you with that? Like, would mean the world, but I think we can pass that, you know, and we could do a lot of good in the world, leaving a legacy, not only with our business, but in every aspect of our lives. So I think sometimes just watching something like that about people that sacrificed for us, these guys, they're dead and buried over there. You know, many of the bodies weren't flown back. They're in cemeteries all over these different islands. So they were doing it, you know, gosh, I got to tell you, just to survive. You know, like they signed up for guts and glory, but like when they were over there, it was just survival, and many of them didn't make it. So, you know, but they did it for us ultimately. Yes. Ultimately for, you know, for mankind, you know. So
very seasonal conversation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
4th of July.
Yeah. Independence Day. It means a lot in many different ways. Independence. So that brings us to about an hour and 15 minutes in. So what we're going to do right now, folks, we're going to take a short break, short intermission. We're going to roll a couple of videos. I think we're going to roll 2 videos from the last Groove-A-Thon, a little commercial break here, and then we're going to reset, get some water, and come back and let you know what we have planned for the rest of the day. So I'm not sure if we're ready. I'll get a thumbs up from either Donna's giving me a thumbs up. All right, we'll wait till we see that. We'll be back in about 6 minutes, folks, 6 minutes. Hi, my name is Mike Filsame, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, you know, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Mike Filsame, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, we're back. The guys in the studio are making some changes and trying to get their microphones set. We heard all of your feedback about microphone issues. What's happening right now is that they are tuning the microphone in to try to cut out the noise from the air conditioner. And as you know, they're in Florida and it's really hot there. Florida in July is no joke. So they really need the air conditioner to be working in the studio. So they are working on getting the air conditioner and the mic to be a little compatible to keep the audio as clean and solid for you as possible. So I have a couple of minutes while they're doing that. And I thought that I would take the opportunity to answer my question myself and share my why with you. And when you hear people talk about their big why, it almost always refers to their children. They're interested in creating a life for their children, and that's a huge driving force for so many people. However, I don't have children, so that's not a driving force for me. And for a long time, that felt like a challenge. That felt like I had to find some big, massive, change the world sort of why. And I felt broken because I didn't know my why, or my why wasn't big enough. So I come to you with an interesting perspective on that. If you, like me, don't have children, and you, like me, don't have this big passionate like reason for changing the world because you are so passionate about basket weaving that you just want to share your basket weaving techniques with the world. I don't have any of that. But I do have a why. I have a really strong why. And I'll answer that question twofold. Like, why do I work so hard? And why Groove? So I'll start with why Groove. I've been an online marketer for really long, over 20 years now. I got my first website in 1999. And in 2001, I quit my full-time position as an attorney, corporate attorney, to be an online marketer. And I have not been anything but an online marketer since, either with my own business or on projects with other people, or sometimes working for Mike in his company, and now partnered with Mike in Groove. I don't tell a whole lot of people I'm a Groove partner. To me, that's the smallest and insignificant portion of my connection to Groove. Mike is constantly correcting me when we're out and with people. I will say that I'm the CMO of Groove, the Chief Marketing Officer of Groove, which I am. And Mike will always correct me and say, she's a partner. But it's more important to me that I work for Groove than it is that I happen to own Groove. That is such an insignificant portion of who I am and how I represent when it comes to Groove. I am here running the marketing team, and as the head of the marketing team in Groove, my highest and best use is communication with all of you. So that's really what I strive for, is to keep communication interesting and alive. I love Groove because over those 20 years of being an online marketer in a whole lot of different areas, I did the real estate niche and the credit niche and marketing and copywriting. What I love more than anything else is software. It makes me so excited to work on creating the experience for you, to figure out how I can eliminate one click in the software to make it more intuitive or easier for you to use. I love working on that. And that very much excites me, which is why when I got the opportunity to join Groove, I jumped at that chance. So why do I work so hard? That's the other question. And for me, I want to tell you my why by giving you a little very short story, because I see they're almost ready in the studio. A very short story about my father. I lost my father, Bob Cuneo. Was my dad's name. I lost my dad in 2004. And I'm definitely a daddy's girl. Every bit of my life, I was, right at his side. He is responsible for me being the person who I am, as well as all of my mother and my other teachers and mentors over the years. But my dad, we went camping a lot when I was a kid. And he had this thing where when we were done and leaving the campground, we would have to clean it, like really clean the campground, which meant for us sweeping all of the rocks and sticks and things away from the areas where tents would be pitched, and searching for firewood and putting new firewood into the fire pit for the next people that were checking into that campground. And my dad always said, look, you never know what's going on in other people's lives. And we can take a moment to prepare the space for them so that it's ready for them when they're there. And they'll be grateful and they'll be appreciative that this was done for them. And it doesn't matter that we don't have to hear from them and we don't get them. They don't get to say thank you. This is just something that we do for people. And he said, we always leave someplace better than it was when we got there. That's my why. And with that, I'm going to go live in the studio. If I get a thumbs up from Mike.
The mouse.
There we go.
All right, Donna, very, very wonderful, heartwarming story. I know just recently you and I have started talking about family, parents, backgrounds. When I picked you up at the airport, Donna stayed at our house for about a week. And we got a chance to talk, on the way back from the airport about what it was like growing up. And I learned so many things I just didn't know, how big your family was and all those different things and how close you actually were with your family. So great hearing that. All right. So, folks, we're going to jump into the next session here. And David Lemon will be joining us throughout the day if he wants. Just wanted to give an open invite. David, you could pop in and out anytime you like. We're going to keep this a little light. Here's David Lemon. There he is.
Hey,
and
guys.
Of course, Donna, today, very open door session. Pop in anytime you like and certainly help us out when we're not close enough to the microphone. Joe Jablonski, John Cornetta, Matt Seralta. We're having a light day today.
I'm going to pop in and too.
Yeah.
pop
It's
out
gonna be a hangout today.
Conversation.
We're very, very aware that this is a holiday weekend. Donna had said, "Hey, do you really want to do the Groove-A-Thon on a Monday? Because it's a national holiday in the United States, and a lot of people are going to be off." And I said, "Hey, if they're like me, sometimes they let you want to hang out, with fellow entrepreneurs. So feel free to leave us on in the foreground, the background, come back and forth. We're going to go, 3, 4 o'clock today. We'll see. It's already 12 o'clock, but I do plan on doing an encore of the State of the Groovion. That's going to be about 2 hours. I'll probably start that at around 1:30 and take us to 3:30 and then do a Q&A. So we're easily going to go till 4 o'clock. John may be in and out of the studio, Matt as well. Joe, I think you're going to be sticking around.
3:34.
Yeah,
About
try to
4.
beat that traffic. So I have on my screen here, I'm just going to scroll down, put my my over 30 glasses on because I'm now 30 years old. And let me read off what we've got for you. I'm sure that we have promotional materials in our emails and our Facebook. But as I have it right here, this is what the schedule is going to look like for the rest of the week. Today, as we said, is the kickoff day, much more relaxed, getting to know the partners, our stories, different things like that. In fact, Matt, I just heard from Richie that we're going to have your draft ready of your story. If you want to learn more about John Cornetta, you can go to johncornetta.com, scroll to the bottom of the site. I think you should put that at the top, by the way.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, I'm going to have your site redesigned for you using. You have an early template from Groove. We have some better ones that we can make a nice one for you. Same for you. And at the end of the Groove-A-Thon today, go to johncornetta.com. There's a 20-minute video that we did documentary style that talks about John's entire life, going back to how his parents met. It's very, very wonderful. We had Richie and Salim, who work on the team, come to Matt's house about a month ago, and I interviewed Matt off camera, so you're not going to hear me or see me. And Matt and Andrea, his wife Andrea, and his kids Sam and Nico, all make appearances in this. And your story will be ready for us this week. You're going to get a draft of this. I think there's going to be some nice tears in there. And we also had Donna's her story was done as well. Joe, me and you will probably be in a month or two. We'll bring Richie back down and do ours. And Donna's, he's going to start editing right after he's done with yours. So just want to let you know that. All right, so today, as we said, I'm going to be doing a State of the Groovion, probably starting in about an hour to 2 hours from now, which is a repeat of the last one. We're going to go a little bit quicker, but it'll be a little more fun because we have some people around me here today. So tomorrow, we're going to be doing a keynote on GroovePages. So this is going to be a full Apple-style keynote that's going to talk about every single thing that you can do with GroovePages, and we may break out at certain points and say, here's how that actually works in GroovePages. We'll be figuring that out as we do it. We want to make sure that it flows well. We wanted to leave it mainly in a keynote because we feel that doing too much of a demo for things that are self-explanatory, like you can set the date on the countdown timer, is easier just to say sometimes than demo. But we'll be demoing the important things. Wednesday, oh boy, this is a marathon day. That's going to be GrooveSell, Groove Affiliate, the marketplace, and we're going to tease the wallet. And I got to tell you, to go through, when I do a webinar, usually I'll show GrooveKart, GroovePages, GrooveBlog, and GrooveFunnels. And by the time I've got to do the intro and talk about getting lifetime, I usually just say, and you've got GrooveSell and GrooveMember to manage your product. I don't even get a chance to demo it. And I used to try to demo GrooveSell, but for a webinar purpose, when you're trying to sell, trust me when I tell you, I'm going to be spending 4 hours tomorrow on GrooveSell and managing affiliates, and then I'm probably going to spend another 2 hours on Groove Affiliate, what it takes to become an affiliate. We've got to cover tracking, partner contracts, reports, paying affiliates, all the things like the chargebacks, the clawbacks, the advances, the bonus, 1099, paying one affiliate, paying many affiliate, all these different types of things.
Pretty well.
Yeah, and we've got the marketplace. Explaining to people, we have a lot of people that are in our marketplace that only have 2 of their 5 icons lit. So we're going to show why you want to set up your product completely so that you have a JV page and you have a promotion tools. We've got to cover promo tools, leaderboards. That's going to be, oh man, Wednesday for GrooveSell is going to be a very, very long, extensive day. And then on Thursday, Matt, you're going to be here. That's your hero day for GroovePay. In fact, I want to talk this hour a little bit about the growth of GroovePay after we wrap up the schedule. We're going to be talking about not only what GroovePay is and what you should be using it for, but we're going to be talking about how you can go into your admin panel and see your reconciliation and manage chargebacks. You want to become a serious marketer, start doing $200 to $500 a day or even $1,000 a day. And I think it's possible. We need to say that number. I think it's 2737 or 2373, something like that. $1 million a year. You divide that by 365, and I think that number is 2737, something
What
like
you
that.
need to do a day to make $1 million?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
forget what that was, yeah.
Yeah. And so that's a great goal
I can
to
tell you
have.
more and more customers are getting to that number. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to show you that. We're going to talk about how you can do some chargeback protection, and we have a new user interface as well for GroovePay, the admin dashboard, which matches $27.39.72. I was pretty close. I said $27.37.
John is on math with.
Yeah. And Friday, we're going to be going over GrooveMail and all automation and sequences and forms. And then we're going to talk about the vision that we have for forms going through all the other apps. That's going to be very, very exciting. And the person that is the product owner of GrooveMail is Donna Fox, and she's going to be going over that with us. In the company, we have what we call product owners. Just move your mic. So yeah. We have something called product owners, and it's a great thing that's helped us really take off with the way our apps are done. I'm the product owner. Well, first off, David Lemon is the master product owner of the entire app. David went from being community manager to still doing some of those roles because he absolutely loves it. He wouldn't let us take it away from him. But more than he cared about, more than anything, was the fact that because he was communicating to the users, he needed to know. He was kind of like the White House press secretary, right? He was out there every single day being the liaison, and in order to be the liaison, he had to know GrooveKart. He had to talk to Max. He had to talk to everybody at GroovePages and Hosni and Unroop and everything to know what was going on, so that we could let you know when it's coming, when it's delayed, or whatever the case is. And there's some built-in frustration that can come with that job if you don't have control over it and power to say this is more important. He was, as a liaison, he had to say, I think this is more important. He's now at the role right now where he's managing the Trello cards, working with the other product owners, and he's the master product owner. And it's just wonderful to know that we have somebody that is in the weeds now with power and authority to make sure that all of the apps are getting communicated from bugs and feature requests and timelines and milestones are staying in place. Having said that, we have product owners that take over underneath and work with David. So I'm the product owner of GrooveSell. Matt, you were heavily the product owner of GrooveKart, but I think that David has taken over that with Max, and you still stay at the 30,000 foot view because it's your baby there, making sure that's going. But that thing is looking really good. In fact, one of the things we'll be talking about with GrooveKart is how we're going to be talking about, I don't remember the hierarchy that we said about themes and niches, and but we're going to be talking about on GrooveKart next week. That's going to be very exciting. We're going to find out where the timeline is with that. Donna Fox is the product owner for GrooveMail. DeBarshi is the product owner for GrooveMember and GrooveBlog, and that's why you're starting to see a lot of love coming in by giving somebody in the company that has a passion for that particular software. It took it off of me and Matt to have to get in there every day. It's exhausting. And then we have Tomas, who's just absolutely just a legend in the company as well, taking over the user interface, and just we've got so many cool things we're going to be showing you. Hopefully today we're going to find out if I've got some. I'm going to peek on my screen here to see if I have some user interface surprise for you when that comes live. But that's going to wrap up the first week. Friday, we will end with GrooveMail, automation, sequences, and forms. And we're going to take the weekend off for this Groove-A-Thon and come back on Monday. Let's face it, it doesn't matter if we were doing this 24/7. You couldn't make it 24/7. In fact, you've got other things you need to do in your business, and you're probably happy to know that these are running 4 to 6 to 8 hours a day max. So Monday, we're going to kick it off with GrooveBlog, Groove Video in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we're going to do GrooveMember. And that's going to be an exciting day because we're turning GrooveMember into more of a lesson type of look and feel portal that you would get at lynda.com or Teachable or Thinkific. We have some nice user interface things that we're going to be showing you. Hopefully some of these things can make it live. The team is working very, very hard to try to get these things live by the day that we're doing the new 2.0 look of these things. And that also comes with a little bit of a danger, because it's happened before. I need this live, I need this live, I need this live. And then what happens is they put it live without testing, and then I'm doing demos and it breaks. And we didn't want to do that for these keynotes. I said I want no surprises. So they're trying to get everything ready 48 hours prior so that we know if it's going to be ready. So that's going to be Monday. Tuesday, we're going to be doing GrooveWebinar. And that's very exciting. We're expecting that to be opened up to you on July 15th. So this month, for sure, you'll be able to use Groove webinars for the automated.
That's big.
And we need that because we want to release our automated webinar to every user that signs up. So I can't wait for that. And now that once Groove Webinar Automated is set up,
With GrooveMail.
the other three, and GrooveMail and the mobile app, the other three Groove webinars are easy, because right now Groove Webinar Automated is more complex because they could pick different days that are convenient for them. A regular webinar is it's Thursday at 2 p.m. That's it. The user doesn't get to choose these complicated dates. So we actually deprecate down the options, and we swap out the video for a stream technology, which we are very, very proficient in. We've looked into that with FitClass, and we're miles ahead over there with FitClass. Having said that, 2 more products are coming out with Groove webinars. So it's automated and live, but we're going to have Groove Conference, which is going to be like Zoom, which we've already have that technology working. We have it with FitClass, and we've demonstrated it with the sliding 25 people in a room at a time. So you're actually going to be able to use Groove Conference like you use Zoom, and it's going to have all those features and everything. And GrooveStream, which will replace what we're using here with StreamYard, which isn't something that I think is absolutely necessary for an app, but it's good for our company because StreamYard does a good job, and they do a good job even at their free pricing. But for us to have GrooveStream and having hundreds of thousands of users using GrooveStream, advertising like you see that little duck there in the corner of our dashboard that says StreamYard, we'll have that. So we're going to be getting a lot of people into our platform by them using Groove Conference and GrooveStream with a little powered by is just going to help us go extremely viral. So that's going to be Tuesday, and then on Wednesday we're going to be doing GrooveKart, and we're going to be joined, Matt, if you can join us for that as well. That's a week from tomorrow. No, a week from Wednesday. And John Garcia and Frank Salinas are going to be joining us for that as well. And we have some nice little surprises. Michelle finally got her fitness food fun store running, and we should have it completed by then, so we'll be able to demo more than just Groove gear. And Thursday, we're going to be doing some partners are going to come up. We're going to be doing Groove Solos. John Benson's going to come on. We're going to be doing Groove Copy Pro. We're going to be talking about GrooveCon, and we're going to be talking about those dates. And the Marketers Cruise, we're going to have Captain Lou joining us from New York is going to come in. Lots of questions. And then that is going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up on Thursday next week. And then the following week, Joe, is Orlando for Barry Plasko's event. Right. So I'll talk to you guys about that if you want to make a pit stop in Orlando. But the Marketers Cruise, just real quick on that, boy, oh boy, is that complicated. We're going to talk more.
If I may just chime in, Mike, you
Yes,
forgot
David.
one app, and that is the mobile app.
Mobile
Somewhere
app,
in
yes.
between, we are also going to mention the mobile app that we created. You can already find it in the App Store and the Android Store.
That will be the same day as GrooveWebinar, because the afternoon is empty because we had pulled something app. So I'm just gonna put the iPhone app there on my sheet here and let the team know that that will be on Tuesday afternoon. Will be the mobile app we will demo. And by the way, shout out to the mobile app. You can go to the Android or Google Play Store or the Apple App Store and just search for groove.cm or GrooveFunnels. And I use it every day now. It's great. I don't have to log into my laptop when I'm in bed at night. I can always pop in and see the sales, how they close at midnight. Very, very exciting. Very exciting. We're going to also talk about some things later today that we're going to be doing about the marketing, our BizOp offer, our new one-time offer that went live, the downsell that went live that we pay the affiliates on as well. That's converting better. Our BizOp funnel is going to be very excited. Our automated webinar funnel that they're going to be able to promote, and our new front-end pages. We've got new pages. I'm going to try to maybe show some of those today that we're split testing. Some real exciting stuff going on here. I'm going to take a quick sip. Give me one sec. And what did I say just before? Oh, Marketers Cruise. Marketers Cruise.
Yeah.
Boy, was that complicated, you said, which left me wondering.
Out of 475 people coming, we are confirmed for 325 right now, with 150 in limbo. So,
Well, that's COVID still.
it's COVID. So here's the thing. Right now, and this affects you guys too,
Yeah.
everybody that comes on the ship has to be vaccinated, including kids.
Well, kids can't.
So they can't come on the cruise.
I'm saying kids under 12 aren't allowed to be vaccinated.
Right, that's what that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
Uh-huh.
yeah. You just bought a cruise.
Yeah,
you better look
weeks
into
from
that.
today.
You got to look into that. Yeah, you got to look at the vaccine guidelines. So, needless to say, that's 1 in 100 reasons about the vaccines. I'll give you some others. I'm healthy. I don't want to get vaccinated
Right.
for a number of different reasons, right? We know, we know, right? Then there's, I've had COVID. I have the antibodies. Why should I get vaccinated? No big deal. I get it. I'm not going to make a big fuss about it. I'll just come next year, right? So it's not that they're not kicking and screaming.
Just to make it clear, this vaccination rule doesn't come from us, right? It comes from the cruise line.
This is and not just cruise line. You're dealing with ports of
Department of
entries
State
and
and,
every
yeah.
different country that who can come off the ship, who can get off the ship. The state of Florida, because we're leaving out of Cape Canaveral, so it's a very, very complex situation. But here's what makes it more complex. Right now, these rules are only in effect for the next 2 months, but you need to pay in full in August. You got to be paid in full in August. So we're trying to tell people, Carnival is kind of telling us they don't think this is going to be like this in November, but you don't get your money back if paying and all this nonsense. So we have this extreme limbo. Captain Lou is going to come and help us out next week to explain it more. He's going to go down every scenario. So let me tell you who is coming on the Marketers Cruise. Everyone in the United States that doesn't have kids that is fully vaccinated is coming. Now, the kids things, we're going to look into more. Lou thinks it's not going to be a problem in November. He doesn't want to make an announcement because the announcement would have to be on the current rules, which do expire, in August. So, yeah, it's complex. Then you also have the situation for people in countries that are not allowed to travel to the United States. And many countries, you can't travel to the United States. So some people...
As a continent.
Yeah. So some people are trying to fly and meet us at the second island. And Lou's like, I don't want to deal with that right now because this may not be an issue in November. But it's tough for him because we have a lot of people canceling. And then Donna, if you're listening, you don't have to pop in, but just to let you know, we can't, many people are, he's saying come in early for GrooveCon. And they're like, well, the site says lorem ipsum. And they're like, well, if I don't know, is it going to be a pitch fest? Is it a workshop? Is it going to be all about Groove? And Lou doesn't know. He's like, I think it's going to be about Groove. And I'm like, no, Lou, it's not going to be about Groove. It's same way funnel hacking isn't all about ClickFunnels and Traffic and Conversion Summit. I said, let everybody know it's going to be like Traffic and Conversion Summit. And he says, is it going to be a pitch fest? I said, I don't think so. I don't know if we're even going to have selling this year, but we haven't discussed it. And he's like, yeah, you really got to let me know because everybody is telling me, well, I think I'm just going to come for the cruise since, unless I know what's going on and I'm not fully on the Groove platform yet. So if it's really just for Groove users, I'm not going to book a ticket 3 days in advance. So I told him we'll do our very best job to at least put 5 blocks up there. Block 1, here are the dates. Block 2, speakers to be announced. Block 3, this is what the event will be about, and Block 4, here's the hotel information, just so that the people that are coming on the cruise get a free ticket, but they want a little bit more information than the lorem ipsum that we have at GrooveCon. So we're going to be getting that live. All right, so that is what we're going to be doing throughout the week. We have all of these different beautiful keynotes that are going to be coming up for you. We're going to take a quick little 3-minute break here, folks. I'm going to touch base with my team. And Donna, I think you'll give me a thumbs down. We don't have a slide that just says intermission with music. We have to roll a commercial of me. Okay. So that we don't over commercialize this, over the next couple of days, we're going to try to get a slide that has some intermission with some royalty-free music. And then we'll say, hey, we'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll be able to do our bio breaks and things like that. And we're probably also going to do some intermission sometimes for 30 minutes to do maybe like a lunch break because I need to get some food in me or it might get a little tough. Donna? Is Donna on mute or is our microphones? Okay.
I was muted, sorry. Okay. We're just going to plow through. If you want to take a break and go through lunch, then, David and I will jump in and cover the time period rather than stop and start the stream again. So we're just going to move quickly through. So if you ever need a break, just say, hey, Donna, I want to come chat for 5 minutes and I'll come take some questions. And, so we'll keep the stream running and keep it smooth for the whole time. We'll do Q&As if you want a lunch break, but yeah.
Yeah, and Donna, when you say stop and start the stream, we don't actually stop the StreamYard, right? We just when you say pause content.
Rather than play a half-hour intermission video because we're quickly taking lunch, I'll just cover. I'll take people's questions. Yeah, there's no reason to have the content stop.
All right, I need to touch base with the staff on dashboard with Enroop and just a couple of little things like that before we start the next session. So yeah, are you going to stay on now then?
I'm going to roll the commercial and then come back in and give you as much time as you need.
Great, thank you very much.
Sure. See you
Thanks,
guys later.
Donna.
Later.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, this is Groovezilla. If you haven't met Groovezilla yet, Groovezilla is our mascot here at Groove, and you can get your very own Groovezilla. He's available now at groovegear.com. He's absolutely incredible helper that makes live streams so much more interesting.
I was actually going to jump in and do the same thing, but you were fast, and I was like, no, that was my trick. But yeah, Groovezilla, everybody can get a Groovezilla on Groove Gear. I'll get the link shared immediately because people are asking me constantly like, yo, you have that plush toy. I want to have that one. Where can I get it? And it's like, yeah, you go to Groove Gear. But on Groove Gear, it is actually in the Groovezilla category, but way at the end. So I'm going to share that link right now.
Thank you.
If you're interested. Yeah, it's amazing.
We're starting to see pictures of members as they get their Groovezilla members or their children or where Groovezilla is. He's definitely helping a lot of people with their site building and blogging and other Groove activities. So how you doing, David?
I'm doing good. I'm actually very excited for this Groove-A-Thon. Last Groove-A-Thon was completely different, and we didn't talk about the software itself that much, but everybody watching us right now is here because of the software itself. Of course, like Donna, you're here and people are loving watching you, and Mike and everybody here, and people come to watch the Groove-A-Thon because of you guys as well. But most of them joined Groove to use the software. So this is going to be specific on talking about the software, and this is what makes me super excited. I actually purchased the software myself, and I purchased a lot of other softwares, and my job at this current state in Groove is to make sure you don't really have to purchase any of those softwares again. We are going to just make Groove the best and basically the only platform you need, and that's what my job is right now, just to crank out all the updates, new improvements, features, and this is what we want to introduce to you, what we've done so far, and what's the actual future for the Groove platform. So that's so exciting. I'm super, super excited about that.
It is very, very exciting. I like to tell people we look at it selfishly. The creation of Groove is an entirely selfish undertaking. So rest assured that if we want something in our business, it becomes part of the Groove platform because we want to use it. And we're pretty creative marketers. So we've added a lot of very cool things into Groove, some of which you're going to see this week, like add to cart stack buttons. So those are going to be very, very exciting. And the brand new user interface, I am super, super excited about all the things we have to talk about this week. I thought we would take a couple of questions, David. There are some questions that have been floating up in the chat, and maybe now's a good time to answer some of them.
Absolutely. So one of the biggest questions is, will there be a recording? Will there be a replay? Are we going to be able to rewatch this? Somebody's on work, somebody's with kids, somebody's eating dinner, somebody's just waking up. Yes, we are going to always have replays or recordings. Whenever we do something live stream, the recordings, or actually the video, is staying on those platforms, except for the last Groove-A-Thon, actually, because we went so long that the platforms cannot hold all that awesomeness, so those videos didn't stay up. But yes, for this Groove-A-Thon, all of the videos are going to be in sequence, staying day by day. Basically, there is a nice title written out for each and every one of them.
And that was part of the reason why we decided to not do the whole 24-hour event. The 24-hour event became very, very hard for YouTube to manage those audio recordings.
Absolutely. Kai has a question about Groovezilla, and this is what we are getting all the time. And if you would like to get your Groovezilla, I shared the link out on YouTube for the people on YouTube, for people on Twitch, and also I shared it on the Facebook. So if you're on any of those platforms, you can just click a link and get yourself a nice little Groovezilla plushie. It's amazing. Whenever I'm doing any live stream, he's here with me and making sure that I don't talk too long for things that I'm excited about, and I just basically focus on what's important. So there's that. Did you see any questions, Donna, that you would like to answer?
Yeah, I saw a couple about, well, first of all, I saw someone asking about Groove Mail. So I'll give you a very quick Groove Mail update. I forget which day is Groove Mail. I should get the schedule. Actually, I have it right here. Let me take a look at the schedule and say Groove Mail is on Friday. We're going to talk about Groove Mail on Friday of this week. But just a quick update is the handpicked onboarding has begun. So some of your fellow Groovesters have access to Groove Mail. And as soon as I hear from them that things are working along smoothly, they're sending their first test mails out now, then we'll start adding in more and more people. So it's happening, and it's happening increasingly very, very quickly. And it's super, super exciting to get Groove Mail in the hands of all of our users.
Let me just answer this question. This is a follow-up question on the replay question from Robert. Recordings, where exactly will the recording be located so we can find them? The recordings will be staying on the platform you're watching, Robert. If you're watching on Facebook, it's staying on Facebook. If you're watching on YouTube, they're going to be staying on YouTube. Same for Twitch. So whenever we finish this live stream, the recording will be processed and immediately available for replay. So you don't have to go anywhere else. Wherever you are, you're going to watch a replay there.
I want to take this question from Kevin. Kevin said it would be great if we could have a specific affiliate link for each app that would allow us to promote more niche specifically and then get new Groove members that way. That is absolutely coming, Kevin. Part of the challenge of marketing Groove and providing the affiliates with all the tools is things change so quickly that it's difficult for us to get a page up about Groove because and this goes for our tutorial videos and trainings and everything. In a minute, it's completely different. It's out of date so fast. So this is definitely part of our big plan with very specific, not just affiliate links, but landing pages that promote, let's say, Groove Mail. There'll be a very specific landing page for Groove Mail that allows you to promote to someone who's looking for a new autoresponder series or mail service. And our pricing structure is such that we've designed our pricing so that we're competitive in every one of our apps. It's almost like, we say that there are 17 apps in Groove. It's almost like buy one, get 16 free, because we stay so competitive for each one of the apps to the other competition. So when we think about what our packages should look like and our pricing area should look like, and we know that we are planning on being at $2.99 a month for the platinum level, we go and look at our email competitors to find out what you're getting for $2.99 a month with that competitor, and make sure that we adjust our packages so that if the only thing you use Groove for is mail, it's going to be a competitive rate for you to just use GrooveMail. Plus you get pages and memberships and all the other things that come along with it. So ultimately our big plan is to have a sales message that is specific to each one of those apps, as well as a follow-up sequence that is specific to somebody who's just looking for an email autoresponder, or just looking for a membership site builder to replace Kajabi, or just looking for a video service to replace Vimeo. We want to approach all of those ways that someone can join Groove or be interested in Groove because of all of those different things, and give you the tools to be able to promote that way too, because we don't know what your list or your connection or your tribe will respond to or is interested in. So we want to give you as many tools as we possibly can. That being said, all of that will come over time. It takes a while to develop those things. And what we're doing this week, and part of the reason for doing it this week and going in depth with each one of those apps, is to help leapfrog and get some video content and information on those pages for you. So it's coming sooner than, maybe sooner than we all thought. I know that you're patiently waiting for it, Kevin, but pretty soon we will have pages for each one of the apps that you can promote to.
Yep. Like, that was a very detailed answer. I don't have anything to add on that one. Just to answer this one, can we have timestamp for the replays? Absolutely. We will get the timestamps for the replay as soon as it's up and processed, and we will get our basically a person that is doing the timestamps for all of our videos will get these timestamped as well. Let's just see. There was another quick one.
There's one from Deborah. I'll just, while you're looking for the next one. I purchased Groove Funnels in December 2020. Is the offer the same as what I purchased then? Yes, currently the offer is the same as the December 2020, with the exception of the pricing. The pricing has changed a little, but the package is the same.
So Dean saying, I've been struggling not to opt in on other autoresponders. I wait for GrooveMail. And that might be a thing that you need, because GrooveMail, as you know, it will come out and it will be great and it will be sending. That's what we made sure of, within this time frame where we halted the sending. But there are some users that still want, on top of the sending, some extra functionalities and some extra things that GrooveMail still doesn't offer. We are slowly going to be replacing all of that platforms, but it depends on the feature set. If you're just looking to send emails to your leads or get in leads through forms and do some automation based on that, GrooveMail will do that for you. As soon as you get access to it, you don't have to worry about anything else. You'll get access, and then you basically can do all of that thing. But in case you want to do something more, something that platforms that are on market for 5-10 years do, most of the times you will not find that in this phase of GrooveMail that we are right now. So have a look what you need, and just basically have a look what GrooveMail offers when you get access to it, and then you'll see if you need something else or not.
I want to talk about a concept in business called an MVP. And we've all heard of MVPs in sports, it's the most valuable player. But in business, an MVP is your minimum viable product. Minimum viable product. And that is, there's a theory in product development that we can only take our product so far. And it needs to get into the hands of our users at an MVP stage, a minimum viable product stage, so that you can start using it and give us feedback. We know how we want to use email, and we want to use the CRM function of Groove, but only you can tell us how you want to use it. So we release an MVP, that minimum viable product, which is For an email service, it means it has to be able to send broadcasts. You have to be able to manage your lists. You have to be able to create and send sequences. And GrooveMail is being released with all of those things available. You'll be able to manage and move people around on lists, set up and send sequences, even somewhat complex sequences, as well as send broadcast emails and manage your members. So that's our minimum viable product. Some cool things like countdown timers in an email. Those things are coming, but they take a little bit longer. So.
Yes. Like there is a lot of features that we are planning, and on Friday you will be able to learn more about what GrooveMail is going to be, what the vision is for GrooveMail. So tune in for sure.
Amanda has a question.
Okay.
Amanda signed up for GrooveFunnels at the end of 2020 and lost my login. Can you help? Yes, Amanda. First thing you need to do is go to groovefunnels.com, click on the login button at the top, click on the lost password, and put in your email address. It's very likely that you used a predictable email address when you signed up before, and that is the easiest way to get your password reset. Failing that, reach out to our team at support@groovedigital.com and they'll get you added.
This is not a question, but I want to talk about this just for a second. People were asking, like, will you be showing me how to create this and that? And like, this Groove-A-Thon is going to be based on demos on what the software can do. It's not going to be a step-by-step process on teaching you how to, I don't know, build out your affiliate business or how to create a full-on website and things like that. We're going to show you the tools that are available for you to use, and then go out and create something that you would like to do. But we are not going to take one specific scenario and be teaching on how to achieve that goal. So we have a lot of different features that people don't even know about. And what the goal of this Groove-A-Thon is just to go over all of the feature sets that we have currently available and show you that, yes, Groove can do this as well, and this, and this, and this. So if you're looking for training, you will be able to learn what Groove has and what are the settings that you can manage for those different features. But it's not going to go, then you click here, then you achieve that, then you go into a different platform, and then you manage that, and then you copy paste and things like that. So that's basically the Groove-A-Thon, which is the new Groove-A-Thon. Before, it was teachings for all sorts of things. It was a 14-day Groove-A-Thon, the version 1 that we did last.
We had to teach at the last Groove-A-Thon because we had so many hours of content to fill. We didn't have a choice.
It was not like, yes, we're going to go through everything in the software and that's it. It was like, yeah, let's do 14 days. What can we do in those 14 days? Oh, let's do 24 hours in 40 days. Okay, so we had to fill it out, and that was what we did. But this Groove-A-Thon was specifically planned out to show you everything that Groove can do. So if you are looking for a training on something specific, most probably that will not be the case during this Groove-A-Thon. So head over to our YouTube channel and you will be finding a lot of tutorials on different things. Even not only our YouTube channel, there is a lot of different Groovesters. Basically, the people that are using Groove, they created their own versions of trainings where they teach people on how to do certain things, how to create a lead gen funnel, how to create a webinar funnel, things like that. So you can learn from them as well. So use the tools that you have, which is YouTube and Groove.how and the Facebook community, to learn. We're going to be showing you the demos of what Groove can do.
Looks like they might be getting ready in the studio. I'm waiting for a signal. Feel free to interrupt us, guys, when you guys are ready to come back in. I won't add you, but we're just vamping. Okay, about 2 more minutes.
Perfect. So
go ahead.
You found a question that you would like to answer?
I'd like to kind of address broadly. I find that our Groovesters, like everyone, they want all of the information they can get in the shortest amount of time. And I'm here to say that we have a lot of stuff to cover on each one of the apps, which is why we're giving, especially a hero app like GroovePages or GrooveMail, the entire session on each one of those days. It's so that we can go very in depth with all of the information about that specific product. And I know a lot of our users came, they got the lifetime very, very quickly, and then they just set it aside and they continued to run their own business on the previous platforms that they were already using, waiting for some things like GrooveMail to come out so that they can move their entire business at one time. We're right on the cusp of that happening for a lot of people. And we'll be going into GrooveMail in depth on Friday, as well as, tomorrow it's GroovePages in depth. So for all of those people that joined Groove and then quickly left, they secured their place, they got up, they got their account, they squatted on their subdomain, they're ready to go, and then they walked away because we haven't been ready, and not everyone wants to use a software that's in beta, so that's okay. It's absolutely okay that you take advantage of us now while we're cheap and then walk away for 2 years and come back when we're done. Lots of people have done that. The whole purpose of going in depth these next 2 weeks, and I really mean in depth, is to show you what's happened over the last couple of months, because things have changed dramatically. Groove doesn't look like it did even 2 months ago or 3 months ago. The amount of editing and improvements that were done to the builder and the system are incredible. And we are rolling out a whole new user interface that I am just so freaking excited about. So this is not your place for quick answers. This is not your place for quick trainings or how to. This is the place to be if you really want to get in depth with each one of the apps. If you want to learn all of the different things that have been added, why they've been added, how to use them in terms of like the strategy behind them, not the which buttons to click. That's what you're going to be learning over these next couple of weeks. Very high level discussion about strategy, planning, and vision for where we want to take the app in the future.
Absolutely. I believe we are ready to go back to the studio. So hopefully you guys are ready to learn more about this company and the products we created. So back to you guys in the Groove studio.
All right, Mike's so hot.
Hey, guys.
Everybody, how are you? Thank you, Donna and David, for helping us out there. We were able to get a little bagel, a little refreshments, and listen to you guys.
Bagels compliments
As
of.
Donna said, vamping. Bagels compliments of no camera over there. Joanne Newby, who's a good friend, good Groovester, also brought in some gifts and prizes for us a couple of months back. I forget when that was, probably March.
Where's my bagel, Joanne? Do you have a bagel, David? I don't have a bagel. So sad.
We have an
It's
e-bagel.
coming, FedEx.
We have an e-bagel for you. So I grabbed, I wanted to have a mouse and this keyboard here so that I could have a second monitor so I can be doing a demonstration. All week long, we're going to be doing heavy demos. Matt, you'll probably even sit here when you're doing the Groove dashboard next week, or this Thursday, I mean. And one of the things I left on the counter next to that was Groovezilla, and Michelle texted me today, and she said, you left Groovezilla on the kitchen table. I was so upset. So I wanted to have Groovezilla on the set here for us. But Donna, David, I know that you guys were showing your Groovezilla, and the chat was blowing up. And somebody said this in the chat. If we upgrade today, do we get Groovezilla? Now, I would normally say, we can't do that. We can't make it better for publicly for anybody than anybody else, because then we'd have to give Groovezilla back to everybody else. But I'll make a deal with that one person. If you upgrade today, I will personally pay for a Groovezilla for you, and I'll have it mailed to you.
And I have a funny feeling within the next minute and 30 seconds,
Everybody's gonna
there's
say
going to
me,
be a
me,
Groovezilla
me.
sitting here.
Oh yeah.
I have
90
a funny
seconds.
feeling someone just walked to their car when they heard the word Groovezilla.
Oh, Joanne kind of like.
I just heard somebody light up and run for their
I'll
car.
tell you what, Mike. I will double up on your offer. I will ship one Groovezilla too. I think
All
that's
right, so
fun.
the first,
We got
we'll
two
have to
Groovezilla.
we'll have to let us know in the stream that you upgraded today and that Mike is
Whoa,
sending
whoa,
you.
wait. That's not fair.
Here's the guy
That's not fair for you and Mike to upgrade somebody with a Groovezilla. I will upgrade someone with a Groovezilla. That's
So
three.
If the first person to upgrade today,
All right.
the fourth.
Well, I think Donna's going to have to, and so will Unroop. That would round it out. The founder's doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Donna's
5.
on mute, but I think she's saying yes.
All
Do we-
6 of the owners will send a GrooveZilla.
Do we
to
have
the
Unroop? Is Unroop available?
Unroop's listening, and
I'm speaking for
and I'm
Unroop.
sure he said yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be so nice to hear his voice, but yes.
It
Okay,
is,
so 6. We got 6, and that's it.
Yep. So it is 10:15 for me. The next 6 people that upgrade after this time get a GrooveZilla from us.
I would that there you go. That's our only
this
sale
here?
scarcity thing.
So
There you go.
GrooveZilla's there.
6. And Donna, when they happen, would you or someone give us, hey, there's only 5 left, 4 left, etc.?
Will do.
Thank you.
All right. And all right, so what I think I'm going to do now is just jump right into the state of the Groovion. We're going to go through a little bit quicker than we did last time because I don't need to deep dive into too many things. I'm probably just going to, if we get to GrooveSell, I'm going to say more about that, on Wednesday, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll go through, and Mike and John, are you going to stick around? Or are you going
No, I'm not. I'm not going to stick around. My shirt. Don't show that. Don't show that angle. My shirt.
John's gonna have to walk out on this. Hey, let's show it. Let's show. No. This is. No, we gotta tell you which one's not to buy at the Groove Gear store. John, this is brand new out of the box, and look what happened. We're gonna talk to Printful about this. Look at that. The shirt just ripped. It's his strong muscles.
Johnny's
that,
pretty
John's
ripped.
got there. John's
John has
ripped.
too many abs.
Yeah. Too many abs. Very funny,
Nine-pack,
David.
9-pack up.
I think. Look, I was right.
There it is. All right, John.
Okay, so peace out. I'll see you guys over the course of the next couple of
Okay,
days.
Joanne, you can come in and take John's chair for 2 minutes and show off if you want, just say, you don't want to?
Come on.
She wasn't expecting to come in. Take care, John. A little round
See
of
you later,
applause for
John.
John.
Well, thank you for the.
That's all right. I have to come up with a voice for GrooveZilla. Now, we need to do a poll, and maybe we'll start it here, but we'll probably do an official poll in the Facebook group. And I know we live in a world today where even asking these questions about gender, it's like.
GrooveZilla has not shared her gender with us.
But her gender with us. I like that, Donna. That's the way it is. GrooveZilla has not shared her gender. So we should ask, and I think we should just, in fairness, since it's a poll, we should put what is it, non-binary or other or whatever. But is GrooveZilla a baby boy or a baby girl, or as Donna says, she hasn't decided yet. This is our little GrooveZilla. I'm going to have to come up with a little voice. I'm going to think of what I can do with a voice. But this particular GrooveZilla
It's the best GrooveZilla.
is brought to you by Joanne Newby here, one of our Groovesters. And she heard that I forgot this and ran to the car. And when you stepped out, John says, I guarantee that she ran to the car to get this. And John was right. And you could get your little GrooveZilla over at groovegear.com. We're going to put this right here. And Joanne, before we start the state of the Groovion, I want to talk to the members about and where is that book, by the way? They're cleaning up here.
The book that I did?
Yeah.
It's in the office.
Oh, yeah,
I just
Joe, if you
moved
can
it.
go get that for us. Yeah,
The boxes are over on the right side.
the Groove Planner.
That's pretty impressive.
Tell us about where the seeds for inspiration to create that came from.
Well, I wanted to do something that tied in with Groove because when I learned about the platform back in June of last year, I got really excited about it. I'm a software geek. I'm a geek about a lot of things, and so I got excited. And as you know, Angie is the innovative queen, so she's got a list this long of things she's going to do. So I was trying to come up with something that she wasn't going to do. So, but I wanted to come up with something that would help people plan their Groove platform and how they were going to do things. There were more things I wanted to do, but I was a little late in the year. But I want to redo this for next year. This one's not dated because it's printed, but there's a digital version as
So
well.
there'll
that
be
I
a
did.
2022 and a 2023, and it'll be an annual planner.
I'd like that, yeah.
Gotcha.
I'd like to do that. I'd like to make it more Groove-centric, but
This is
As
pretty
a
Groove-centric.
as a business owner, though, you got to be careful because Groove is your company, and I don't want to. You got to have to watch what you're doing.
I think what we can, if this thing has a purpose, and I know you travel back and forth, to the Boca area. What I'd like to maybe do in the future, Joanne, we'll plan this together, but like we did the Fast Start Marketing Lab, maybe have you come down. We do a one-day mini course, maybe 4 or 5 modules or whatever it takes. If it needs to be less or more, we'll do less or more. And maybe give the content away for free, and they buy the Groove Planner, and what we can do is we could feature it inside the app in one of the areas and put it at the Groove Gear store. And we would make all those profits go to you because it's your Groove Success Planner. But if it helps our members, we'll be happy to help get the word out. Tell us a little bit about what it would do for them when they get it.
Well, the idea behind it is to stay on top of your goals, and a lot of us set goals at the beginning.
Try to talk right into the mic if you
A
can,
lot
yeah.
of us get set goals at the beginning of the year, and then we don't revisit them throughout the year. So the way that I designed this was so that you plan at the beginning of the year, you set your goals, you think about what you want to accomplish, and then each month you look at them at the beginning of the month, and then you look at the end of the month. Well, how did I do this month? And what boxes did I check, and what boxes didn't I check? What do I need to do next month to do better? So for instance, one of the things that I set out at the beginning of this year was I set a financial goal of what I'd like to start to make each month. Not quite there yet, but I'm working on it. But I look each month to see where I am working towards that goal. By staying on top of things on a monthly basis, or even a weekly basis for that matter, but knowing what your milestones are, your small wins, your larger wins, and as you check things off, you get that sense of accomplishment. I'm a big person that I need to feel, my personality is such that I need to accomplish something every single day, or I don't feel like I've done anything. That's just who I am. Not everybody is like that, but this type of a planner really allows you to decide, okay, what are my financial goals? What are my personal goals? What are my professional goals? And then there's that wheel of life, like spiritual, relationships, finances. How are you doing in that wheel? I had something similar to you not too long ago where I was like, I lost my motivation. It's like, where'd my mojo go? And I had to get it back, so I had to work hard to get that back.
Yeah. Like many of us, yeah.
And so this was, with that in mind, helping people. What are my priorities? How am I doing on drinking my water all day long? Which, sometimes it's like, oh God,
That's
no
like
more
me,
water.
yeah.
But your personal to-do list and your skill. So it's meant to be a whole life. How do I get there? Keep pushing.
I think it's important because I think we all do this already, and we all do it. Many of us do it poorly. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Is we all plan, but we don't organize our plans, and we don't have things to hold us accountable or to look back. We did what did we call it? We called it the Groove Summit in January, and we planned out 2 things. We planned out the entire year. What is this year going to look like? And what are the first 90 days going to look like? And we had our own different things that we did with Trello and everything like that. But if you're not organized with the planning and setting up milestones and then reflecting back, where am I so I can adjust course, then, oh my goodness, I remember what it used to be like when I'd just be like, oh, whatever happened to that idea that I had? If you're not cataloging these things and putting, and what's nice about this is there are different tools out there that can micro do these things in a to-do list or an app on the iPhone, but this is an actual success planner that you're planning for your life and your business for the whole year. And you put a lot of thought into this, and I know that this is the first version. Yeah. Are there still copies available if people wanted to get it?
I want to do another printing of it. It's available digitally immediately, but I need to have some more printed.
Okay.
But, and I'm looking to do a better binder on it and things like that and find a better printer, but I want to improve it. That's why I'm looking for feedback from the people who did get it. But
I can tell you on the cover, it says groovy things come to those who hustle.
Who what?
Hustle.
Hustle, yeah.
Oh, I like that.
There's a
You
few
know,
good things in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things.
So how do they get that? You said there's a digital download for it. What website would they go to get that?
It's groovypages.net. Let me see.
Let me spell that.
With
for you.
no E.
Mike, can you zoom in on this? Just kidding, Mike. I was teasing. So it's Groovy with no E. So it's GROOVY pages.net. Groovypages.net. So it's Groovy with no E. All right. And then, and the price for that?
I don't remember.
Approximately?
It's around $39. I
$39,
think,
and they
for
can
the digital, yeah.
for the digital, and then they could print it themselves and bind it themselves, and
Or you can put it into your tablet, into one of the different apps, like OneNote or things like that, and you can write in it. You can put stickers on it.
Oh, nice.
And it's navigatable, so you can tap on a tab and go to your
Like
goals
Evernote
or your
and OneNote.
months or whatever.
Oh,
things
very
like
nice.
that.
Very impressive.
Oh, so
good
that's
notes
so
here.
that's the digital it's meant to be imported into one of those. Which
Or you can print it. There's a PDF where you can print it yourself,
Yeah.
or you can use the
how
digital
do you
version.
use it?
I'm a hand writer.
So is my
person.
wife, yeah.
You can see I've got a couple of notebooks. I write everything by hand because it goes back to that old adage. And I just saw a Brian Tracy clip not too long ago. When you write things down, your brain remembers it. If you're putting, mind you, you're still
I agree
writing
with
it in
you.
the digital version too,
Yeah.
because you're using it by hand. You're not typing necessarily, but I just am a strong. I think because I'm a little older too. But
Yeah,
Old
I'm
school.
from that same generation. But and who knows how the younger generation's mind are wired. Beautiful that they can do both. But I've always been the type of person that wants to write down my ideas. And Donna knows we have a friend that we're helping set up a podcast, and I was giving her some advice, and I said, I really want you to do this exercise with pen and paper rather than using an Excel spreadsheet, because I think there is something creative, something in our DNA about writing things down. We've been doing it for hundreds of years, and same thing is for me with a whiteboard as well. I need everybody knows me in my company at MikeFilsame.com. We had
many of whiteboards.
We had probably 8 to 12 different rooms in there. 3 of them were creative, and each wall had 1 to 3 whiteboards. So there'd be 3 whiteboards here, 2 there, 1 on this one,
Every room
and 1
had
here,
to
and
have
whatever could
every
fit.
room.
And every whiteboard was there. We even have 2 whiteboards here in this studio as well. So for me, yeah, I can understand why they may want to print it down as well. But it's really good to know that, like you said, it can go directly into OneNote and set up the tabs for it.
GoodNote is another one.
GoodNote.
There's several other different applications where you can just put it right into the digital format. It's kind of cool. It was fun to create, but it's even fun to see it where you can actually bring it in and just, okay, I can use my Apple Pencil on this. Kind of neat.
Well, thank you very much, Joanne. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Joanne.
Pleasure.
Big round of applause, everyone, for Joanne Newby. And before you go, where can people learn more from you? As they say, the kids say now, what's your IG? Instagram. Yeah, it's Instagram. I didn't even know. I used to, what is IG?
Well, my website is joannewby.com. It's
And Newby is
N-E-W-B-Y. Yeah.
Just like Newby.
And Joanne has
Newby.com.
a dash in it.
So it's
J-O-A-N-N-E.
And E. So you got to do this a lot. So I'll do it for everybody here once and for all. J-O-A-N-N-E, Newby, N-E-W-B-Y.com, JoanneNewby.com. You can learn more, follow her, and follow her on social media. Thank you so much,
Thank
Joanne.
you.
All right. Matt, are you going to stick around or are you going to head home?
Are you happy here?
All right, we're gonna jump in and we're gonna go a good 90 minutes to 2 hours. Joe, would you like to jump in on that seat over there, and that'll make things a little bit better. Mike's giving us the big round right there. So, yeah, okay, you've got my mic, which has my cough button here, so I can't do
I know, I got a
my
cough button. I love it.
All right, everybody. So we're just readjusting the cameras here in the studio. For those of you that are just joining us, this is day 1 of the Groove-A-Thon. A little bit different than the last Groove-A-Thon. This is all internal with the staff. Today is Monday Fun Day. Shout out to our friends Glenn Ledwell and Alex Catoni from Flight Club that have Monday Fun Day in their mastermind. So today, we do realize it is a national holiday here in the United States, celebrating the extra day for Independence Day weekend, which is very, very important to us here in the United States. And what we wanted to do is bring some of the team members in. We invited John Garcia, but I don't think he...
He's actually in Colombia today.
Oh, he's in Colombia.
Yeah.
I guess Colombia is more important. No, I'm just kidding. We love John Garcia, and Joe came down from Jupiter, Florida. Joanne Newby knew we were doing it, came in. And so we wanted to basically have a little bit more of a Joe Rogan-y, podcasty day today, have some fun. Maybe we'll take some Q&A a little bit later from all of the members. And we wanted to give you the schedule, let you know what this week is going to be about, and then we're going to go real serious deep dives coming up for you on throughout the week. So tomorrow and every day this week, we're going to be starting, I'm sorry, just getting some instructions here. Every single day this week, we're going to be starting at 11 a.m. and ending somewhere between 3 and 6. And right now, I believe, so I've shut my timer off on my laptop, so when we're recording, it'll be evergreen. It's 1:30. We're going to jump in. As soon as Mike Jones sits down, I'm going to take over this so that I could click through the keynote, and we're going to jump in. So, Mike, we're going to now show, and you can go picture in picture if you like. We're going to jump into the big slides there. All right, everybody's seeing our slides. This State of the Groovion is something that we did about 2 weeks ago, I believe. So we're going to do it again. Not everybody saw it. And like I said, we're going to move a lot quicker. So like we spoke at the top of the Groove-A-Thon today, it's been 2 years. And there's a lot that's really affected the focus of the partners. Donna, Joe, Matt, John Cornetta, myself. And one of the things was when we saw Kajabi get a $580 million check based on a $2 billion valuation. And Travis and Kenny, the co-founders of Kajabi, actually co-founded that with Andy Jenkins, our former partner. Yeah, the late Andy Jenkins. And Andy was a big part of the launch of Kajabi. He got John Reese to do Traffic Secrets 2.0 on it. Frank Kern did list control and mass control. We did affiliate.com, Chris Farrell and I, and about 6 other people beta tested this. And at the time, it was originally set up to do video 1, video 2, video 3. It was to do your landing pages. It was the inspiration for what later became Optimized Press. They looked at Kajabi and said, we're going to do the same thing for WordPress, and created Optimized Press. And it was mainly a content management system for you to, what we would call a membership site software. And Andy left the company within about 6 months, took a buyout, and Travis and Kenny went on with it. And I know that they were doing well. I may have the story wrong, but it goes something like this. They wanted to get on Shark Tank, but they couldn't. So they saw that Mark Cuban on one of these websites has, hey, you could buy time with me for, $5,000 for a half hour. And there's many, many people that were on there selling their time. So they said, okay, hey, let's pay that. They got some time with Mark Cuban from Shark Tank, and Mark became an early investor in Kajabi. And not just an investor, I mean, Mark's what you call smart money. You get
experience in software.
You sometimes want to give Mark, pay Mark Cuban. Hey, we'll give you $100,000 to take 10% of the company, right? That's how valuable somebody like that can be, because Mark sold his company, broadcast.com, for $4 billion. Mark owns the Dallas Mavericks. Mark is huge in the technology world, development, and he's an investor. So he is in that world of raising money. So talk about smart money. They got a $2 billion valuation for essentially what is GrooveMember, with parts of GroovePages and parts of GrooveSell. And I believe within a year, we'll have better, every feature you can imagine in GrooveMember that will put Kajabi to shame, and then you add it with everything else that we have, and it's a no-brainer. And Kajabi is quite expensive.
I got you. You could just envision it. You know?
That's it. Oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I mean, that's what the state of the Groovion is going to show here. So, $2 billion valuation. Everybody can listen in here as well. I was talking to, I'll talk to you about it in private, but it has to do with, I'll just explain it. The bond market is exploding, and there are people that have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. And they're giving...
Bound.
Not going to be us, not GrooveBlog. No, but in terms of if we want to follow the path of Kajabi, and the other thing that you see on the slide there, it says active campaign, you just got a $3 billion valuation for what is essentially GrooveMail. It's not technology that gives you the valuation, it's the leadership of the company, plus the technology, plus the growth, plus your revenue, plus your cost to acquire a customer, and all those different things. So it's not just, you can't just say it's GrooveMail. Right? There's many of email companies out there that can't get traction. So we're going to be one of the ones that do. But seeing that they got $3 billion, we started talking in the company about, hey, could we get a valuation? We've been told, we spoke with some people that told us, we believe we can go out and get you a $150 million valuation for Series A, for our first round of funding, which is quite impressive. But we have to talk about, do we want to raise money and give up any equity? And in discussion with somebody the other day, they said there are people right now that will give you a $5 million bond for 5 years, where you would pay, I believe, I forget the amount of it, something like $85,000 a month. You get $5 million. And the way that the bond works is at the end of 5 years, you pay back the $5 million. So you're paying only the interest, not principal and interest. So instead of paying $190,000 a month, you pay $85,000 a month. So you're paying just the interest only at a rate of about 6 to 7%. You get $5 million. You get all the money that you would get with valuation, but you don't have to give up equity. I said, something interesting, just a side note of a conversation. But that really got us. It really got us thinking. You take a look at a company like Twilio. You know Twilio, right? The name of the company now is actually called SendGrid Twilio because Twilio merged with SendGrid. And I remember when Twilio first came out, 8-10 years ago, whatever it was, it was just for a text messaging platform. But they built a multi-billion-dollar company with good leadership and acquisitions. They purchased SendGrid and dozens of other companies, and now they're a communications tech leader out there. They're building like the Stripe of email and text messaging. And there is something to be said about what we could do when you have that type of money in terms of resources and development. I always wonder, what the hell are they working on at Facebook? Right? Because it always looks the same to me, but there's so much that goes on in the back end. And if we were able to triple or quadruple, which we probably have more developers in. Yeah, we would literally be untouchable. Yeah, but I still think we're untouchable. But anyway, it gave us a way to look back and have some laser focus. So one of the things here, it says the infographic moving forward and the use of Sandbox. We were using an infographic that was at groovedigital.com/infographic, or maybe groovefunnels.com, and we're no longer going to be pushing that, because when we were new, if you were with us at the beginning of the stream, we had said we went through many phases, and at a certain point, if you're going to be giving us our money and we don't have an app for you, we had to give you a timeline and say this is when it's coming and this is when it's coming. And we're at the point now where GrooveSell is done, GroovePages is done, Groove Video is done, GrooveMember is done, and now we're in the what we call the update mode. We're updating it. We're upkeep, bugs, feature requests here and there, but the most part the app is done.
The architecture is there.
The architecture is
foundation
there,
and
yeah.
Concept.
And
yeah.
since we just released the Groove mobile app, and GrooveWebinars is going live this month, and GrooveMail is now live to many of our users, and by the end of the month, we hope to have everybody on the platform, if not by sometime in August, is the goal, to have something on the infographic that says on August 13th, this is coming out, and on August 15th, this is coming out, and like we used to do, because we had all those things in the pipeline, it's almost impossible to keep those things accurate. You know, if it's August 17th, it might not be August 24th, and it just leads us to the point where we're always letting people down. So what we've decided to do is move away from the infographic and go to what we're calling sandbox mode. And if you go to Groove, into Groove apps right now and sign in and click on Groove Webinars, we've decided to, instead of releasing it in July, we release it now in what we call sandbox mode, which means you could see everything the developers see, and they do hot fixes every day, and everything goes live. We don't talk about what went live because it's sandbox mode, but you can go and build an automated webinar that you just can't yet go live with. And that's to allow people to see the progress that's happening, rather than us saying it'll be July 15th, and then July 15th comes and we have to push it to the 19th. By all the users being able to see everything in the sandbox, they're gonna know that, hey, good development is working on there. And the bullet there that says getting laser focused also made us realize, hey, if Kajabi is essentially just GrooveMember and a $2 billion valuation, and GrooveMail is essentially ActiveCampaign and they got a $3 billion valuation, we have Groove.cm, which already is GroovePages, GrooveFunnels, GrooveSell, GrooveAffiliate, GrooveMail, GrooveMember, GrooveVideo, GrooveKart, GrooveWebinars, and later GrooveCalendar, GrooveDesk, GrooveFunnel Mapping, GroovePipe CRM, and GrooveCalendar, and anything, no GrooveBonds, and anything else we may have forgotten, and GroovePay if I forgot to mention. We still have Review Trust that we have a partner with that wants to work with us. We have Chatmatic, which we had purchased, which we gave that company back to Travis, and we unwound that deal. We were dealing with Groove Solos and an advertising agency for Groove Ads. We were looking to do our own agency called Groove Agency, which we put the brakes on, brought that down a little bit slower. And we purchased an investment in 22 apps, which we unwound, which was a mobile app software. We also haven't spoken with Usign yet. May keep that one around. I want to have a talk with the owner about that. Maybe even consider Review Trust. But but the problem was there were weekly calls, and if you take all of those things that we just said, and then the thing we were talking with Strike Point Media with the leads. Remember, we were going to do like Groove leads, and we were doing nothing but planning, and then saying, okay, well, we need to get Usign to integrate with GroovePages, and we were taking our developers and we were working on all these other platforms like Chatmatic, and it was unfair, number one, to those other partners and to us, and we said, hey, we're already Groove, and ActiveCampaign is just GrooveMail. Kajabi is just GrooveMember. We don't need any of these other things, and they're just distractions, and in fact, it's disingenuous to our current members, for us to have all of these other projects going on. They never asked for it. It wasn't part of the original vision. And I think there was a lesson there for us about, I don't think we bit off more than we could chew with Groove, but adding more to Groove that's not part of Groove, like Chatmatic and things like that.
It's a little bit outside of our ecosystem.
It's outside of our ecosystem, and those companies can exist very, very good and be great technology integration partners with us, just like GoToWebinar is, but and maybe a little bit more. And on top of that, you got to remember we also have Groove Digital Presents, right? And Joe's got to manage what promotions we're doing, and we don't like to promote all that much. And we used to do a Groove Digital Presents every single Friday. We've moved that down to
one or two a month.
One or two a month. And I don't think we'll ever go away from it because we do want to bring the Angie Norrises and the Paul O'Mahonys and the Barry Plaskows, the Michael Stevenson, the John Bensons, and the Paul Murphys. But to me, I probably just said 6 to 8 names, and those are the ones I'd like to bring around every 8 months. I'd like to do Paul Murphy 1 month, Angie Norris, and Alicia Little, exactly. And because our members seem to love them the most and have the best results. And a shout out to Mark Ling as well. I think he's one of the best educators out there. So next is GrooveHow.com. And I'm going to plug this in here. Oops. Hold on just a second, everybody. I'm going to set up my screen in case I want to share something.
I didn't even know they had a .how.
It's groove.how.
Yeah, Groove.how. Thank you. Thank you, Donna, for letting me. More slack. Alrighty. And I could probably even show my own screen through StreamYard once this pops in here. Bear with me a second, folks. I'm trying to find my mouse. There it is. All right. So in a few minutes, maybe let me see if I can do that now. I'm going to jump into StreamYard here and share my screen. Let's see how that looks. I guess, and I think I can just keep my mic here. And let me load up GrooveHow.com. Groove.how. Sorry, Donna. Probably just kicked me under the table virtually over there. All right, let's find that. Share.
Maybe we should get the
Share screen. And the one with Groovezilla on it. And let's see. All right, now we can bring me into the stream now. Okay. All right, very, very good. All right, so everybody, just so you know, we have this great, Donna, thumbs up. May I say his name, the person that's helping with, I can say that name, right? Okay. We have a great new addition to our team that started about a month ago. His name is Elliot. And Elliot used to work for me and Donna when we were over at Genesis Digital. And if you want to understand the quality of the work and why this is important, if you were to go to my previous company, Kartra, and other than the trailer video that has the Hollywood voice on it, but if you scroll down and click on GroovePages or Kartra Pages or any other feature at that website, you'll see high quality video production, and all of that video production was done by Elliot. And not to get too much into it, but at a certain point, the job got done over there, and there's a little bit less work for him over there. Long story short, we reached out to Elliot, and Elliot now works for us and loves this company and loves the challenge because we don't have videos. We could talk about why we don't have videos, but I think it's obvious. It's on the the little slide there. We started 2 years ago as an idea, and we just released our product a year ago. And during that year, we released Groove Mail just this month. So we couldn't have all these videos ready. And as we're redoing the app, we didn't want to have old videos. So we said, let's wait 2 years until the point when we feel that it's ready to do this keynote that we're doing now for the Groove-A-Thon and also create these quality videos. So for instance, when I go into GroovePages here, and I believe we're seeing my screen, and let me see, do we have a demo? This is the one I did with Groove Copy Pro the other day. But when you click here where it says settings, and I know you can't see, Mike, can we take my picture out there? If we don't mind, just go straight to me. Well, who's ever, there we go. And I'm going to try to make my screen a little bit bigger. That might help the users as well. And you see where it says Instant Edit Bookmark. So what that Instant Edit Bookmark means, that when you're at your website, like for instance mine, mikefilsame.com, and if I see that maybe I want to add something to my bio, or if there's a typo or anything I want to make a change to my website, well, I just click this Edit Groove page like this, and just like that, it opens up that particular page. Right in here, I can make the adjustment, click Publish, and we're done. So how do you get this bookmarklet? Well, we have that right here. When you're looking at building your website, it says Settings. You click on that. It says Instant Edit Bookmarklet. And when you click on that, you get Groove.how. And I kept saying GrooveHow.com, but it's Groove.how. And you'll see it opens up directly to this. And so I recommend all of you actually do that and download that bookmarklet. What it'll do is it'll open up a little JavaScript code, and we basically show you how to basically add it as a bookmark to your Google Chrome bookmarks bar, and then you could edit any page very easily. It's a pretty cool thing. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is if I pop this out like this, and you look at the size of this, it's not full screen. That means that if we go over to here, before it starts actually shifting in size, which happens right about here, so right there, what I want you to picture is that at any time after we finish this Groove-A-Thon with all the content that we're going to be creating this week, and with Elliot with all the content that we're going to be creating over the next 30, 60, 90 days and so on, we're going to fully document every feature of the app now, but professionally done videos. If you look at these videos that Elliot does here with intros, and it's scripted, and it's just beautiful, we're finally going to be able to get you to the point now where you can have inline help for the app. So how this is going to work is I'm going to imagine that this was out of the way here, right? You wouldn't see it, right? And as soon as you click on anything in the app that might have a little help, well, then what's going to happen is it's just going to slide out just like this, and you're going to be able to see. And it's going to be breadcrumbed right in the app, so that if there's something else related to this above or before it, you'll have an article. And it's not just a video. These are going to be articles, as you can see, with screenshots as well. So this is something
That's
that we...
so much nicer than just a video.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're going to have this over at our help desk as well for people that are looking at the help desk and they're looking for support to be able to find it. But the beautiful thing is people like screenshots so they can read it real quick or watch the video when they need more help. So we're really excited about how that's going to play out. You're finally going to have inline help that at any time you're going to be looking for anything that we're going to be demoing through this keynote for GroovePay, for GroovePages, for GrooveKart, for GrooveSell, GrooveWebinar.
I just love it. Yeah.
If we talk about a partner contract, I'm going to try to remember when I'm doing the presentation to start it with, so let's talk about partner contracts, and then end it with, and that's partner contracts. Maybe leave a little bit of a beat there, and we're going to edit them down, and they're going to go into GrooveHow and into the inline help and at our help desk and inside the app. Now, let me show you here as well. Well, let's follow the keynote so I don't get out of the way here. But let's go back to the keynote there, Mike. We can.
But I think people can see how cool that's going to be, how it's going to make people's life easier, and there's a wealth of information additional to that.
All right, so we see. Oh, did I exit us out of here by accident? I'm upside down. Sorry, folks. All right, so that's Groove.how. GrooveCon, excuse me, GrooveCon is, I believe, November 4th and 5th, I believe. I think the cruise starts November 6th. I can take a look at that real quick for us. Or maybe, Donna, if you could check, and I'll just keep moving, you can let us know. I think GrooveCon is November 4th and 5th, and the cruise starts November 6th. But could be off by a couple of days. You can go to groovecon.com. I do believe we do have the dates up there. And marketerscruise.com is setting sail in November. Captain Lou will be joining us next week to give us more details. All right, the Groove mobile app is live. Now, this is the beautiful thing about the State of the Groovion. I can move very, very quick. I don't have to demo it right now because I can tell you that we're going to have an entire day dedicated to it next week. I believe it's a week from Wednesday. We're going to be doing that. But how you do that right now, just go to the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store and just search for one of two things. You could search groove.cm or you could search for Groove Funnels and it'll come up and then you just download it. It's a really cool app that will benefit you if you're making sales, right, or affiliate sales. That's really the cool thing about it. If you want to get that cha-ching, cha-ching going off every single time, it's a pretty exciting thing. And let me tell you something to look forward to one day. I'm going to tell you something to look forward to one day. And Joe, you know this. Matt, you know this. It's something you would never think you would ever say. And is there any way to shut off those notifications? Could you imagine having what we would call the ultimate first world problem, that the notifications are going off too much, that it's actually becoming a
Yeah,
distraction.
it's like a boat. The best day is when you turn them on, and the best
Yeah.
day is also when you turn them off, right?
Yeah, if you're making that kind of where 15 cha-chings an hour is getting to the point that, hey, I think I'll just check my stats once a day. That's a cool thing. But I can assure you, I can assure you it's something. I think it happened during the
I was at
the
my
launch.
kid's concert one
Yeah.
time, and I hear cha-ching.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
or put it on
We're
vibrate.
hearing cash register go off.
Deep dive coming in on that for you. Next slide here we have.
Donation.
All right. The new Groove Dash and UI. I will be doing a full deep dive on that for you, but I do have some actual screenshots. We weren't able to get it ready today, but we will have it ready for everybody when we demo each app. But I'm going to steal the screen back over here, and I did get some stuff. Let me just prep my screen real quick. And I'm the white mouse now. See how complicated this gets, guys? All right, give me just a second here. I'm going to try to find my mouse. All right. Did I see my mouse here anywhere? Bear with me just a second, guys. My mouse is not showing up even with my trackpad.
That happens to me sometimes. I
You
move
see
it.
it?
Come up from the bottom.
You did, Joe?
I move it all the way up and then check it.
All right, guys, my mouse oh, here it is. Just found it. Okay, so I can now take this. I can go full screen here. And Anrup sent me some screenshots, and he said, hey, I don't want to push it live until I get a chance to test it. So let me share my screen now. Sorry about that, guys. All right, Mike is showing my screen. Okay, so what we're seeing right here is not only the new dashboard, but I want you to notice the icons that are going across the top here. If you're seeing my mouse, you're seeing that these aren't the icons of the main dashboard because we are not in the main dashboard here. This is, you see the icon up here? This is the dashboard for GrooveSell. So what we've done is we've taken that beautiful dashboard that you get when you first log into Groove, and the way that the Groove mobile app also looks, because currently we have this, right? Let me show you what we currently have. Currently we have the dashboard that has these colors here. Let me load that up. We have the black colors that are here, but on the front end of the website, when you first log in, we have the white. So guess what? We're getting rid of the black. And so when you click on GrooveSell or GrooveMail or GrooveMember or GrooveVideo or GrooveBlog, everyone right now you're getting a different experience. And they, for instance, click on GrooveVideo. We have this thing that's not even hooked up to any analytics right now, right? And when you go back to GrooveMember, they're all the same. They all have these. Just for sake of argument here, here's GrooveMember. When you log in, it has version 00.01 of the little white tiles that show up here, right? This is no way to greet you. So what's going to happen later this week, I'm so excited, is that your dashboard is actually going to look like this when you go into GrooveVideo and GrooveMail and GrooveSell and GrooveMember and GrooveKart. Everything is going to have this dashboard. And what we have up here, and we're going to copy this over as well, Matt, to GrooveKart, is what we're calling the quick links. Now, this screenshot right here is covering it. Let me see if I can show it a little bit better here. Nope, let me just go back. We'll have to imagine what my, okay, so what's going to be in the first box in every single one is going to be a red plus sign, which means like add new product if you're in GrooveSell. If you're in GrooveMail, the plus will be send a new broadcast. If you're in video, right here, it's hidden by this drop-down, will be add new video, create new membership. And then the next 6 tiles are the most popular things that you're going to do with that app. So for instance here, this will be manage affiliates, affiliate performance, customers, checkout forms, marketplace, and add a new funnel. Now, this right here is going to, this section right here is going to be for onboarding. Right now it's just a mock-up, but we're going to have 6 boxes for every dash. So Groove Mail will have 6 analytic boxes that are related to it. GrooveSell will show you your sales, maybe a list of your transactions, your best performing affiliates, etc. And we will also have an onboarding box for each app. And Anrup, I don't know if he sent me an onboarding. Anrup, if you can shoot me something in Skype, please, that has the onboarding widget. If you're listening on the stream, and I'll see if that comes up in Skype. But when you come to the front end dash, you're going to see the 8 things that you need to do. Join the Facebook group. Set up your GroovePay account. Set up your domain. All those. And now when you go into GrooveSell, we're going to say, hey, here are some things that are specific for this app. Like you need to set up your affiliate profile so you could get paid. You need to set up your payment gateway or whatever that may be. If you're in GrooveMail, there's going to be a little list that's going to tell you right here on your screen that you need to set up your from email so that we know who you're mailing from and what's your from name and all these different things. And we're going to give you a list. Did you verify your domain so that you don't get bounce backs and all that different stuff? Now, what you're seeing here is this G that you see right here is going away, okay? It's going to be on the front dashboard will be the G, but then if you pop into GrooveSell, what's going to happen is you're going to get the new GrooveSell icon, and there's a new icon for every app so that you know what app you're in just by looking at this. And then what's going to happen is if you want to switch apps, all you do is hover over this right here,
drop down.
and you don't even have to click it. It's just going to drop down, and then you'll see GroovePages, GrooveSell, Groove Affiliate. But even more than that, we're going to condense all of these into one thing that's going to be called right here. It's going to be called apps. And then it'll fold out another shelf over here that will lift this, because underneath apps, we're going to have a concept of what we're going to get into a little deeper in the Groove-A-Thon, not today, which is going to be projects. And the projects will be learn, build, sell, market, and support. And instead of making it abstract, like, okay, I need to do a project, right now you say, I have to go create it in GroovePages, then I have to create my project in my product in GrooveSell. I've got to set up a checkout. Oh, I need to go set up my membership in GrooveMember, and you have to know what to do, because maybe you've done it before. But for many members, they want to know, what do I need to get done? And we're going to basically walk them through a project that says, okay, you haven't connected your membership and your domain, and you're literally going to be able to walk through, create a new project. Great. What's the domain? This domain is jupebamboo.com. Okay, great. You don't have a brand website. There's no check mark there. Well, got to do that. What's next? I need a funnel for lead generation. I need to do a store. Great. Set up my store, or set up my membership for digital content and everything. So we're going to be demoing that a little bit later in the week. But wanted to show you here, we have nice new icons here. Very, very exciting. So the main thing that we want to cover right here is that you're going to have a new dashboard for each app that is going to give you quick links, an onboarding to do, a dashboard, and even more exciting, that's the whole purpose why we're in the studio for 2 weeks. The keynote that I'm doing tomorrow for GroovePages is going to be right here in a little triangle drop-down. The first time you get in the app, it'll be expanded, and you'll see a video that walks you through the onboarding so that you know everything about it. And then inline, as you go in the app, there'll be chunked videos that are 2 or 3 minutes. But if you're in GrooveMail, the keynote that Donna and I are doing will be in there so that you can learn about it. And if you want it out of the way, you hit the shelf, and this little white bar will be right here. It'll say keynote, and you can drop it down and learn about the app. I had a friend the other day say to me, this is so embarrassing, but we know why, because we're a new company, right? But he said to me, Mike, I spoke to somebody about Groove, and you know me, I love everything you do, I'm excited about it, but like I had 5 minutes to try to explain to him, and I know you don't have the time to do a one-on-one with everybody. Listen to this. Most logical question, he says to me, is there any place I could send him so he could learn more about Groove? And I said, I'm typing, probably in Skype. I said, yeah, send him to yeah, send him to groovefunnels.com. He can get a free account. He goes, yeah, no, but that's just a free account. He wants to learn more about it. And I said, okay. Wow. I said, okay, you know what? I did a webinar about a month ago. Send him to this replay. But you know what the webinar was? 30 minutes of me yapping about my Commodore 64 and all this, all that, right? And then when I finally got to it, I spent an hour into the presentation, I spent 25 minutes on GrooveKart. And he went through the full hour of the story of my life. And then he watches GrooveKart and he responds back to William and he says, yeah, no, this isn't for me. I'm looking for a CRM. This is an e-commerce platform like Shopify. So I, like an idiot, like it's the customer's fault. I say to William, yeah, he needs to watch the 3.5-hour webinar, right? He needs, because there's no website that
wasn't enough, right?
Right? And the fact is, I only went to GrooveKart, GrooveBlog, and GroovePages. He couldn't learn anything about GrooveSell or GrooveMail or GrooveVideo or anything. So it became more and more clear to us that the project Groove.cm, we're excited to get it complete. But in order to get it complete, we need, number one, to create this rich content. And so that's why we said, hey, let's do it as a Groove-A-Thon. It'll give me a reason to clear my schedule for 2 weeks. Otherwise, I'm going to find I'll do one video 1 week. And so now we can get this out all at the same time here, invite you along with us. And I'm very, 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 very excited that we're finally going to have this done. And it also is forcing us to get the UI cleaner because we're on a full mission now to get the UI done. So let me see some other slides here that we have that Anrup sent me. Next, this is the front-end dashboard. I'm not,
Mike,
oh.
that
Yes, Donna.
onboarding link is in your Skype too. I also sent it to you via text.
Oh, thank you.
So you have those.
So I'll be able to show that after this. Thank you, Donna. Matt, you heading out, bud? Oh, get some. Could you get me a coffee too, bud, if you don't mind? Light and sweet or regular? Get coffee regular. Sorry, guys. So take a look over here.
Sure.
What you're seeing here is we had an illustrator create our own unique icons for the app here as well. So we're going to have brand new apps, and no longer are you going to see the names underneath it, like saying GroovePages or whatever. What will happen is as you hover over these, it's not in the screenshot, a little tooltip will pop out and show you. The side shelf is getting cleaned up a little bit as well. This is just another look at the way the side shelf is going to open up. And what do we have here? He sent me, this looks like I'm in Groove Video here right now. So this is currently the dashboard for Groove Video. We're live, right? Doesn't tell you anything. And this is going to be the new dashboard. When you click on Groove Video, you're going to be able to see some stats and information. A little plus, as I said, everyone will have a place to add a new video. You can see your library, set up your categories, settings, and different things like that. So every dashboard is going to welcome you better. And finally, this is the onboarding that you will get. And this looks like the main dashboard onboarding. So what you're seeing is this is telling you that, okay, great, congratulations, you've created your account. But you also need to join the Facebook community, and we'll have a link and tell you how to do that. Join GrooveKart Academy, choose a plan, and this is when we're, for our pricing. This is just mock-up right here. Refer a friend, get 20% commission and 40% when you upgrade. Whitelist your email, and we're going to teach you how to whitelist your email. Donna, I had a great idea that I want to go over, and that's to show that what we're going to do is a couple of things. And Anrup, if you're listening, if you're not, no big deal. But in the Groove Affiliate Program, when the user goes to the Groove Affiliate Program, what I want to do is I want to have a setting, and it'll be in multiple places in the app, but it'll be a setting that says, receive emails as an affiliate. And so they can opt in or opt out of emails automatically. Because if somebody joins because they want to teach yoga, and they heard that Groove is really good for building pages for her yoga site, she may not want to be getting emails about launching. She'll be like, what is going on? I know nothing about, mark the date and winning a prize and all this stuff. So not everybody, because they joined Groove, wants to get an email. So they're right here where they click on the affiliate program, they're going to be able to learn. We're also going to have it in the menu up here that they're going to be able to set up their notifications, but I think that's a pretty cool place for them to be able to turn it on and off. But going back to the screenshot here, yeah, you'll be able to.
This is gonna be a game changer.
Yeah,
I love the images and everything like that.
Yeah,
It's
if you
so
notice-
clean and
if you notice up here, we have new icons now that are going to be replacing these icons right here, because we have these beautiful icons. So this is going to now change to this. So now when somebody says, hey, I want to learn more, where can I send somebody to learn more about Groove? Not only will we have the website, but when somebody comes into the app, they're going to have an app that will have a little shelf that will pop down and let them watch the keynote. Because right now, many people are joining Groove and they sign up for free. And if you don't create your first product, you'll never know how powerful it is, or that you can set up how you can set up the affiliate program. You have to actually use the software to know what it does. I would venture to say 2% of our users know the power of the platform, and those are the people that come on the State of the Groovions and come to our Groove-A-Thons. Most people, I can tell you this. My camera fully on me here for a minute. Thank you. I can tell you this. Shoot, I own Groove. We own Groove together. I have so many friends that don't use Groove because they're busy. And people like Rich Sheffrin finally moving over to it because I have to get his attention because he can't figure out what it does. We don't tell people. All we tell you is sign up for free. That's it. And if go, obviously David Lemon has tons of videos and and tutorials and stuff that you got to go find them in Groove Academy, but there's nothing in the app or at the .coms or .cm that tells you what it does. And so when I finally show people, I sat down the other day with Mark Ling, with Rich Sheffrin, with Matthew Neer, and when somebody gives me 2-3 hours to fully show them for their business, this is what they say to me. Holy cow. Does anybody know about this? And I get a little bit not saying defensive, like
I know exactly what
like
you're
say,
saying, yeah.
like wanting to say we're doing a good job, right? I say this. I go, well, yeah, we have 500,000 users in a year, so people have heard of us. But even those 500, that's disingenuous. Those 500,000 users don't really know the power of Groove.
When
I have a
get on
feeling.
the Zoom calls one by one.
You gotta talk.
When
right
I get on
into
Zoom
that.
calls with affiliates, they're amazed. Oh, all right. They're amazed. They're like, I didn't even know I had this, Joe.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing one call at a time. It just explains it all.
Yeah,
Not
and
at all, but.
yeah, and that's why I'm excited about this keynote here. Let me just see. Donna I believe that's the one you wanted to send me, right? Yeah, that's the link from Zeppelin. Okay, great, thank you. All right, let's go back to the keynote slides here, Mike. All right, so we have a new dashboard and a new UI that's going to be coming. I'm going to be demonstrating more of that throughout the week in the keynotes. Like I said, I want to go through a little bit quicker here. What do we have here? Okay, domains and publishing. We're going to do a deep dive on that tomorrow in GroovePages, but let's share my screen here again if we can, if that's still hot, if we could swap that inside of... All right, we're seeing my screen. And if you click on this burger menu now, and you click on my account, and this is all getting redone. I might even have some screenshots to show you for this too. I'm really excited about this new UI. It's going to make things so much easier for people. But if you click on domains now, we've set up the domains now foolproof. So easy. I went in to set up for a friend of ours, Sharon Worsley, and we're setting, I wanted to show her how easy it was to set up her domains. I said, just do me a favor, go into Namecheap and point to this here. And so you want to set up your domain. These are all of our domains that we use. Obviously, we have a lot of domains. Let me see which one, this one here, testwebsite.com. Okay, if you want to add a new domain, it's this simple. You simply do this. You click add a domain. Now, you're going to see here, you want to do a full domain setup. 99% of the time, you're going to do a full domain setup. every now and then you're going to do what we call a legacy domain setup. Now, believe it or not, other platforms don't allow you to do this. The amount of thought that we had to do and basically create like what used to be known as a cPanel or WHM, for hosting. We built that for our users. And over here, you're seeing legacy domain setup. What's important about a legacy domain is you already have content over there, like joejablonski.com/blog. And you want that blog to still work, but you want joejablonski.com to be used for GroovePages. Well, that is a slightly more complex setup, but now it can be done. In the past, what you'd have to do is only set up a subdomain, and you would have had to put your GroovePages at something like pages.joejablonski.com, and you would only set up a subdomain. Now, we allow you to do anything that you could imagine. So a full domain setup is what most of you will be doing, and it works just like this. You simply click the next button, and you follow along the wizard, and you would click the name of the domain, put my glasses on. So I have one, it'll check to see if the domain is real, and if it's not, it'll tell you that that domain hasn't been purchased. So I have to type one that we have, conversionbrands.com, and you click the next button.
I remember that.
Here like that, and it's verifying, and now it tells me all I need to do is go into my Namecheap account and click on name servers and point them to here, and then once I'm done, I click next, and then I do validate DNS, and if I do that, it's not going to give me the green checkbox right now because I didn't just do that. So right now I'm going to click I'll do this later, and then we complete the process, and now you'll see I've just added a domain. Now, it won't let me continue because I have to validate that domain by going to Namecheap. But once I do, and I'm just going to trash this because I like to use this for my demos, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to put a big button here, kind of like you're seeing over here, a button, and it's going to say, set the default app. And what does that mean? Well, that means, what do you want to be at joannenewby.com? What do you want to be at joejablonski.com or mikefilsame.com? Do you want it to be your GroovePages? Are you going to publish there? Or do you want it to be your GrooveKart store? Or do you want it to be your blog? That means you're going to publish your blog right to there and put your pages somewhere else. Or do you want it to be your membership platform? Like we might have something where we buy a domain called GrooveDigitalAcademy.com. If that was the case, we would make our hero app GrooveMember because we'd want the membership platform to be at the .com. 9 times out of 10, you're going to set it to GroovePages, and that means everything else here, like at PageStead, I don't have anything for GrooveSell, but I do have my membership there, so we have members.pagestead.com, and we don't have a blog there, but if I wanted to do a blog, I would click here, and I need to add a new subdomain for PageStead. What do I want to call it? Blog. It's for GrooveBlog, and if I click that, let's just do that. Well, now I have blog.pagestead.com, so now when I go into GrooveBlog and I create a blog, this is set up that I can just publish the content directly there.
That is incredible.
So easy to use. It makes you excited about wanting to go.
It blows away WordPress when you used to have to.
Oh man,
oh my
remember
God,
that?
I used to call Mike Ambrosio to do my thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, or Sean Voslev, the WordPress guys. So if you folks remember what domains were like before, it was very, very complex. And as well in here, when you go to publish, it's very, very simple. Now the publish bar, this drop down, says choose a GroovePages subdomain or a custom domain. And if you choose a custom domain, well, now you have your list of all your domains over here. I'm not going to put anything there. We're using these. I'll end up overriding it. But if I would have connected conversion brands, I would have selected conversion brands just like I'm doing right here. And then where do I want it to go? The root, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to mess up my, my GroovePages domain, my PageStead domain, but it's that simple. Now we've added a couple of...
Makes me even excited.
It's so easy, so easy to do now. And over
Mike.
here, yes, Donna?
On the domain management, are we adding GrooveKart to that as well?
Yes. Yeah, Max and Hosni and Unroop are working together to put that there, and it's all part of the new project thing that we're doing where we're going to even map it out where you're going to see visuals like connect your store, connect your membership, and everything like that as well. So, and in here in your publishing now, you can now publish your entire website, which means every page in the website. You can pop out and see this page if you published it, but I never published this, right? It's a dead domain. I haven't linked it yet. And you could copy the link to the clipboard. And if you want to just publish just a page now, you can just publish this whole page, which puts so much less resources on our server. Because if you had 19 pages, we used to republish every page because you fixed a typo on page 11. So now you can fix just this. And we're going to be adding some new icons over here. I think they might even be live, but I don't have enough pages. It's going to tell you green means that what you have on your canvas is what's on the web. And if you have a number of different pages, you're going to see red dots to show you that you now have a change for these 2 pages. There's like 4 pages. And there was some complexities. Don't want to get too much into it, but you might have changed one thing on one page, like in the menu, but then you have to publish the other 5 pages because your menu changed.
Right.
So little things like that, this is going to help you know how to publish better. But let's go back to the slides, the keynotes there. All right. So that is domains and publishing. And I think I went backwards. Okay. So GroovePages, we're going to be talking all about that tomorrow. The bookmarklet I showed you here. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to you more about the new concepts and how we're going to be doing funnels. All the updates and improvements will come tomorrow on that. GrooveSell, deep dive. I'm so glad this is why the State of the Groovion was so long the other day.
I liked it.
We're going to be talking about the new checkout wizard, upsell, add to cart, order bumps, GroovePay integrations. We now have videos and bumps. This is the new stuff. Videos are now in the hybrid bumps, but we're doing a full keynote style walkthrough on Wednesday on GrooveSell. We have a marketplace. We're going to be talking about that as well on Wednesday. I'm going to be showing you how you can take advantage to get your products in the marketplace. What is the affiliate power score, and different things like that. Oh, and Donna, one other note if you could take. I was going to have an idea that said automatically add anybody to the list of affiliates to get emails if they get more than 10 unique affiliate clicks to their affiliate link, which means they're promoting. If they've got 10 different people promoted, that means they went out and promoted it on their blog or Facebook. Or if they make two sales by 2 unique affiliates, then we automatically know, okay, they're out there, promoting. All right, so we're going to talk more on Wednesday about the marketplace and our plans to go after ClickBank, JVZoo, Warrior Plus, with being free, with better rates for processing, a better wallet, and lots of different things like that as well. A little bit of little note here, Donna. I don't know if you know this. You'll give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down when I tell you this. I was talking with Mark Ling the other day, and he told me that ClickBank no longer takes PayPal to ClickBank's PayPal account. So you know that, yeah. So the way ClickBank works is if you want to use ClickBank, they collect the money for you through doing their own processing. But if you want your users to be able to pay with PayPal at checkout, well, then you put your PayPal account, and they will process for you to your PayPal account, and they will take the ClickBank fee and the affiliates fee out right at the time of the sale. So you have the risk of your PayPal account and all that different type of stuff. But as powerful as ClickBank is, and the relationship they probably had, in my opinion, they were probably one of the top 5 PayPal accounts. I mean, because look, they're processing billions a year, so they had to be in the top 5. And even PayPal had it with them and said, no, we're not going to let you process anymore.
I know a
and
lot
shut
of
their
people
account
getting
down.
shut down. A lot of people with PayPal.
So we'll be talking about how GrooveSell Plus is going to help you with that. So remember, we used to call it GrooveSell Payments. We said we're going to have the ClickBank model, and we were going to call it GrooveSell Payments. We've decided to call it GrooveSell Plus because we have GroovePay, and that's merchant processing, and we didn't want to have anything else with the words Groove and Pay in it because people's head just went, wait a second, what's the difference between GrooveSell payments and GroovePay? So GroovePay is a merchant processor like Stripe, and GrooveSell Plus is going to be our ClickBank model where we will collect the money for you. And we'll talk about that on Wednesday on what are the benefits of that as well. Then, so why don't you slide in here? Then we'll be talking throughout the additional apps throughout the week about the different integrations. We are so excited on what day is GrooveMail? I think it's Friday is GrooveMail. That Donna will be leading the keynote there with me doing some support there, helping her. We're going to be doing a full deep dive on GrooveMail, importing your leads, opt-in forms, setting up an automation sequence. As you see here, it's all coming out on Friday. That's going to be very, very exciting. GrooveWebinar is live right now, guys. You can go into the software and go to, I'll do it right here. Mike will share my screen. You can pop on anytime you see it. Yep, we're ready. All right, right here you see it says, under the apps, it says webinars. And you see here at the top, it says GrooveWebinar is now open to users in sandbox mode. And you could click here. This should open up a little pop-up modal that explains to you what sandbox mode is. And what that means is we've opened up what only the owners usually see and that the developers share with us. Without, in the past, what we would do is keep saying things like, oh man, I just got a demo of GrooveWebinar. Wait till you see it. Here's a screenshot. So what we're doing now is sandbox mode is anything we're working on will be live on the server for you to be able to see. And as you see here, here's the webinars. You'll go in, you'll edit a webinar. We're working on this user interface. Actually, I think this looks like they made some changes here. Let's see.
Which is a great benefit of the sandbox mode, right? You can see the changes as they happen. You don't have to wait for a release.
Exactly.
You can kind of have an idea of what's coming up next.
And give us a little bit of feedback, give us a little bit of feature request. I noticed you don't have this in the wizard, and we could get ahead of it rather than, they could share that feedback 3 months prior. But if we go live, that's when we get flooded with all the feedback. What do you do? Yes. Oh, man. All right. So save and next. We're going to do a deep dive on this, but this is basically how you walk through your setup here. So let's exit out of this and go back to the keynote slides. We're going to let you know more about Groove Conference, Groove Webinars Live, and Groove Stream when the time comes as well. And GrooveMember, very, very excited about that. That's going to be in week 2. And we, as I said earlier today, GrooveMember is going through, it's fully functional, but it's going through its user interface changes now, where we're going to show you, I believe that's Monday next week. GrooveMember should be Monday, but whatever day it is, it could be Tuesday. We're going to show you the whole new look that it's going to have, where it's going to look like lynda.com and Thinkific and Teachable, where it's going to be based on looking like lessons with progress bars, all these beautiful things. So we're going to show you that next week as well. GrooveBlog gets its full deep dive the same day as Groove Video. You'll be getting that next week as well. GrooveKart will be next week as well. We have Max, Matt, John Garcia, and Frank Salinas and myself are going to be doing a good 3, 4 hour, 5 hour deep dive on GrooveKart. And Matt, I'm going to need you, and there was Damien and Tomas, and we're going to talk about, I really want to spend a good half hour getting the customers to understand what we're doing with the way that we're restructuring to make it easy to have themes and just to change a theme and the layouts of the website like we do in GrooveBlog. We're taking that from GrooveBlog over to GrooveMember and GrooveKart as well.
Yeah, the idea is to get something done quickly and easily.
Yeah.
Themed. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll admit, GrooveKart got so good and so powerful that it went towards the complexity, and so we're doing the same thing with GrooveKart that we're doing with the UI, and we're making it more project-based. asking you at times, what do you want to do, and walking you through mini wizards as opposed to, you know.
Yeah, I have a tool shop.
Yeah,
Here it is.
yeah,
Right?
exactly.
I'm selling shoes. Here it is.
GroovePay, without a doubt, the best payment platform everybody should be processing with. If you're not processing with GroovePay, you're spending more money in fees than you should be. We are the most competitive payment platform in the world. There is, if any rate that you're currently paying to somebody else is more than you would pay with GroovePay. If you're interested, we always say you should be processing with 2 different places: a merchant account and PayPal. And that merchant account should be GroovePay. We compete with Stripe. We compete with going to Chase and getting a merchant account, or any place you get a merchant account, you use authorize.net and or NMI, which we use in our platform. We allow you to use all those things, but you're paying more than you should be. So you can go to groovepay.com, click on the apply button. You apply, and
remember, GroovePay is designed for marketers, right? So we got a lot of cool tools that you can do for when you do online sales, right? We got a lot of extra stuff on there. We don't even do a credit check. We usually get you approved within the same day. So a lot of benefits, but more than anything is designed by us. So we're marketers in heart, so you'll find that to be a very useful tool for payments versus an out-of-the-box, Chase type of thing.
Yeah, and not only that, or adding on to what you just said, is the relationship that, how do you get Matt Seralta's phone number? You have a GroovePay account. I mean, you're on the phone with people every single day because they're our clients and they're looking to process. So I'm not saying that, hey, how do you get Matt Seralta's numbers? But what I'm saying is that when you need help, there's Biljana, who's the other person on the team? Julie. The team is growing over there. There'll be a new surprise coming at the end of the summer. And we have Matt as well, that is there for any questions that you have about your business that Julie or Biljana can't help. Matt will be there. And I mean, I'm putting you in touch with 4 to 5 people a week.
I think what makes the biggest difference is we work with you guys as partners, right? We see it as we're partnering together to make things happen. It's not, as a processor against your business. It's really, most of our customers will find that. There we go. We'll find that we work together as a team, and that avoids also a problem you can get with credit card processing. And I think that's what the customers love the most by a long shot. Thank you. I like that. Much better.
That's going to be much better. If you look at the camera, you might have to move it, but that's going to be much better for the folks at home. Yeah. So one of the things about having a merchant account, we're going to deep dive into it on Thursday, but is not just what happens if you get shut down.
Let's not get shut down.
The idea is not get shut down, right? Being proactive with education is the most important thing. And we're here for you, and we're going to be demoing something we've never demoed before, the back office that users actually get to manage their transactions. Now, 90% of the time, you're going to handle that through GrooveSell, right? Because GrooveSell is where you want to process your refunds. You don't want to go into your back office,
absolutely.
right? But your back office is where you see your settlements, when's the money coming, what accounts the money goes through, and more importantly, how to deal with your chargebacks. You're not going to do that inside of GrooveSell. You're going to go into your GroovePay admin, and you're going to respond and get information on how to respond to a customer in there. And it's very, very important.
So one of the cool things we have in GroovePay is that I haven't seen any regular payment processor do, is we're actually, every time there's a chargeback, the bank listed on the Visa MasterCard website, and we go in and we hit that list, and oftentimes we can tell our users before they're going to get a chargeback, they can fix it ahead of time. That's probably one of the greatest benefits that GroovePay will give you. If you do a lot of volume, we get these chargeback alerts. It's kind of like a pre-chargeback thing. Gives you a chance to have a refund, and boom, it never happened. Really, a lot of cool features. And again, we'll dive into it on Thursday, but you have to be a marketer to learn about these tools and know how useful that can be. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, so more coming on GroovePay on Thursday this week. Going to be excited about that. And here we're showing our SDK API. It's basically what's coming, for the rest of the year. So the SDK is going to be 2022. That's our big project next year.
Yeah.
So this year, we're finishing all of GrooveWebinars. GrooveMail will be completely out of beta. All the webinars will be out of beta. We will be looking to develop and release GrooveDesk and GrooveSurvey also this year. GrooveCal will be first quarter next year, most likely. And then from there, we start on the SDK. And the wallet will be done by December 31st as well. That's where, so we start 2022 competing with ClickBank. A lot of good stuff about the wallet we're going to be talking about on Wednesday.
That might be a good idea real quick to just explain real quick how incredible that is, the SDK is going to be. Because right now it's 3 letters, right? But these are probably the most powerful letters of the history of Groove.
Yeah, great point. You know, we have, you look at the first pioneer of the SDK was Michael Benioff from Salesforce. He had AppExchange.salesforce before Apple had the App Store. This was happening at the same time. I would say in parallel, you were seeing Salesforce, Firefox, and WordPress were the pioneers of an SDK. And an SDK stands for a software developer kit. And what that means is we're going to create the framework and allow others access to the source code to build upon the platform.
Allow you access to the source code to build upon the platform.
Yeah. Right. And then we saw, who's it, Magento? There was a couple of others. Magento leapfrogged somebody else they split, but I forget who it was. But for the most part, Joomla was one. This was the new thing, was creating a framework. PrestaShop, prior, you were the president of PrestaShop. They were doing the same thing. And it's an incredible model. And now today you have Google Chrome has an app store, the iPhone, Android has an app store, WordPress has an app store, PrestaShop,
to make a long
Shopify.
story
Right.
cool, if you guys have a cool idea, you can develop upon it, right? Add more features to our software, make some revenue by selling it, right? So there's a lot of opportunities. Basically, now the community becomes part of the software. Things are going to be vetted, right? But you'll be able to basically integrate some cool ideas and make the software even better. And if you're a developer or somebody that's got a lot of great ideas, you have a chance also to monetize that. So it's really taking it to the next level.
Yeah, and for the users, what I want the users to look at is if back in the day, if they're using WordPress, they understand that
Everything
it wasn't
SDK
WordPress, it was
almost.
everything else that came with WordPress, the
Exactly.
ability to have a theme marketplace and plugins, and their iPhone or their Android device
Same thing, yeah.
is, we call it a phone, but that's the least used app on the device. I know, we never use the phone.
I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we use the messages, we use the
Yeah, of
Skype,
course,
right?
there's a Chrome, right?
And those are all, in many cases, developed, by third parties. So it'll be great if our users decide to develop, but more importantly, as a user, they're gonna find out that as our platform grows, we're gonna be a place for people. ShipStation was born out of the Shopify software developer kit, and they created $1 billion company. So the more people develop for our platform, the better it's going to be for you, right? We'll create certain split test tools, but what if there's a Groove test, and somebody just goes out and they're pouring all their money in, like Travis's to Chatmatic, into this one app, and it'll be something better than we would ever create because it's like visual website optimizer.
Yeah, and you get an infinite amount of people working on your platform, making it better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're really excited about that because we think once we get to that point, that's going to be like, why would I ever leave Groove? Not only did they create the 17 apps that let me run my business, but on top of this, I got this SEO plugin for free, and I got this, and I downloaded that, and the template of the month club,
Absolutely.
whatever the case may be. So
I can't wait.
yeah, so Groove Desk Survey and Quiz, like we said, that'll be this year. And then with the marketplace, with the SDK, it means we're going to be releasing an overhauled app and theme and marketplace where not only will you be able to find apps, but you'll be able to find and sell templates for GroovePages, GrooveKart, and designs and all these different things. That's a big dream that Matt always wanted to have that, and and now we're
Because I
about,
think our users will love
Yeah.
it and benefit. Yeah.
yeah. First quarter of next year, we start the development, so it's probably about a year away, I would say, until we fully launch that. Probably going to be next June is a good target for that. All right. And as you know, marketing, we have a lot going on in this company. We try to keep the communications geared towards you, but we have Groove Asia, we have Groove Brazil, and I just got a message from Rodrigo. He said he'd like to be part of the Groove-A-Thon, and so I believe he's going to be coming on Thursday next week, a week from Thursday. We're going to have Rodrigo come on for about 45 minutes to talk about Groove Brazil and how important that is. And we just wrapped up our Groove Asia promotion with our partner there, Simon Leung. Let's see here. Show whiteboards. I don't even know what that is.
How many? Which one is a whiteboard?
Yeah, no, I think I had some notes for the last time. I actually don't remember what that clue was there. I know what that was. That was, but I know that I can go to the whiteboard here, but Mike Jones will kill me if I don't give him 1 minute. And if you can give me a minute, I'm going to go on the whiteboard and I'm going to map out the rest of the year for marketing. He's just going to set up my my little microphone over there. Should I walk over, Mike? 30 seconds. All right. You guys keep talking for us here while I get set up.
So, what are you going to talk about? Talk about all all his whiteboards? He loves the whiteboard.
No, I'm very, very impressed where everything is going and the amount of new things coming up in the timelines.
We're excited. The next few months.
It's crazy to see how far we've gone
changes.
in such a short amount of time. We're doing a mic test.
Everybody can
Almost
see
there.
me and
It's
hear
getting
me.
centered, the lights, everything is.
All right. See if we're getting a thumbs up from Donna, if she can hear
Donna,
me.
do you have a thumbs up for me?
Is that a
Can you hear
thumbs
it?
up?
Yes, thumbs up.
All
Hey,
right.
Mike.
Okay. And this is our new whiteboard that's connected to
Over
a wall
to
now. So this
Mike.
is much better. All right, everybody. So who erased the whiteboard on me?
That worked.
Oh, so I can go all the way to the edge here? All right, thank you. All right, so what we've got is August, and we're going to be announcing in July. We're going to be making an announcement for the launch for August. We don't have the exact dates just yet, but coming probably around the end of August, right, the last few days of August, we're doing a price raise. Hey, if you guys keep the voice down just a little, please. We're going to be doing a price increase for the lifetime. So the $13.97 price point is going up in August. So we're doing a launch for that. It's going to be a pretty big launch with prizes, et cetera, et cetera. And then this is August, September, October, and then November, we're going to be doing a Black Friday sale. And that means we're closing the lifetime forever. And let me tell you, if somebody, not you, right, because you're hopefully you've upgraded, but this will be the most legit thing ever when that switches from lifetime to $299 a month. There's nobody that's going to go to the help desk and say, I missed it. It's going to say, where you been for the last 2 years? We've been telling you about this for the last 2 years. We've been telling you how real it is and how excited we are to get to the $299 a month. And that's going to be the only price plan available at that time. So Black Friday in November, let's just say this is the calendar grid here, right? It's usually somewhere around the end of the month. That is going to go into December. And how does the blue look? Can they see that? Next time I'm going to use black. Yeah. That's going to go from the last days of November into the first week of December. And that will be it. That is going to be the end of the lifetime offer forever. So what's happening here in August? Well, right now we're at $13.97. And I guess you can see that, right? Okay. That's A little too high. All right. So right now we're at $13.97. Okay, and we're going to be raising this price. This is too high? Oh, that might have been on the delay. We're raising the price from $13.97 to $14.97 in August. We are going to be doing a full launch on that with prizes and everything like that. And payment plans are going to be changing as well. But the real big one is going to happen here. We are going to set our goals there for $3.5 million here. We think this is going to be huge. We're going to be giving everybody enough time to plan for this. Number one, it's Black Friday. Number two, it's going to extend past Black Friday into December. And guys, if we can keep the voice down just a little, it's very distracting. Joe? Sorry, guys at home. We're going to be pushing this launch like nothing we've ever pushed before, which is going to be very, very good for you folks that are looking to promote this as affiliates. We're going to be giving you information on how to transition. That's one of the biggest things why we want to have some time here. Going from $13.97 to $14.97 is sort of easy because somebody could see a video on YouTube that says the lifetime is $13.97, but they get there, it's $14.97. They can understand, they can see prices go up, prices go down. But when this goes from $14.97 and then the price is gone forever. And by the way, we haven't even decided, just so you know, this might be $19.97. We haven't decided that yet. And if you talk to Donna, she's going to make sure that we raise the price to $19.97. I'm just not sure yet. So it's going to be between $14.97 and $19.97 raising in August. But when the Black Friday sale ends, we're then going to open at $2.99 a month. We're going to go through January and February, and then in February we're going to launch the actual platform at $2.99 a month. More information is going to come up later. We're going to talk about what offers we're going to have. Will there be a one-time offer? And there will be on these plans at $2.99 a month. We'll be talking about more of that soon. The big thing that I really want to cover for you today is all of your legacy content any videos that you have that are online that mention lifetime or lifetime prices or anything like that, they're going to have to come down. Now, it's been a great run. It's been a great ride. Many of you have a lot of authority with your blogs. Great. Just change the images and change it up. What you don't want to do, in my opinion, and I'm helping you to help yourself here, is don't talk that there was ever a lifetime. If you have, there's a great review of a young lady. She wrote a review. I found it the other day. I forget what I typed in, but it came up on the bottom of the first page of Google, and it must have been like 87-page review, and talked about the journey of Groove and would she recommend it and when she wouldn't and now that she would and all that, those types of things. But she also talks about the journey of how the prices have changed and things like that. My recommendation to her and to you and to everybody is to hit that reset button and Jason Bourne ourselves a little bit about the power of the platform, but not the past legacy of the platform. If you're going to be telling people that there used to be a lifetime, but it's now $2.99 a month, I can't imagine anybody that's going to want to know that they could have gotten it for $13.97 and now they have to pay $3,600 a year. So we're going to let all of our affiliates know that like Martin Bodeker has a lot of videos out there, Paul Murphy, and others, many others that are talking about the lifetime. Certainly Angie and Alicia. We're going to ask everybody to redo those videos, take them down. And yes, some of these are getting you 400 views a week or whatever it is, but it's going to be a new race, a new opportunity, a new gold rush, so to speak, because with all of these videos coming down, there's a new opportunity for you now to get in there and become an authority. And this is something I said at the last State of the Groovion. I'm not going to harp on this too much because I don't want to come across with any negativity. But if you do have, it will be on our terms of service that you cannot have any content talking about the lifetime offer with your affiliate link. You can have any content you want talking about the lifetime offer. But if it's used to promote our platform, we will notify you that the video or the blog page the video needs to come down or the blog page needs to be edited. And if it's not, unfortunately, we're going to deactivate your affiliate link and it's going to redirect to the page without giving you credit. Because I think and last time I went through the stream and I saw all the contents, and I was so happy to see that you all agreed with that, because what we don't want is anybody feeling like there was a bait and switch. And they're going to be upset with you, they're going to be upset with us if you're telling them you need to go there now, it's a great platform, I recommend it, and you can get started for $13.97, it's a lifetime offer, and they get there. Not only are they're going to be upset at you, they're going to be upset at us, but I'll tell you what, they will never buy because they're going to spite the offer. They're going to 100% spite the offer. There's no way that somebody is going to want to pay $2.99 a month when they know that it used to be $13.97 or $14 or $19.97. And that's why we're going to do our best here to let any of those people know so they can't complain. But then after that, we're going to silently close it down, change the price to $2.99, not going to make a big hoopla about it. And then we're going to come back in February or March of next year, act like this never happened. And then we're going to launch, and we're going to launch based on the merits of the platform. If you remember earlier today, I said currently we started out as an offer. What is a Kickstarter? It's an offer. You're buying into something. You're not actually able to use it. And now we're in that transition period. When we get to here in February, we're not going to be an offer anymore. Buying at lifetime is pretty cool. But not being able to get lifetime, not so cool. So for you to get me at $2.99 a month, I've got to know that the platform is rock solid, and it's got tutorial videos, and it's got an easy to use user interface, and it works with everything. And that's where we're going to be here. So I'm going to head back over to there. And now that we're talking about this lifetime offer, and you kind of see how serious we are about going to $2.99 a month, in December, at the end of our Black Friday sale, this is a good time for us to roll to the intermission for Mike in the past in Groove-A-Thon 1.0 to talk to you about the lifetime offer that is going up and ending. So if we can roll to that right now.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397, and you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking
somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
So I'm furiously in the background while that video was playing, talking to my team, asking them to update that video. That video is from our Groove-A-Thon last year when we had a 6 and 12 pay program, which we don't any longer. So there's no 6 pay, no 12 pay program available. And here's why.
Prices change.
12 months will be monthly. So it would be really unfair to someone who could get it for, I think it was $247 or something a month. He'll be able to get it for less. Our price is changing, it's going up. So now there aren't any payment plans that extend past when we go to monthly.
Right now, Donna, what do we have? 4 payments, 5 payments, 6 payments? We do have
We have a 4 and a 5 payment.
4 and a 5, yeah.
Yeah.
So the upgrade, I think, is 5 payments if they passed on the one-time offer.
Yeah.
Or just pay $1,397 and then you don't have to pay more because right now it's $2,500 if you want it with the payments.
Yeah.
No
95% of customers decide to do the smart financial thing and find out where they can get $1,397 from so they can upgrade now because it is a no-brainer in terms of the value of upgrading.
Absolutely. And so that's it. We've got the launch coming up in August. We have the launch coming up in November, which they're both going to be big. Mm-hmm. I think we're going to get the same amount of support for both, but what's going to happen is the message is going to be so different. It's telling people the price is going up tomorrow. Oh, but I could still get it for lifetime? Well, yeah, unfortunately, I have to tell you can. You're just going to pay more. That's going to be a lot different than when we say, if you're listening to this now during Black Friday and you've seen this, we'll probably do a Groove-A-Thon or like a 1-week Groove-A-Thon that we're really going to hype this up. We're going to demo the software. We're going to show it. And people, what we were talking about before, people go, I had no idea Groove can do this. And the what it's going to be then, $1,497 or $1,997 is going away forever. And like forever and ever. I don't care who you are at the help desk. I'm glad to have you as a customer, but we did our best job to let you know. That reminds me of a joke. Maybe I'll tell it later.
Well, now you have to tell it now, Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to see.
Can we get sued for the joke?
All right. No, we can't get sued.
Mike, were you just telling yourself the joke?
No, we live in a world. We live in a world where, I came from the car business. You got to remember, everything in the car business was a German, a Jew, and a Polak walk into or whatever. And
no, we can't.
And it's like, okay, I could say this Jewish joke. He just happens to be Jewish or whatever the case. So this particular joke, there's a guy, very, very religious guy, and there's a big storm coming, and they're telling everybody, hey, you need to evacuate. It's going to be a storm, and it's going to surge like you can't believe. Oh, I'm trying to.
That's 24 hours before hell sat you.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember the punchline here just to make sure I get that. Okay, so bless you, Joe. The person says, as the police are coming and they're telling him, "Hey, you've got to leave, and he says, "No, I'm not going to leave. My God will protect me."
Oh, I know what you mean.
And they said, "No, but you really, you have to go." And he says, "No, my God will protect me." Bless you, Joe. So next thing you know, the town evacuates and everybody leaves. And he's the last one there. And now the flood starts happening. So they send in a big, 4x4 truck that's going through the water. And they're coming and they say to him, wind's blowing.
It's happening.
It's
Yeah,
happening.
evacuate.
It's very, very dangerous. There's no more cars coming to help you. This is really bad. It might wipe your house away. You need to come right now. And he says, no. I believe in my God. He will provide for me and he will keep me safe. So the guy says, okay, and heads away. Now the water is like up, all the way up.
Let me guess,
like
a
this.
helicopter
So
comes next.
They send a boat out, and the Coast Guard comes over, and they're trying to send a raft to him, and he says, no, I'm good. My God will provide for me. And then, so they can't get him in. So finally, he's up on his chimney, and he's holding on like this, and they send a helicopter with a ladder down, and they say, hey, this is the last chance. Other than this, you're not going to make it. And he says, no, I'm going to stay here. My God will protect me. And water went up. He drowned and he died. And when he gets to heaven, he says to St. Peter, he says to, hey, what happened? I had all my faith in you that you would protect me for all this time, and you let me die. And St. Peter says, what, are you kidding me? We sent a boat, we sent a truck, we sent a helicopter, we did everything we could. You didn't want to take it. So I don't know. I don't even know where I came up with that. There was something I saw here it's kind of like what happens when somebody comes to the help desk and says, but I didn't get paid. I don't get paid until Friday. Is there any way I could wait? And we're gonna be like, hey, we let you know for 2 years now. So kind of a bad little segue to a joke.
But I mean, well, I think we already sent the truck, we already sent the boat, right? Now we're pretty much left with a helicopter, and the drone is next, right?
That's it. Well, yeah. Right now,
So guys, the next last stop is a helicopter.
I want to jump in on that joke, guys, because we were just having a discussion with the team in Skype. And first, they were laughing at me because I removed myself from the screen when you started telling a potentially offensive joke.
I'm sure it's offensive somehow.
I was talking about some of those stories that we tell as speakers, stories that have a meaning or a purpose. And there's a similar joke that's used a lot about someone wanting to buy a lottery ticket, where he keeps like praying, I want to win the lottery.
Saul,
Dear
buy
God,
the
let me
ticket.
live the lottery. Dear God, yeah. And then God finally says, you've got to buy a ticket.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
those are both great stories that give people who are listening, this is a way that you can sell your products and services, because they're stories that help you make the point that in order to get help, you've got to take action first.
Yeah,
I can tell you, I'm going to just go way deep in this, but there's one thing that Mike taught me actually early on that always stuck to my head, and he said success is a mixture of two things. Is running into an opportunity, and the second thing is being prepared for it.
Oh, luck, the definition of luck. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Right.
Yeah, people
and,
say, you're
and I took
lucky.
that
Yeah.
to success, right?
Yeah.
Because I think if you don't do one then the other, you can't possibly be lucky if you're not prepared and so on. And I don't know, that kind of came to my head. Here you have the opportunity. Now you got to either get prepared or you're prepared. But
Yeah, well, they say, opportunity comes across once in a lifetime, and that's just not the truth. Opportunity is all around you,
You just got to take
10 times a week. And
you got to find it, you got to recognize it and take it.
Exactly. So when you're prepared for the opportunity, that's when you can seize on it. So as Donna was saying and Matt saying, there's many ways that we can drill that home. Yeah, I remember that joke, Donna. I think we had mostly all of them in the car business because we had a lot of downtime. But there was the guy that was praying every day, please, I want to win this. And then one day, and I just love the way the joke is,
Buy a ticket.
lightning crashes. the heavens open up, the clouds open, the sun comes down and opens, and the voice from God comes down and says, Saul, buy the ticket. So, okay. So let's head back to our slide, see where we're going to wrap this, keep moving up here. Okay.
Glad we're not making a career.
So show the whiteboard. That's what that was there, showing the whiteboard of what's coming up. So, folks, we also have a brand new upsell and a brand new upsell page. Mike Jones, I don't think they need to. Somebody can help me maybe show my screen here. Or is it you that does that, Mike? So we've got a couple of things that we do now in the one-time offer. We're testing to see. Rich Sheffrin gave us this really good idea. And that was to give people an irresistible offer for $1 to get their credit card into the account that into the cart that they can't say no to. So what we did is we created something called the Best of the Groove-A-Thon, and that just looks like that just split tested over.
Yeah, it bounced you.
Let me. Is that by my IP address, Donna, or can I try
Yeah.
that in Safari?
It's by your IP address, I believe. So you'd have to try it in an incognito window until you get,
Okay, let me.
or just kill the cookies and try it again.
Yeah, let me do that. Let's see if that helps. I have this pretty cool thing right here that lets me kill the cookies for the.
I use this extension many times a day.
Yeah. All right. So again, that
Which
was
extension is it, Donna?
I'll
The
show it. It's,
cookies
it's-
one?
Here, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah, it's a little cookie. Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
It's called Edit This Cookie. Is what
That's
it's
a great
called.
find.
And there's this other one here too, folks, that you might want to have. It's this little power thing right here, and you see it just shut up every extension automatically.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I can kill. So we tell people to use. Let me see what the name of it is called. Disable extensions temporarily, and then I click it and I just turn them right.
And do you have to log back
right-
in every time? Or?
No,
Oh,
it just
that's great.
yeah,
Wow.
it just goes in and it shuts them off temporarily, and
That's
that way,
true.
it's really good for support people to see if it's a problem. And then if it works when you do that, you say, hey, one of your extensions is bad. Our app is working fine.
That is
There's
great,
a lot of
yeah.
times people doing something that breaks into GroovePages because they're hacking HTML in the browser. All right,
Primarily is good.
Let me just get that URL one more time, and that is Best of Groove-A-Thon. I've cleared my cookies. Let's try here.
Who's that?
All right, so here's the Best of the Groove-A-Thon, and it's just $1, and we give them the Best of the Groove-A-Thon, and what happens here, why this is good for you, is they get put into our funnel for just $1, and then after that, once they, look at that, we've got our exit pops here, we've got beautiful yes and no thanks links. If they click the skip offer, we have a save a sale type of text that goes in. We have all that type of stuff. Now, when they buy that or they don't buy it, they now go to, what is that, Groove Lifetime? I don't think it's Groove. We're split testing. So the bottom line is we have this, and now we also have a downsell. I don't have the URL for it, but we're giving them a super light version, pretty much just GroovePages and a couple of other small little things for $4.97 that just lets them unlock more domains. I don't have that URL, but the bottom line is this: our EPCs are up about 35% right now. So what that means is, for every time we would make 1,000, we're making $13.50, which basically means 35% more commissions for you at home, which started about 3 weeks ago. We are also,
Yeah, it's very nice.
yeah, we're also split testing. Let me see if I can open up these links. I'm going to drag my Skype over to my second screen over here, and let me just show you some things that we're just trying some things out of the gate here. So let me see if I can find these real quick. We'll go to my gallery here with Lucius. And all right. I should have some links here that he sent me. And
You're moving away from your mic too as you're
Oh,
thinking.
yeah, there we go. Thank you. Let's see. Is this one? All right, so we're trying something just completely new here. This is a blue version that's being tried out, or will be. And let's see what this one looks
beautiful.
like here. All right, this is currently my favorite.
I mean, I just
but,
love it.
We're going to test it. This is a darker version of the GrooveFunnels website. We've got about 4 or 5 of these different versions. A clean one that's like a groove.cm. So we're trying a couple of new things that we're increasing our
Earning per click.
our front end free. And I think that with a little bit of attention to that, we could pick up probably 25 to 30%. And then we have a lot of new things that we never really spoke about. We're going to start testing. Do we mention GrooveMember, Groove Video, GrooveWebinars, and just put little blocks and say, plus you also get this, this, and this? We're going to try it, and we're going to continue to test it, which, again, will mean if we get a 20, 30% lift, that's a 20% to 30% increase in conversions, increase in commissions.
Revenue.
Yeah, exactly. And let's go back to these PowerPoint slides. We'll switch to the keynote here, Mike. And we are also, I don't know, is it on the next slide? No. We're doing an offer in the vein of a BizOp offer. Internally, we call it a BizOp offer. And so there's 2 ways to promote Groove. One is based on the software platform. You could buy it and it can help you do this. But there's a great opportunity out there, and I hate to say it like this, but a lot of traffic used to go to these offers, Mob and Empower Network. And what I think was they had, call a spade, they had a faulty product, if you ask me, and a faulty offer. And the fact that you had to buy in order to be able to get paid, and then you had to go all in and pay $25,000, I think they were setting themselves up as pyramid schemes, and they got in trouble for it. And so what we're going to do is that market has never been able to find a new offer because there's never been an offer out there. Now, we already shot the videos, and so we're going to actually have videos that say, hey, are you looking for a good affiliate program to sell? Well, you can offer a great software for free so they can feel good being able to tell people that it's free. The upgrade will do the upgrade. And the beautiful thing is they can sign up for that affiliate program for free. Now, again, if they decide to upgrade to Groove, they can double their affiliate commissions to 40% as well. But it's we're talking with people that used to sell traffic for these 2 different companies, and when those offers went away, there's been no offers. And so we're going to be creating a funnel that is speaking directly to the affiliate marketer that's looking to make money online.
And again, the real value is in the software at
Yeah.
the end, right? And the things you can do with it.
Absolutely.
That's
They
why it's
can
very different.
build their
Absolutely.
affiliate offers
Yeah.
and do their email marketing and landing pages and everything with it.
Sales funnel and-
there are many people that don't have products and don't want to sell products. Some people like affiliate marketing and they might just want to.
And they're going to market to the people that sell products.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's what's interesting about that is it's going to be another funnel that our users will be able to promote as, hey, are you interested in making money online as an affiliate? And they can mail to that funnel, as opposed to saying, hey, are you looking to build funnels? You know.
And furthermore, it's a great way to learn about the affiliate marketing. It's a great way to get in because in between the software plus the fact that you're going to start doing it, it's one of the probably the path of least amount of resistance to get into affiliate marketing and become successful.
Yeah.
I wish I had that, 10 years ago.
Affiliate marketing is huge. We also are going to be recording right after the Groove-A-Thon. I'm going to come in now that I don't have to travel. Maybe that Friday I may come right in here. I've got my new setup over here that I can do a big. I don't like doing a demo on my laptop, and so now I'm going to do a full webinar that's going to be an automated webinar, so that every single user that comes in, the second they sign up, they're going to get registered, or we might have it on the dash that says, when would you like to learn about this? Right now, Tuesday at 2, whatever. They'll pick their time, and then they're going to come on and use Groove. It'll be GrooveWebinars automated, and they're going to be in there, and we're going to every single user is going to learn about the platform. I guarantee that it's going to increase revenue for the company by 25%.
And it's going to increase
because-
revenue for the users more than anything.
Because we know that just getting somebody on a webinar, we close 20% of the people because like, oh my God, I had no idea how powerful the system is. Remember what we keep saying, users are coming into the platform without a page that describes it, nothing inside the members area, so they get in, they're like, okay, that was pretty cool. But they see a one-time offer video that kind of explains what the platform can do, but it doesn't show them what the platform can do. So this webinar is going to be in there, and it's also going to be in the dash where they can watch the keynote of just that, the introductory. And if that increases our revenue by 25 to 30%, again, that means that the affiliates' revenue will increase by 25 to 30%. So when we take in the fact that we're also redoing our affiliate video, Elliot's doing that for us, hopefully it'll be ready this week. We're redoing the one-time offer video. We've done a new upsell. There's a new page to it. We've added the best of the Groove-A-Thon, which has increased our one-click upsell rate because once they pay $1, now when they want to upgrade to $13.97, it's a one-click upsell. We have the downsell. We also have the biz op funnel and the automated webinar, and all of these things putting in, and the new front-end pages that we're split testing. You add 15% here on a new video, you had 15% on the new page, you had a 15% on the downsell, you add a biz op funnel, an automated webinar,
Every
and a new
little
front
bit
end.
counts.
You mark my word, you take 15%, you take any number, and you multiply it by 15% increase 6 times, and you've doubled conversion.
Yeah.
So you take 100, what's 15% of that? Now you're at 115.
Absolutely.
You take 115, you add 15% of that, you're now at 122. And you keep doing that over those 6 things. We've doubled conversions, which means we've doubled revenue, which means we've doubled affiliate income for our affiliates. Very, very excited about that. And let's see what we have next here on the slides. Affiliates start preparing. Kind of went over this, right? The lifetime, the legacy. You need to start thinking about this now, that how do I promote Groove when it's $2.99 a month? Little spoiler alert here, it's not an offer anymore. Remember, before you were promoting a lifetime offer. You could lead with it. Hey, get Groove, lifetime, one-time payment, never make payments again. That's a great offer. Now tell me about it. All that's going away, so the platform is going to have to stand on its own. That's why we're creating all this content for you that will allow you to repurpose any of our content that's at groove.how or being used inside the app as tutorials, all that stuff. We'll let you know, but we'll allow you to repurpose that to use on your blogs because we need to be able to sell on our merits that we're a better landing page builder, a better funnel builder, a better shopping cart, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the only way people are going to be paying $2.99 a month.
So question for you, Mike. I'm an affiliate marketer. I go from supporting us with a lifetime offer to supporting the monthly subscription. How is that going to change for me as an affiliate marketer?
Well, if you're following in our wake, meaning you're echoing our messaging, but drilling down with really good review blogs. Like I said, the one I read the other day was absolutely so good. It was
a lot of powerful ones.
It hurt to read it a little bit because she was so right. Talking about our struggles in the early days about stuff, but the way she said, I strongly recommend it now because she basically outlined the journey. I'll see if I could find that link for everybody. It's what I would call one of the best review blogs that I have seen. And maybe when we take a break in a few minutes, I'll come back and give that link to everybody. Following along in the footprints of something like that. And so what's going to happen as an affiliate is now you're getting paid 40% of $13.97. But when that happens, you're going to be getting paid 40% of $2.99 every single month. So it's about $120 a month, every single month. So you take that. That's $1,440 a year, I believe, if my math is right.
And many customers will create a website and keep it for.
Yeah,
They lock it
so
in.
you'll get $1,440 a year as opposed to $500.
That's great.
And forever. But we are also going to have a one-time offer that is going to be $997, where, and again, this is speculation. You can blog about it now, but you got to make sure that you update these things when it actually goes live. Quote unquote, we reserve the right to find out what might be a better offer. We're talking about what you're going to get
Be a
in each
responsible
app,
blogger.
subject to change, right? So,
Without prior
Hey, Mike,
notice.
yes.
can you tell people a little bit about your I think it's a Aweber check that you still get every month?
Yeah. Let me log into my Gmail account here. This is a great point here, and I can.
This is
actually-
one of the greatest
I can actually
benefits,
show
right?
this.
When you go to a subscription program, now you make money for a very long time, and people tend to keep their pages for many years.
Yeah, but absolutely, and I haven't promoted
And mailing,
Aweber
think about
since
emailing, exactly.
2009. So it's been
Over 10 years,
It's been
yeah.
12 years now.
But the same thing happens already with GroovePay, right? If you promote GroovePay, you get residual check for as long as people are processing.
All right, let's see here. All right, Mike, we could show my screen. All right, so we're seeing my screen here. And what you see right here, this is July 1st, right? And I'm going to click right here. And you can see here, due to your continued referrals of Aweber. I don't continue to refer Aweber, obviously.
That would make me a little bit upset there.
Right? But this right here shows you that they're paying me a residual of $265. Now, folks, it's a car payment on a Toyota Corolla lease, maybe with a little money down.
And when is the last time you promoted Aweber?
That's what I was saying. I haven't promoted them since 2009.
2009.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I stopped promoting them in 2009, and I only promoted them from 2007 to 2009. And I still get
And
a
the check get a little bit
every single
smaller
month.
every month, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Oh, you finally got him?
Yeah, I got the nap. But what's interesting to note,
Been fighting.
I think the most interesting thing here to note is that we referred a customer in 2008 that is still paying
still a
Aweber
customer.
today.
And that's,
yeah.
13 years ago.
Yeah,
14 years almost.
So you can imagine what happens when you tie in their hosting, their website, their products, their sales, their affiliates, and everything like that. I can't imagine anybody that's making money will ever leave, right? If they're making money with selling their products, you're gonna continue to get paid forever.
And the most basic plan on Aweber, I believe, is $29 a month.
Oh, I have no idea.
Right, whereas
Yeah.
we're going to be around $299.
Yeah, but
right? So,
but it was. I would say the average was less than what will be. And folks, I'm looking at the pricing matrix that we're setting up, and just letting you know up front, we're not going to give away a lot for $99 a month. We give away a lot for free, and we're deprecating that, and the free offer is going to change as well. And I do have to say this also: the people that are paying now for free, we haven't decided what's going to happen with the free. If we may start deprecating. Now, if you have websites, and we're not going to take them away, but like any platform that has a customer paying $99 a month, they reserve the right and say, hey, new policy, this is the new price changes. And people have a choice. They can say, I could leave or not use the platform. And at the same point, even when we're free, we reserve the right to say, we're not going to give away 3 custom domains anymore. We're going to give away 2 or 1 or none or whatever the case may be. And that might even go backwards to current free users as well. I don't think it will. I think we're going to do it going forward. But again, we don't know because we haven't fully looked at the model. But we are getting to the point, and I really shouldn't feel ashamed to say this. The people that we care about more than anything in the world are the people that backed us. And anybody that's a free member, we love and adore you because we're hoping that you're going to pay us one day. But we're under no obligation to get any flack from somebody that's free and never wants to pay us. But we are not looking to deprecate what we did for the free users. We're likely going to leave it that way. But again, anything may change. But going forward, after the Black
So we're
Friday.
not going to offer the same amount of free. That's for sure.
That is
Yeah.
changing huge, and this is why you're going to need to be prepared to stay tuned with us when we tell you free users are now going to get this instead of this. They're now going to get this instead of this, because the less we give away for free, the more the need that somebody will need to upgrade, which is going to make you happier as an affiliate. And folks, if you paid lifetime, just be happy. Everything we're talking about doesn't apply. You're grandfathered in to everything for life, and you get your 40% commission. And that's one of the other things that's also on the table is the affiliate program. Anybody that upgraded, they get 40% for life. We're not going to change that. And nobody could ever be upset if we lower that because, hey, I upgraded, it doesn't affect, like, that's the thing. If you pay the lifetime, it doesn't affect you, things only get better. But there is talk in the company about when we go to the $299 a month, we may go to 30% or 35%. We're going to see, for the upgrades, and we may even drop the 20% affiliate commission for the free users down to 10% or to 0 for new signups. We don't know yet. But all of this is on the table. So all the more reason to upgrade.
But as of today,
yeah,
safe.
not that this is a pitch
nothing's
fest. This is
happening.
more of an
Right.
open day today, Monday. But it's really time to consider
The
upgrading
upgrade
to the
the
lifetime.
helicopter
Yeah.
is pretty
The
much
helicopter.
there.
And
Yeah.
I gotta tell you this as well. I'm almost, and it's not a takeaway. I'm almost like I'm wondering how hard do we want to pitch on the Black Friday? Like it's
I don't think it's our job to pitch it. We inform people, we have users, and then from there,
My
we
point-
would have done the right thing.
No, my point is this actually, Matt.
I know.
No. This is what I'm saying is that I almost don't want to
Yeah, I know.
push that hard because I'd rather people pay $299 a month. So what I'm saying is
Yeah, but we
I would
discussed
rather
we'll do the right
I would
thing,
rather
so-
not do the launch
Yeah.
in for Black Friday. I'd rather, because there's a certain point where we're saying we're taking so much opportunity away from ourselves to go at $299 when we're that close.
I'm
So-
totally with you, Mike.
right.
Yeah, no,
That
totally.
launch is
I'm-
for our affiliates. It's
Yeah,
not for us.
exactly.
It
It's
would
for
be
our
better
affiliates.
for us
Yeah.
to switch.
We're cannibalizing
Exactly.
ourselves. So when I can envision myself when that time comes that I am not going to push very, very hard, or it may just sound like a takeaway close. I may say something like, look, you could pay $3,600 a month to somebody else, or you could pay us $299. And the truth is, I'd rather you pay us $299 a month. So I'm not going to ask you to upgrade today. That's going to be and I'm going to, the way you're laughing and the way we're talking right now, I'm going to be saying, and I'm not kidding, I'm
But
totally
it comes
okay
back
if
to
you
the
pay
fact
us
that we
$299
discussed.
later.
We'll do the right thing. We'll properly inform the people. We'll be like,
We'll
look, this
inform
is
you.
your last ride, get
Right.
in, or
Yeah.
you'll still have a great opportunity at $299 a month.
Yeah,
right?
but please wait.
We'll sleep at night.
Please wait to $299 a month.
We'll sleep
Yeah.
good at night.
Exactly.
So I'm loving it.
All right, so lifetime legacy SEO. We spoke about YouTube videos, reviews, blogs, commissions. We spoke about all that, and that's it. I'm not gonna jump into the spreadsheet. I might wait for an opportunity on one of the days to talk about the pricing. What we just talked about, like what are they going to get for free and $99 and $299 a month. But I'm really
Anyway, you can
really
get everything
excited.
for a lifetime right now. So
Yeah. And so now I have no problem. You're supporting us on the live stream. I'm happy to tell you and sell you and say it's the right thing to do. But man, am I excited to have people paying us $299
Yeah, I
a
think
month
November
without
can
any
come
guilt.
quick enough.
Without any guilt. Because if you're paying $299 a month for ClickFunnels, that's
Not
just going to be
even
what
getting a
GrooveFunnels is. You
quarter
still got to
of it.
pay for everything else.
Yeah.
I'm going to feel so good
Hosting.
being able to be a service for people at $299 a month. But we will have to sanitize the history of the lifetime. We will have to do the best that we can to make sure that it appears that it never existed with the work of our affiliates, because it serves nobody. Other affiliates should be upset if they see somebody's blog at
I think they'll be
at
successful
lifetime.
on the monthly.
Yeah.
You
So-
started talking about that $9.97 offer. Do you still want to go with that? Because you went off on that, or I don't know if you want to even bring it up.
Yeah, let me go to the whiteboard to explain that. Because I don't want to, I'm not going to pull the spreadsheet up. I'm going to turn on my little microphone here. Mike, am I good to go to the whiteboard?
So get ready, Joe. We're gonna have to talk for about 20 seconds there. So
All good things coming. I don't know if you wanted to talk about this, but this is an offer that, you know, some people would want to take. Subject to change, exactly.
I'm going to frame a little bit what Mike is about to talk about. He is about to talk about our launch in February. February. So we're talking about something that's happening almost a year away from now.
what year?
So
6 months.
does he know that we can't hear him?
It's getting fixed right now.
Okay, cool.
All
All we see is Groovezilla.
Mike Jones had to turn on the receiver for this over there. So Donna, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me now.
Hear you now.
All right, very good. All right, so as Donna was saying, here we are, and I think I'm out of the camera here, but you can still hear me. Here we are right now in July. We're going to announce later this month the launch in August for that we're raising the price on the lifetime. A few more months go by, and then we reach November, and then we will end the lifetime. And that means this is November, and this will be December. And then right in the middle of December, we go to $299 a month. And then we're going to take off for January, February, and sometime around the end of February or the beginning of March, we're going to launch the actual software platform and get away from the offer of the lifetime. And so this is what a lot of people are saying, is that, hey, okay, it's great that I'm going to get paid 40% if you're an upgraded member of the $299, but it's also great to get that pop. Is there going to be a one-time offer when somebody joins? Are you just going to send them right into the dashboard, and then they're going to decide, are they free and they get this, this, and this, or are they $99 a month and they get this, 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 and this, and this, and this, or are they going to take the $299 and get this, 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 and all the way there, they get a ton more stuff, right? Is that going to be the only plan? Well, I don't know the exacts on this, but I believe, and don't quote me on this because I have it on a spreadsheet, but from what I remember, we're going to give the people at $99 a month 5,000 contacts. And at the $299 a month, they're going to get, I believe, 30,000 or 40,000. So I'm just going to put here 40,000 contacts at $299 a month, and then it's going to be about $100 a month more for every X amount of contacts. And more information on that, that's 9 months away. But we will have a one-time offer that will say this: special price, pay $997 today. And what's good about that is you will get paid 40% commission on that if you're upgraded, meaning you're going to roughly get a $400 commission, which is pretty cool. But why will somebody pay us $997 for a one-time offer? What we're going to tell them is you will be able to get the premium. We're going to call this premium, right? And we'll call this gold, right? So they're going to be able to get the premium package for the price of gold. So they'll pay $997 today, and then each additional month will be $99 a month. So that's the one-time offer. You can later pay us $99 a month and get 5,000 contacts and these features, or you can later pay us $299 a month and get 40,000 contacts and get all these additional features, or you could grandfather in to the premium for the price of the gold, and so you'll get all of these features here, plus a bonus. We're going to move the contacts up to 50,000 contacts. So more information on this later, but a lot of you like the fact that when you refer somebody, that there is an offer that is an irresistible offer that gets people to buy and gives them an incentive to upgrade today and start paying $99 per month today. So there'll be 3 price points: $99 a month for gold, $299 for premium, or $99 a month for premium with more contacts if they pay $9.97 to lock in and drive the rate down to $99 a month. Keep dropping this cap here. So that's it. I'm sure you might have some more questions about that, but don't worry too much about that right now. We're gonna get into that well after the Black Friday sale ends. I'm gonna head back over to the studio. You heading out, Matt? 1 second. You need me? All right. I'm gonna head back to the desk over.
And he's heading back to the desk with no microphone on. So rather than there be dead air, here I am. So let's see. I'm not sure.
But it's one of those where it might take you 3 hours to go home.
Oh,
FYI.
okay. All right. Matt was giving me a weather
they're
update.
evacuating the coast. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, is that's all related to the?
I guess it built up in a way they weren't expecting, and it's like
So it's now
15 minutes
hitting
away.
us. You guys need to get home.
No, it's just going to be fun.
Like an hour. I got to go to Port
Get out of
St.
here.
Lucie now. Then.
All right, everybody.
Take it off, everybody.
Literally having a weather update here for you.
Yeah, it's. I feel like the weatherman today. You know, maybe you more with a whiteboard.
All right. Donna, let's do us a favor. Let's roll our only outdated 3-minute commercial. I'm going to reset the microphones in the studio over here, and we'll come back and we'll wrap it up. What time do we have right now? We have a, can't even tell. Let me see.
And your 5-day forecast is coming up in the next
I think
3
we did
minutes.
pretty good. We'll come back. We'll do some Q&A, and we'll wrap up, and we'll be done by 4:30. We got about an hour to go. Quick 3-minute commercial. We'll be right back. Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much. And we're back. Look at that. I made it this time. All right. So Joe Jablonski is gone. Matt's going to be joining us in just a few minutes. We're going to go for maybe another half hour to about an hour. And maybe tomorrow, after GroovePages, maybe what I'll do is I'll take the time to show you what we have laid out. I did show it in the last State of the Groovion, and it's going to talk about what my plan is currently for what the free is going to change from now to where, what we're going to deprecate. They're going to be getting less for the free. So I think you probably want to know what those plans are. We'll talk about that tomorrow. And what they will be getting from when they upgrade from free to 99, and what happens when they upgrade from 99 to 299. If you notice, I keep saying 99 and 299. There will be no $199 a month plan. And so it's just going to be two plans. And the only other reason why the plans would go higher than $299 are for the people that have email lists of 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, et cetera, et cetera. We'll also be talking on, I believe, Friday. Friday with GrooveMail. We're going to be talking about, importing leads, how we're going to allow you to do that. What is our policy on where the leads come from, how old they are, what technology we use to score the leads, and what's going to you put that here. We're gonna make sure that we'll try to explain to you the best that we can what will happen when you import leads that we don't like, and what's that going to mean. And unfortunately, the person that's helping us do this put in some software that's costing us an ungodly amount of money in order to use. In fact,
but to protect you as well, right?
Exactly. Right? We want to protect the platform,
Exactly.
which ultimately protects the users. Good point. Because we want to protect users from users, right? If we just let anybody import any leads without asking where they came from,
it takes only a few bad players to ruin it for everybody.
Yeah.
We've learned, right?
We're going to do our best, not only on Friday to touch upon, but also after the fact. In our trainings in GrooveMail, we're going to really get serious about talking about some best practices on sending content and mailing only people that are engaged. We're going to be looking into the platform, again, to ultimately protect all users by having better open rates, by telling you that, hey, you are mailing 50,000 people, but only 1,800 of those people have opened your email in the last 6 months. So you mailing all of these people is giving this IP address and you a bad reputation with Google, because they don't like that you send emails that people aren't opening and all this different type of stuff. So we're working with some incredible experts that give us all of this information, people that have figured this out, and what needs to happen if somebody's not opening an email after 3 months. What should you do? What is a re-engagement campaign? What happens when somebody just decides they don't want to open your emails anymore because they put you to a label that says internally junk? It's bad for your user as yourself, your own score with Google. They're going to start putting you into the promotions tabs. And this is a very difficult thing for us, even as a company that has over 500,000 people on our email list. And let's say we send out an email. Let's just pick a number here. And it's less than this. Well, let's say 100,000 people open the email, and it's a lot less, trust me. If we're mailing those other 400,000 people and they haven't opened our email in 7 months, that Google is going to start putting us into the promotions tab. And all these things are going to affect. So,
which means we will deliver less and ultimately be less successful.
Yeah. So let's say we didn't have GrooveMail and we were going to take that list of 500,000 people and we showed up at the door of ActiveCampaign or MailChimp and we wanted to import those 500,000 people. That wouldn't be wise. Now, as much as we're going to be like, but come on, we worked hard to get those 500,000 people, let's import them. We should actually go into the mail platform and see who has opened an email in the last 90 days, maybe 120 days, and only export those leads and only import those leads. Now, many of you that are hearing this may not like this. And so what we're saying is if you have leads that you're mailing with MailChimp and Aweber and you have 4,000 leads, what we're actually telling you, and we'll talk more about it, is that you should run a report on if you're emailing these people regularly and they haven't opened your email in the last 6 months, you can do MailChimp export only people that have opened an email in the last 6 months. Out of your 3,000 leads, you may find out that number is 420 people. Our advice to you is either only import those 420 people definitely as one list and call them engaged. And then we'll let you import the other 2,500. Go right ahead. But import those leads and tag them as unengaged, and then we're going to teach you how to create a re-engagement email list. If you may be noticing, I know I'm noticing, I'm seeing it, hopefully you're noticing that the emails that you're getting from Groove have been really, really heavy with content, like old school 7 things you might want to know about SEO and all that. And I
wonder why.
Well, the good thing is right at the top of the email, we actually wrote, hey, we're in the middle of warming up our IPs and we wanted to give you good content and all this stuff. And we are re-engaging our 500,000 users because we're using GrooveMail and we're being responsible. And if we don't do this, we're going to give the IP address of Groove a bad reputation. And here's what's going to happen.
And I think it's worth mentioning, it's not just the IP, right? It can go back also to the domain name, obviously, and the senders and all that kind of stuff. So even though we as a platform get most affected by the IP, the domain, what the user owns, is also gets very affected by it. So
try to talk.
It's more than just the IP.
Yeah, so Donna and I will probably do our best to cover that, and then when we launch GrooveMail, we'll probably do a full keynote on all of this, and we'll talk with our friends in the industry, our consultants and everything, and we'll make a good thing on best practices, on all that stuff. But we're learning more and more and more about engagement. In other words, if you do everything right, that you've checked all the boxes and your IP and everything is just legendary, there's still one more thing that says, okay, you've done everything, Google will let you in the inbox, but nobody's clicking on your emails to open it.
And that ultimately becomes a problem again.
No matter how good you are, it's an algorithm. They are going to put you into the promotions tab. And once you get in the promotion tabs, your open rates are going to drop even more, and now you're in purgatory for the rest of your life. So,
and it's not just a Google thing, right? I mean, there was the first one that started, I'm sure, but you'll find a promotion tab in Outlook now, by default. Even
Outlook has it now, huh?
Yeah, even on the mail client, Yahoo. I mean, it's.
Yeah, basically what that is that's Google's way of saying, okay, we're not going to put you on the naughty list because the user may want that email. If they say, oh, I didn't know I didn't get this email, let me search it. Oh, it's in my inbox. Google really doesn't have the right to not allow you to see content just because you're too busy to read it. But they're gonna put it in a digest.
In some cases, it's totally blacklisted too. Yeah. But yeah, so you get all your cool email, and then somewhere else in a very different place, you'll see, what Google thinks.
We're going to use the
promotion.
term blocklisted. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Blocklisted is the new term, Matt.
Blocklisted, okay.
Correct.
Trying to be more progressive on just different terms.
Oh man, that took me a while to get it. Okay.
Yeah.
So what about whitelist? Can we say that?
We're not going to use whitelisted
How about the
either.
weather? That's the story.
Back to the weather, man. Well, look.
Told you I should stick to weather.
We could maybe talk about this. Maybe Donna can come in. On this.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about this.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to talk about this. I know you're a little uncomfortable with it.
I'll give my thoughts on it, and so generationally speaking, there are just legacy terms and things that are out there that may not be offensive to to me, but may be offensive to others. So what we're trying to do is always do better to make sure that we're staying at least in a place where our platform is welcoming. Where, as you just said, blacklisted, obviously, and Donna's going to really fill this in, obviously that could be a discussion. Oh, why is that offensive? And I didn't realize. And for us to be progressive on that front, to know better that we can just, let's just say blacklisted, and Donna will tell us what we're going to use for whitelisted, where it'll be preferred or premier or whatever it'll be. She'll let us know, and that way it's just more of a welcoming platform.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just never made the connection.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the reason why we have affirmative movements like this, because since long before we had even written language, night was scary and bad, and day was safe and good. And that's like beat into us as humans, because scary things happen at night and good things happen during the day. There's an innate connection there. And over time, we have developed words that mean good and bad based on black and white. And it's time for us to stop those. In an enlightened society, it's time for us to stop referring to white as being good and black as being bad, or any other color having any other judgment associated to it. So the preferred approved list, approved or verified.
I mean, blocklisted makes a lot of sense.
And blocklisted is the term that the industry is moving to. Blocked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wasn't aware. I
wasn't aware either.
But
now.
Yeah, and we'll probably notify our team as well.
This is an ongoing conversation and a continued commitment on our part. I find myself saying all the time, "Oh, that's a black hat strategy," and then I fix myself, because there's this concept of black hat and white hat based on cowboys and the old cowboy movies, where the good guy had a white hat and the black guy had a bad hat, and that has translated into above board and sort of sneaky methods. And it's really just a way of communicating, but it's time to remove that and separate it. So I will apologize on behalf of myself and Groove in advance if we forget and use some of these old terms from time to time. Certainly is not our intention, and we are actively working to change the conversation.
Yeah, and I'll say one more thing on it for people to understand where we are as a software company, which is a place where all software companies are. It's coming to a point where if you have in a profile, and I don't think we need it in this platform, but for the sake of argument, we'll use this example. If you're going to do a profile and you have a drop down that says, how do you want to be referred to, as Mr. or Mrs.? Or maybe you're going to ask gender, male, female. And then you would say, okay, well, we need to go past male, female. And then if we put male, female, other, is that offensive? Okay, if that's offensive, and you can ask how many genders are there, and some people say there's a spectrum, some people say over 100, some people say there's infinite, and we'll have to have the discussion and say, what is the industry normal? Do you put these 7 and then other? And these are things that we don't know, but we certainly don't want to be offensive. So we're going to find out what the industry standards are for blocklisted versus blacklisted and all these different things to make sure that we do live in a world where if you do have a drop down that says male or female, you can have a blog listed post written about you, about how you're anti this against this community, and you didn't mean it because you just simply used a legacy plugin for something like that. So these are the things that we're on more of the side of making sure that everybody feels inclusive. And just anybody that's using the platform can be happy. But back to any comment on that before we move back to
no. I remember. I don't remember. But I was thinking. Yeah. But for sure, I'm sorry if
all right.
I misused the word.
No.
Yeah,
Actually, the same thing happened with me. I said blacklisted, and Donna told me after the call, "Hey, let's use this," and just. Frankly speaking, I said to Donna, really? And I said, and then she explained to me, I said, okay, hey, yeah, that makes sense. And it's very, and it's not like blocklisted doesn't make sense that we have to make an excuse for. We have this.
But I like that word, block. That works really good. That actually makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Donna, do we know the word for whitelist? What we're replacing that with?
Yeah, there isn't as good a one as blocklisted is for blocked, but welcomed or verified or approved is.
Yeah,
You
verified.
know, I'm not sure. I think we're going to use verified if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
Okay, cool.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, so anyway, getting back to that, we have the same thing that, you know, we're talking about, okay, does Groove have a general newsletter? Obviously, people need to be able to get their transactional emails and have a settings to say, I want to get this, I want to get this. When I make a sale, I make an affiliate sale or whatever.
So that's why it's bad to send transactional email with marketing email, because they don't get open that often.
Well, the beautiful thing is our users
feel
won't
like
have to
they're
worry
separate.
about transactional because they'll come from our servers.
Yeah. Just in
And-
general, I'm asking, because I really was wondering the other day.
Yeah, I think Donna, you have even said to me that we're probably going to stay on SendGrid just for our transactional emails, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, our transactional will go separately.
Yeah. So we realize the importance of getting emails out for losing your login and your password, and you made a sale and all these different things. And you know, by the time we stop doing our broadcast there and we simply just do our transactionals, we'll probably be looking at a bill of about $100 a month, and that way we could keep that completely separated. And then GrooveMail is going to be based on marketing, and we have a lot going on in the way that we're going to divide and separate users based on how they perform. There's nothing I can say now other than we're having the discussion that premium users will go on premium IPs, because it's kind of like you, Matt, when you're doing the merchant processing. You want to say, okay, I need good paper to outdo this, and you know, outdo chargebacks and different things like that. And so what we do is, if you have good open rates and good engagement, and you're in a pool with people with good open rates and good engagement, you're going to continue to get good open rates and good engagement. But if you're somebody that's, you know, mailing out how to make 7K a day, Mr. X is showing up on Monday, anyone with a computer can make $30,000 a day, and blah 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 blah, and you know, reports and blah blah blah.
But if we know it's bad, we know it's bad too, right?
Yeah, and if it's right on the point where, okay, we're saying we'll allow you to use the platform, because the next step is we don't want those emails going out from the platform. But let's say they're on the right side of it. That person is going to be pooled together with lower engagement. Now, if you can write an email like that and everybody's opening them, then fine. You could be, I have no problem with the content of the email. The engagement rates are going to be analytical, and the data is going to be the data. And if you go into from premium to good, and from good to average, and then to the poor pool, all of that stuff, you may say to us, hey, how come this? It's like, you brought that upon yourself, you know, and there's no other platform that's going to allow you to have any.
Yeah, I mean, it's industry standard.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I think that wraps it up for today. I feel like there was something else, but
What about a couple QA? We
Oh,
said
that
we'd
was
do a
it.
little bit of
That
QA.
was it. The Q&A. Yeah. Did the team see anything in the Q&A? Any questions that the users had for us that we can answer today?
So there have been lots of questions and comments. Some of them, the quick ones, we've been answering. Some people we just say, tune in on Wednesday. We're going to go through all that. Tune in on Friday. We're going to go through all of that.
So you mean?
There are a couple of things that I think do need clarity. When we start talking about different packages for people, I think it's important to let people know that they get the package that was in place when they bought. If they haven't bought, they get the package that's available. So free members, if we decide to roll back a little bit, we reserve the right to, for instance, I'll put one of the things that's on the table. One thing that's on the table is changing free members from having 3 websites to having 1 or 2 websites. We've talked about 1, we've talked about 2, we've talked about 3. Currently you have 3. If we decide to make free members have 1 website, we may or may not let you, a free member that's listening now, have 1, 2, or 3 websites. Like, those decisions are ours to make. We have,
we'll never take away anything that was published. We just want to say that if you actually did
Paid
build
for.
a website
Let's say paid for. We never take away anything that's paid for, and we never
wanna
give you less than what you paid for.
I want to say this for the free members, that if they did build 3 .com websites that are published and we go down to 2, we'll let you keep the 3. If you didn't use it and we go down to 2, well, those users may not be able to get their 3rd.
Seems like fair. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's
I
make that
also-
explicit.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out to the free users that are listening that they owe their ability to have a free account to our paid users. That without our paid users, there would be nothing. There would be no funds to support their account. There'd be no business to support
Oh,
them.
what a great way to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, and of course we love the free users for many reasons. Number one, they're excited to be an entrepreneur. Number two, they put their faith in us and they gave us their data with their first name, last name, and email address, and they allow us to email them and entertain the fact that one day they'll upgrade, and that might not be for 9 years because they might not be ready. So we certainly
They won't upgrade after November like that.
well look they may upgrade at
They did it till
$2.99 a
November,
month, right?
right.
Yeah.
So of course we love the free members. The top priority when we say that is always in the sense that we hope they see the value that they want to become a paying client, because that's a two-way relationship. You pay us and we provide this value. Now there's going to be many users that are free, and we will always continue to love them and help them along their journey. We do want to make it clear that any company has the right to change their terms of service at any time, and we'll talk about the lifetime people in the world in a minute, because nothing's ever going to change there. For the people that are paying us $99 a month and $2.99 a month, when we go into that, those plans may change in the future. We may decide to add more or add less. And as we say, people vote with their wallet. They can decide at any time, well, since you changed that, I'm going to protest. And then we may have to say, wait, we're not going to change it. We didn't realize it was going to upset so many people. Or they could leave the platform. And the same thing will be the case with the free
Once again,
members.
but if we have a $2.99 plan and we change something, then it can keep grandfather into it, right? It's only for new buyers.
We can, yeah, right. We may say,
if
hey,
not,
for
it
the
would be, yeah.
current clients are grandfathered,
Yeah.
new people at $2.99.
Exactly.
But if we decide that we're deprecating it, which likely we won't, but we're just
Yeah.
talking, like any software platform, users have an opportunity to say, oh, since you're changing that, I'm not going to continue to be a client, and that would be suicide, for any company to do
what
something
usually
like that.
get grandfathered.
And for the free members, it's the same thing. If we decide that even going backwards, that we're going to do this, or we're changing our terms of service for this new policy, a free member may say, well, then I no longer want to use the platform. And that would be bad for us. We're not looking to upset anybody. We're looking to find the right balance. And so let me tell you what will be happening with templates, for instance, and with the website. So right now, we're giving 3 custom domains, but you only get access to 10% of our templates. But you get, with those 3 custom domains, you get unlimited websites and unlimited pages in the websites. What we're going to do is we're going to be moving possibly to 2 custom domains, or even if it's 3, we're only going to allow you to have 10 pages total to that domain. But we're going to allow you to have access to all the templates instead of 10% of the templates. So we'll say you could use any template in the library, but this domain only gets 10 pages, where right now they could add unlimited pages. So these are different switches and gears that.
But if you're lifetime members and you get also templates and unlimited
That's
pages on any of the domains, right?
Yeah, that's the big thing that we
All the
need to
software, yeah.
we need to talk about and make the most explicitly clear, is that if you got the lifetime offer anytime in the past up until now, and anything that you see on the page for the lifetime offer, which will continue through August, and then after that, the only thing that's going to change is the price. Lifetime members will never ever hear from us that you no longer get this. Legally, we made a promise to you that says you will get this, and you've heard me say it, you will never make another payment to us ever again, period, ever, wink, right? And that also means that when we said, if you pay for this, you get unlimited pages, unlimited websites, unlimited this.
Template. Yeah.
So you get paid 40% commission. So to be explicitly clear, charter members, lifetime members, platinum members, all that, if you paid us for lifetime, everything you've ever been promised, you're getting, and it can only get better. If we decide to add more, it can only get better from there. So everything you were promised will never change, and that's important to know. So if we do decide to change what's happening for the $299 a month plan, well, that's not the lifetime plan. Lifetime plan was made an offer, and you get that. And so if we decide to change our affiliate program to 30%, lifetime members that paid were told 40%, and if we change it to 30%, new people will get paid 30%, but you will continue to get paid 40%. So it's always going to be good news, always going to be good news. The only bad news that the lifetime members get is knowing that 5 people that upgraded today and go to the support desk, I'm buying one person in Groovezilla, you're buying one, John's buying one, Anrup is buying one, Joe's buying one, and Donna's going to buy a Groovezilla for 6 people, I think that is.
Yep.
Is that 6?
Are we supposed to autograph them?
Oh, I don't know. I know because we're going to have them mailed to them, so they won't
I'll do
be
mine.
autographed. Yeah. I don't think anybody would want it autographed. We'll find out. We'll ask them.
On the back
Any
of
other
Groovezilla.
questions, Donna?
There are 2 more that I'd like to cover. To all of you who have asked, is this coming out or when is that coming out? That's what we've been talking about the past couple of hours. So the replay will be available immediately as soon as YouTube finishes crunching it. So if you've missed it, you can scroll back earlier. There are 2 more questions that I want to cover. The first is, can you talk a little bit about why or what things that we will have importers for? Like right now, we have a Shopify importer for GrooveKart. Why do we have that and not for other things? And why don't we have, say, a WordPress importer yet?
Okay, great question. So let's break them down by the apps, and let's start with the easy one. Can you import your Shopify store? Yes, but, and what the but is, you can import your Shopify store data, like your products and your images and your price points and your variants and things like that. Can you import the pages? No. Can you import the color themes? No. So you'll be able to.
Because GrooveKart does it so much better. It would make no sense, right? You couldn't do your upsell, all that stuff. So the data is what you import and look and feel.
And then you
use
design the
and-
store
exactly.
with GrooveKart's templates. Okay, so that's GrooveKart check. Very easy to import from Shopify. Let's talk about GrooveBlog. You've got a blog with WordPress. Can you import it over to GrooveBlog? No, comma, right? Right now, we don't have that, but we do plan to have a database script that it's pretty easy.
A parser, it's called,
it's
right?
a parser, right? Because what are we talking about? We're talking about the blog title, the HTML.
You look for the tags in the HTML.
Yeah, the HTML. Literally just the HTML. We could probably just paste the HTML, or we're going to have to figure out how we find the images and whatnot. And that's probably what's more complicated about it.
Actually, yeah, it's not too bad. We can look at, we know it's always tagged the same way, an image, right, and on the text. And we can parse the HTML and
I
pull
think
the
we probably
information.
won't parse the HTML. I think it'll probably be smarter for us to actually parse just the text and then put the text into our blog with the style, font style that they have in their settings. And then we're going to look, okay, there's this image, add it to the library, put it there. There's this video, it's a YouTube, put it there. So Donna, David, thumbs up. That's on the list, right? Yeah. So this year, I'm sure, because the GrooveBlog stuff is being checked off really fast. So we're running out of stuff to put into GrooveBlog within 60 days. So we're going to be able to allow you to import your WordPress. Now, GroovePages. Can you import your WordPress site, your Wix website, your Squarespace website, and GrooveFunnels? Can you import your ClickFunnels funnels? No, that is never going to happen where we're going to actually allow you to connect us to your ClickFunnels account. We're going to go in and look at all your pages and bring them in. One thing that we had was an import URL, but we changed the way GroovePages works because we were using something called Tailwind, and we took one step backwards to take 10 steps forward. If you remember how good GroovePages was for a first release platform, and it was only getting better and better and better, and if you remember, sometime around January through March, GroovePages became total crap. Total crap. Man, was it one of the worst? We were going in there all the time saying, guys, what is happening? We're going backwards. And what happened was we realized that using this CSS framework called Tailwind, which is kind of like Bootstrap, but we created our own CSS guide within there. It gave us rapid development, but then later slowed us down into some of the stuff that we wanted to do. So we had to go in and
de-engineer
Tailwinds,
everything,
which broke the blocks, which broke the templates, it broke the countdown timers, and we thought we had it fixed, and until somebody reported, the sliders no longer work. And it was a horrible 90 days. GroovePages at one point became unusable. I remember, I don't even want to talk about it. We had big meetings about it, and we basically had a 4-hour meeting, and we had every designer come on, and everybody say, what are the problems? And we put them down, and David Lemon and Hosni took over that project.
No, Raphael.
And Raphael.
Kudos to you guys.
Awesome,
Kudos to you guys.
And, they prioritized it, and we got GroovePages completely singing again, and now it's allowing us to go a lot quicker. So if you remember, we had the page URL importer in there, and it'll never work perfectly because there are some pages that are just completely
people
too
change their
complex.
own things and they do customs and
And if they have certain ways sliders work that we don't do it, it's not going to happen. But it will at least, for the most part,
They give you enough framework to do it fast and
Yes.
to do some small adjustment and get going without too much headaches.
Yeah. So I'm going to be talking with Hosni this week about, he said he's excited about the challenge of bringing back the page URL importer. I haven't pushed it because I know the task that he has about all the stuff we wanted to do with GroovePages, which we're at least 60% of the way through. A lot of great, exciting stuff has been done. And once we check off those boxes when we said we had that 4-hour call, then we're going to go back and we're going to add the page URL. So keeping in line to the question about being able to import from ClickFunnels and Lead Pages and Optimized Press and Wix and Squarespace, we have one better for you, and that's the original vision of just take any page that's out on the web, and they'll, trust me when I tell you, they're not going to be able to stop us. Whether and remember Theme Forest, as soon as we did our video the next week, they got rid of the iframe. ClickFunnels put a block to our IP address. Word got out that there was this platform that was allowing you to import any page.
But I want to say something. I just can't help it. I think when you go from a tool like ClickFunnels to Groove, importing a web page is almost a sad thing to do, right? When you look at Shopify to GrooveKart, it makes sense because it's just a ton of data, right? A lot of product, a lot of prices. You don't want to go in and type in all your product. But again, you're only importing the product to go live quick, right? GroovePages has so many features, so many things that can help you do a better website. Then if you're just going to go back and import, it's almost a sad thing to do, right? If you spend some time learning it, you're going to see a lot of tools. You're going to learn about the pop-ups, the countdown timers.
Let me give it to you from this point of view. I'm paying ClickFunnels $2.99 a month. I'm paying Active Campaign. I'm paying this. And I had a designer design my website. I spent hours. We put the copywriting in. And I just want to cancel this bill. But to drag all the blocks over and rebuild it, it would be really good if I can just pull that
I
page
agree.
right
I still call lost opportunity for better.
Well,
or a chance to do betterness.
They can import it and then make it better. You know, after let's first get it here, cancel that bill, and then they could go in and say, now let me add a testimonials block and all those different things. So I think people, they just want to jump ship, and it's tough. So the option that they have right now is to build it element by element, block by block, and if they could just get a quick instant URL. David, we don't technically have that on the Trello board for this year, right? For import URL, but I'm gonna get with Hosni, and if I could get tell you that my commitment is to have it by the time that we wrap up this year. But David,
somebody can make it. It's Hosni, right?
So the import feature is on the board and it is in there, but there is always something smaller that can be done faster. But if we like, if you make that arrangement that by the end of the year we can have it, we'll get it.
All right, so there you heard it. The product owner of all the apps,
Now by November.
David Lemon. And by the way, you know, as owners, we have to let and respect David to do his job. And if I were to say something like, we will have the page URL importer done by July 31st, I have to allow David to come on and say, Mike, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And I can't do
But
that.
I think November would be
to the
great,
team.
personally. But
But we'll have it done this year. So that's GroovePages and GrooveFunnels will mean that you can import any page on the web, and which is really great. You'll import it. Man, I wish I could demo it how it used to work. It's probably still in the app, just hidden. And it probably worked on about 50% of the websites. Again, the problem was our tailwind. I know Hosni is really excited about taking on that project, and it's very simple in the way that we do it. We basically look at, you know, each website that was built properly was built with a div to a div, which is a block.
yeah, but that's what I was talking about sparsing. You look for
Yeah.
the right div, and you know what to bring over. Yeah.
And it's a parent div, right? It's a div that's not inside of another div. So therefore, you could label it what you want. Some people call it sections, some people call it blocks. But whatever the case may be, that's the next thing that you look
HTML
at
gets
is for
standardized.
the layout. There'll usually be column or row, and then, okay, so now we can take and we see it's 2 columns, and then there are certain things in HTML that are just elements. They transpose all the way across the board. They're images, video components, buttons, and text. So once you know the layout, it's like, okay, this is a text, and we could parse, and as you said,
I mean,
it's
if
this
Chrome
font,
can
this
read
style.
it, or any browser can read it, it means it's readable,
Yeah.
right? So you just gotta pick it up and know where to put stuff.
Let me tell you, when we get that back, we could lead with that. Like, that's literally where you start your demo presentation. In fact, your Facebook ads just say that. Hey, and then on top of that, it's not just about importing any web page. I'm going to get back to it, and when I tell you, I'm going to have no problem doing this. We're going to say, you can go to Theme Forest. We're going to make everybody hide all of their templates behind a login, because I'm going to show how any of those templates can come in. And remember, we've looked into this legally, and this is what is copyrightable, and this is what is not copyrightable. Any image, illustration, text language, which is known as copy, right? And I believe there's one more thing, it's just not coming to me, but like the actual text on the website, the logo of the page.
That's copyrightable.
That's copyrightable. Images, we're not going to let you import images because maybe this person paid for them at iStock Photo, but doesn't mean you can. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, we're going to allow you to import this identical page, but we're going to put a placeholder image for the placeholder. We're going to put lorem ipsum for all the text. We're going to put a placeholder image for the logo, and that's it.
Yeah, you can copyright a layout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You cannot copyright a layout and the colors in that layout. If that was the case, magazines would be suing each other all day long. Hey, I have the copyright to a
Just get the
layout.
picture on the upper left and the signature in the bottom
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
So you say to yourself, okay, well, how's that going to help me if I want to import my own website? I'm going to have to re-put in the copy? No. If you can prove that you own the domain, and how do you do that? You've connected domain into our app. Well, then any domain that you already have connected to your account, we're going to allow you to import over, so you can pull it over.
So in that case, you would be able to do text, images, and logo, and et cetera, right?
Everything. It'll clone
love
it. It'll be an exact clone. Because we also want to protect other people's intellectual property.
Of course.
I don't want people copying our website and republishing it. That's going to be competing with the same text in the search engines and all that duplicate content stuff. Okay, so let's move to GrooveMember real quick. Are we going to have an import to different databases? I don't know. We haven't had a discussion about that, so we're probably going to have to.
That seems a little tricky, right? With the heaviness of the content, and I'm
Yeah.
not really sure.
Yeah.
So I feel like in a perfect world, like if we could have what we wanted, we would want it to be as easy as possible for our users to move, which means like we would have a import tool for, say, in Infusionsoft, where it's add your Infusionsoft username and password,
In a
and
perfect
then
world.
that's it. Everything comes in, all of your
That's
history,
simple.
all of your tags, all of your contacts, all of your pages, like that. Now, that's a perfect world. Like that's a lot harder than it's easier to say than done. That's the expression.
Never going to happen.
It's never going to
It's
happen.
never going to happen because
But we
Most-
can bring in data through Zapier,
because if
right?
we do it
sometime.
yeah. So we can always do that. We always have to look at it like Shopify, right? We can maybe do something where if they have an export feature to a CSV, we'll have a parser that allows you to at least rebuild it. But an import feature that app talks to app, the problem with that is it's not just Infusionsoft. Now they're going to want it for ActiveCampaign, MailChimp, GetResponse, Aweber, iContact, and then as soon as those platforms do an update, then it breaks. And then, so it's just not the best use of our resources.
I think Zapier can help in a lot of cases because it's hard for a platform not to connect to Zapier, right? So I think in some cases, Zapier can be a saver or an application like that. Not all the time, obviously.
Most of those platforms let you export your data to a CSV.
Yeah,
So we
that
would,
too.
yeah, because like in other words,
But
we
it's
have
data, right?
We
It's easy.
So like we have, like I don't know if they allow you to export your email campaigns, like the subject line and the email.
But for sure, it's connected to Zapier. Most of the mail people, because they want you to be able to do to use different platforms to do maybe retargeting or.
But can it pull the subject line?
Probably
and the
put in the CRM. I'm sure most platform would allow that, but I don't know.
Yeah. And
I
so,
would.
So I'm gonna say what Donna was saying right there, and counterpoint what happens at the end of when there isn't a perfect world. You're gonna have to do what we always had to do, and we've had to move from WordPress and Kajabi and Entreport and Infusionsoft and Kartra and One Shopping Cart and Pay.com and Deal Guardian. We've had to do it over the years from one company to another, to another, to another, and we just rebuild it.
But Groove is going to be a last stop, at least. So.
I think so.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, I can guarantee you
Because
that
we're putting all
they'll
this
never
software,
have to
when
move
are you going to have to
ever,
move again?
ever again. And that's pretty much it. You know, will we have something to import your video library from YouTube? I think so. It's on the Trello list. Import. You'll go in. It'll give you an interface, which videos you have on YouTube. You'll check the boxes, and you'll import it into your Groove video. I think that's very exciting. Hey, David, did we talk to you about? I think Donna had mentioned to me, it might even have been you, that I think it might even have been you. Some users are asking that even for paid users, they don't have the option to add their Amazon S3 storage for Groove Video, and paid users want to add their own storage. And when David explained to me why, because we have metering, we'll have metering even at $99 and $299 a month, that some people just may not want to deal with the metering and just want to use their own Amazon. So did we get that on the board? Is that
that is on the board, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I do have a question, Mike, that a lot of people are asking, and this you already explained it very briefly, but if you could explain it a little bit more. We changed the brand to Groove CRM, and a lot of people don't really understand what is a CRM with Groove. Like, we don't have a proper CRM. They are looking for a proper CRM platform, and they just don't understand how can Groove be a CRM. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, great question. Donna and I had a big discussion about that. And if you remember when I said that, I had a conversation with William when he said, hey, is there a place where I could send this person? And there wasn't. So the only option I had was, let me do a phone call, let me do a Skype call with him. So I did a Skype call with the person, and I realized that a CRM has to be bifurcated, and we have to start using that language, and we have to start saying what kind of CRM we are and what kind of CRM we are not, and when we're going to bridge that, and if we're ever going to get all the way to that. So when he started showing me what he wanted in a CRM, I was like, okay, no, we are not that kind of CRM. So the first thing I want to say is CRM stands for customer or client relationship management software. CRM software, is a customer relationship management software or platform. And we are not a CRM, we are a digital marketing CRM. And that has limitations to the big umbrella of a CRM, which means we do marketing automation based on behavioral actions. So when a customer does this, we can market to them through automation, which comes through basically 3 points of contact. An automated voice call, which you would do through Twilio, a text message, or an email. And we'll probably add some things like a message to Facebook Messenger or something along the lines of a DM on Instagram. But it's automation. Now, a true CRM, and let me explain it to the way what he said to me, he opened up his Outlook and he said, so Mike, you see, I'm using this company and they have a plugin that goes into Outlook, and every single time I get an email, I can go right here into Outlook and send one of these 7 different canned responses, and then I could tag it to go to this salesperson, and after this salesperson is done with the deal, it goes into operations for fulfillment. And I said, okay, no, yeah.
I think it's fair to say that for a real proper usage of the term CRM is a problem like, a software like Salesforce, initially, right?
NetSuite.
Pipeline, and things like that. I keep track of every customer, who's called who last, and you got to call back, do a follow-up, and that kind of stuff. Over the years, and I've had to learn that actually over the last 3 to 4 years. Over the years, the term CRM has expanded into other things.
GroovePay
right?
has a true need for a CRM that can't
example,
be done through
right,
email marketing automation.
Absolutely. So GroovePay, we use a real CRM. We manage all of our customers, the approval process, all that
What do you use,
stuff.
Pipedrive?
No, we use the Iris.
Iris,
CRM. But the word has been starting to be misused, right? A lot of time I'll talk to a GroovePay customer and say, what platform are you using? And they're like, huh? What do you mean platform? I'm like, well, are you using, GroovePages or GrooveSell or GrooveKart, right? And they'll come back, oh, you mean CRM? I'm like, all right, I mean CRM. Which CRM are you using? Okay, I'm using GrooveKart, right? So sometimes this word has expanded into a meaning where people are now almost calling CRM a suite of software that's outside of just the customer relationship management area. Yeah. And that's why we're the most badass CRM in a way, because we've got so many software and so many things and so many features.
But we have to.
But we use the new sense of CRM, not the old one.
We have to pioneer. If the term exists, we're going to find out if it's not digital marketing CRM or digital automation CRM.
Yeah.
But we are going to have to start and telling people that we are Groove.cm, digital automation CRM. We're going to have to subcategorize ourselves. And then we're going to need to, if we're going to start entertaining the word CRM, we want to start putting in a page that says full CRM features with integration with Pipedrive and other things like that. Because
absolutely,
when I realized, so by the way, I've gotten some data on how many companies there are out there that are doing $1 billion a year. 100 million a year, 10 million a year, all those different types of things. So believe it or not, there's actually 48,000 companies just in the United States that do 100 million or more per year.
Wow.
All right? So that is a new term, because I've used this term before, the Fortune 5,000, because we all know the Fortune 500. And then I sometimes say, well, that's more of a Fortune 5,000 company. And so if now we can use the term, if there's 48,000 of these people doing 100 million, that's the Fortune 50,000, right?
Yeah.
And they're all using NetSuite and Salesforce. And if they're doing 100 million a year, the companies that are doing 10 million to 100 million a year, that number is probably 250,000 companies. So right there, you're looking at a good 300,000 companies out there that have the need for a true CRM. So this person, believe it or not, you know what his company was? It was a company that had to do with manufacturing rail cars that go on, like, kind of like what Merck is for shipping. And I'm like, oh my God, I never even thought that would be a business. He says, yeah, who do you think sells these things? And I have a company that sells this, and we have a phone call and email, and this guy's never going to do digital marketing, right? And so
Yeah, and even in big companies like IBM, the word CRM doesn't mean anything, or T-Mobile, or the word CRM doesn't mean anything compared to the way it's used in the
and
digital
those companies have
marketing
no need really for
email automation. That's
email
not
automation,
coming from
website
them in
publishing.
CRM, yeah.
See, everything we do, webinars, content management, what they are is, I get a phone call, send it over to Jim. Jim sends it over here. We need a
And look at the
proposal.
record real
we
quick
need it
and
to
be
get
out.
billed, and it's basically what you see with Marcus Lemonis in The Profit, right? He goes in and he finds a company with a warehouse, and they're building
Like,
trailers.
you don't have a
they're building mobile
management
homes.
system? Yeah, absolutely.
And so, I don't know that we're going to service that customer. Maybe ever. I'm not going to say ever, but it'll be 5 years before we say, okay, now we're going to go compete with Salesforce and Netflix. So David, to answer your question, let me go to the whiteboard here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of Groove apps to Groove funnels to Groove.cm, and why we're calling ourselves Groove, being a CRM, and some of the problems that creates for us too. So I'm going to first share my screen, and I'll tell you, Mike, when I'm ready for you to show my screen. My computer is running very, very slow, and I don't know why.
The weather.
Out later. Yeah, it's the weather.
I'll jump in while you're
It's the
doing this,
weather.
Mike,
Thank you.
and just share with people. At the beginning, when we were doing webinars, and you might hear this, or I might have even interacted with you in a webinar or State of the Groovion early on, people would ask the question, are you a CRM? And my answer is always, well, it depends on what you mean by a CRM, because that definition varies so much by so many people. For some people, it's, will I be able to send a broadcast to my list? That's what they mean when they're asking, are you a CRM? Some people are looking for that one-on-one communication that Mike was talking about. Others are looking to follow a lead through a system, which you can do perfectly through our autoresponder sequences. You can send text messages and voice messages and anything that happens in an automated way through our sequences. Once we add things like send a message to a team member, so someone is going along in a sequence and then they reach a certain part in our sequence, and say it's step 9, it's send a message to whoever. Let's say send a message to our customer service so they can send out brownies to this customer because they've reached that point in the sequence. That will be available. Like, we'll start adding a little bit more here and there to get us to be more like what a full-featured CRM looks like as we go along.
Group support will be a step closer, but it's not so much for sales, it's more on the back end.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at my other screen just here crapped out. So we're going to use the keynote screen here. So we've got a couple of challenges right here to begin with, and I mean some serious, like completely unlucky challenges that we have to deal with. So if first let's type in over here. I'm going to do Groove.com. All right, and so Groove.com. These people are not selling. As we said, these people will not sell. They said they've already turned down $5 million, and it is just not for sale. So where do you normally go after the .com, right? Well, you go to .net, and Groove.net. Let's see where that goes. I think it says that it's for sale through Microsoft, and we reached out to Microsoft.
It wasn't the .com that was Microsoft?
No, .net. Yeah, Groove.net is owned. They bought the company years ago. They've never done anything with it. It was kind of something they were going to do for their Zune player. But as you can see, if you look up the who is of that, it's owned by Microsoft. So not available for sale. They didn't even respond to us when we said we want to buy it, and I doubt they were going to sell it. All right. So where do you go from there? That's when you start saying, do we want to be the Groove.ai? Well, somebody had it. Do we want to be the Groove.ly? Somebody had it. if you type Groove under any TLD, they're just not available. And if they are, they want 40 grand, 80 grand. And so Groove.cm was not available. It was for sale for like $2,500 or $4,500. And so the company had a big conversation about, do we want to be .cm and the pros and cons to that. But let me show you two other things that are actually Groove and their CRMs, which is really, really bad for us. And it's something we're going to talk about in the company. Do we want to even go down that route or find something else, because we're talking SEO. We haven't fully had this discussion, so let me show you what I mean by that. I'm going to type in here Groove, and I'm going to put in CRM. Now, we haven't fully launched Groove.cm. We're going to need to put in the title tags if we want to compete for this. World's #1 CRM platform, all that different type of stuff. We're going to need to put in our H1 tags. We're going to have to do full SEO, link backing strategies,
for
all that.
example, It's not a CRM per se, like under the old definition. It's
Well-
more like us.
Well, Salesforce does have a built-in pipe drive. They have a full built-in sale. This goes to this salesperson. And I don't know if they have it in Keep, but I know Infusionsoft has it. When people have said, do you have this like Infusionsoft? I've always said you have to integrate with Pipedrive. We don't have that feature, but we're going to have Groove Pipe in 2022. But let's get away from the ads here, and let's look at the first two well, there's two companies. These two listings are the same. So remember, we were talking about a .com, a .net. What's the other good one to get? A .co. So we're competing with these folks right here. How do I add a new tab? Let me put in groove.co. And folks, I'm typing with a computer that's all the way across the room here. And look at how unfortunate this is for us, Matt. Do you see this? Groove.co. Do you know what they are? They are the #1 sales engagement platform for Salesforce. And if you look at this, they kind of talk like they're a CRM. Groove is designed to support secure scalability and customization needs of global organizations using Salesforce. So if we start telling people, and if you take a look over here, what did I type in? Groove CRM. The first listing that comes up after the ads is Groove.co, so we have to compete with them. And we knew this going in. We spoke about this in January. So if we don't do a good job and somebody says, hey, you need to use Groove, what is it? It's a CRM. All right, well, I'm just going to go Google it, and they type Groove CRM. They're going to show up here, and they might become a client of these people. Oh, this is, okay, I guess I got to get Salesforce.
And then give us a bad review somewhere.
Yeah, right.
With all that.
And then if we go down a little bit further, you're going to see another one called GrooveHQ.com. So let's click on GrooveHQ.com. And what do we get here? Could this be confused with Groove.cm or our platform?
Definitely Groove support.
Simple customer service software for small businesses. Groove's all-in-one service platform empowers teams to deliver fast, personal, high-quality support to reduce costs and generate more sales, right? And then you look at this, it's got a dashboard, and it's more, look at it, sent, drafts, assigned, what is this? It's an actual CRM. So we have two CRMs that we're competing with. One is called GrooveHQ.com, and the other one is called Groove.co, and we're going to have to be using the term CRM to hopefully get to #1, because #3 is not going to serve us. It's going to confuse us. So do we want to start drilling in the fact that we're Groove CRM? And if we are, we're going to have a very strong SEO strategy, or we're going to move to digital CRM, or go away from CRM and maybe just come up with something that'll be a little bit better that we could own in the search engine. So I will now go over to the whiteboard. Let me put on my portable microphone here. Take a little sippy sip. All right. Mike, are we on here? Yeah, okay. My confidence monitor is not working, but I can see me over there. All right. And thumbs up from Donna and David if you can hear me. That looks like a thumbs up. Okay, great. So we started out originally as GrooveKart. That was the first company that we created, GrooveKart LLC. And then after we did GrooveKart, as we said earlier, we wanted to create a page builder. So we actually created the company called GroovePages LLC. And we're not using that anymore. We still have GrooveKart for different reasons, but if we were able to shut it down, we would, and eventually we would, but there's still revenue that comes into there that's called legacy revenue. And then we have GroovePay LLC. And we were going to, I'm not going to write it down, we were going to have a third company called Webinar Groove LLC. And we were going to run these separate, like Kartra is separate from Webinar Jam, etc. And then, just grab the eraser here, we decided to not do GroovePages, but to incorporate GrooveKart into a set of apps. And so what were we going to call GrooveKart, GroovePages, GrooveMail, GrooveSell, GrooveVideo, GrooveMember, GrooveWebinars, all these different things. If those of you that have been with us for a while, remember we were GrooveApps.com. And it was okay, but I just didn't want to build a company called Groove Apps. It starts off so good, and the apps is just so flat. It just wasn't cool. So we used Groove Apps only as the login. It was you would log in, and all of the software was at Groove Apps, but you still had GroovePages, GrooveSell, all in the navigation here. And we saw an opportunity to compete with ClickFunnels because they were the 800-pound gorilla. They were doing $100 million a year, and we said, hey, if we call ourselves GrooveFunnels.com, that would be really good for our first 2 years. Why? Because if there's ClickFunnels out there and they're a behemoth of a company, and we say we're GrooveFunnels, I was totally welcome to be ready to get the GrooveFunnels. Does that mean you're competing with ClickFunnels? Okay, great. That's a perfect name right there. If I can get you to say, oh, you compete with ClickFunnels? Yeah, let me show you why we're better. And this served us very, very good for 2 years. But how many people are not going to come to GrooveFunnels.com because they think it just does funnels? They don't know that it can do GrooveSell, which is better than Pay Kickstart, SamCart, ThriveCart, what you can do with Infusionsoft, and it's free. It has all of the features and plus more, easier to use, and it's free. They don't know about that. We have GrooveMail. Oh my goodness, how am I supposed to know that I can do everything you can do with ActiveCampaign, with GrooveMail, with a name like GrooveFunnels? And how would I know that it has a built-in membership site? So it served us well, but it definitely pigeonholed, let's face it, a platform that could build your brand website, do your e-commerce store, do your blog, do your funnels, do your webinars, do your membership site, sell your products, have an affiliate program to run your products, have an affiliate marketplace, host your videos, and do all of your content management like Kajabi should not be called GrooveFunnels. It served us well so that we could say to anybody that had a ClickFunnels account, consider us. But that message has come. It's served us well. And when we bought GrooveFunnels, I think we had somebody owned it. We had to contact them. We went through a 6-month process to buy it. And we finally got it. We said, great, we're going to launch with GrooveFunnels. And I think we started GrooveFunnels on April 7th. When we launched the platform in April with the COVID-free offer, we moved from Groove Apps, which was the whole beta sandbox product, to an actual product that people could use, and we went with GrooveFunnels. But for all the reasons we just said, we don't want to build a company called GrooveFunnels that can do so much more. So we started entertaining, or not even entertaining, we said we're going to call ourselves, first of all, there's a parent company above this. It's not a holding company, but let's just say Digital LLC. Let's just say, for all intents and purposes, Groove Digital LLC is a holding company. And the reason why it's not, and I wouldn't even say it's not an operating company, but it technically doesn't have any employees, it doesn't do any operations, it doesn't quote unquote have a product to sell, it has brands underneath them. We no longer need GrooveKart LLC, so we have the software platform underneath it, which is now known as Groove.cm. And why .cm? Because customers matter. That's going to be our tag phrase. Groove.cm. .cm because customers matter. And so we wanted to be called, let's get rid of GroovePay just for a minute. We don't need it right here. Let's write this a little bit bigger. Customers matter. And we put that in quotes. And what is Groove.cm? It's a CRM. And that was where I was 4 or 5 months ago when we were heavy about moving to rebranding. 100% love this. This is awesome. Groove.cm. So when I had that conversation with that client that showed me how he views a CRM, and I started realizing that, hey, there's a Fortune 50,000 of just $100 million companies, and then probably another 500,000 companies, maybe even several million companies that are doing $1 million plus, and then you got people doing $100,000 or 6 figures a year, which is very, very good. All the clients that we want, people doing $30,000 a year. We have to realize we don't want to be known as a CRM in the way that a brick and mortar Fortune 50,000 company will see us. So we are a digital automation or a digital marketing CRM. Is that where we're going to go? I can pretty much tell you we're probably going to go away just from CRM without any prefix. But we're probably going to have a meeting and decide, are we going to prefix CRM with digital automation CRM or digital marketing CRM, or is this something that, because CRM has a strong fold for what it can and it can't be, whether it's brick and mortar or digital marketing, are we going to move away from that? And I'll just give you an example. Are we going to be Groove.cm, .cm because customers matter, and then underneath that we are, and write that bigger, all in one digital marketing automation platform, and just move away from the CRM and start listing out the different things that it can do. Stay tuned for that, because that's a conversation we're having with the company, and I wanted to walk you through that over there where I was sitting at my desk, and also here on the whiteboard so you can understand why we went with CRM and why we're considering prefixing it or moving away to something called an all-in-one digital marketing automation platform, which I like. So do us a favor, in the chat, what do you like better? Letting us, so we're going to be Groove.cm, .cm because customers matter. Do you guys want to see it be a digital automation CRM, digital marketing CRM, or should we just move away from that and go to something that is an all-in-one digital marketing platform or all-in-one digital automation platform, something along those lines? Let us know in the comments, and then we'll take a look when I get back. So I'm going to head back over there, maybe take one more question, and we'll wrap it up for the day. What's that, Mike?
So we just showed, this is our schedule for this week on the screen. I wanted to show you that this is this week's schedule. Those of you, I know we have lots of questions that have come in that are asking about specifics about the apps. We are dedicating one whole day to each app. I think we have next week, there are a couple on the same day, smaller ones like GrooveMember and Groove Video on the same day. But there's a whole day dedicated to GroovePages tomorrow for you. So just letting you know that all of your questions about GroovePages is tomorrow. GrooveSell, that's selling products and using your affiliate tools tomorrow. I'm sorry, Wednesday. Thursday, it's all about GroovePay. So all of your questions about what GroovePay can and can't be used for, what countries it's in, what the application process is, what the affiliate program, like all of your questions about GroovePay are Thursday. And Friday, it's Groove Mail. Super, super exciting. And Mike, I do have one question for you when you're back. I know you're in the process of moving over to the desk. Seems like people are excited about the automation platform. They like all-in-one digital marketing automation.
Yeah, let me take a look at these comments as well. Yeah, so we asked the questions. Do you want us to because we are going to go away from just saying Groove.cm is a CRM because we don't want to attract the wrong customer. So it'll either be, and this is just not working. Yeah, my computer crapped out over here, and I'm not going to be able to see it over there. So if you can tell me, Donna, what do you think? The first one was digital automation CRM. The second one was digital marketing CRM, and then the third one would have been something like all-in-one digital automation platform. What are the percentages showing up from what you can see?
So there are a lot of suggestions. I see a lot of digital customer management, digital client relationship management, all-in-one digital marketing platform. People like the word automation in there. Digital automation CRM is digital automation suite. They really like digital and automation together. I like suite too. Digital
Suite
automation suite.
Suite is a nice name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, suite. Yeah, I like that.
Digital marketing suite, automation suite.
Yeah,
Suite does sound nice.
Easy suite.
Yeah, I like all-in-one blah 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 suite. Whoever put that in, thanks for that. Obviously, it's something that that is really powerful. You look at Salesforce's competitor is NetSuite, which is interesting, and that's what we are. We're a suite of apps, you know. So yeah, very interesting. So stay tuned on that.
Don't go out and register the domain Groove Suite. Don't do it.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Donna.
I'm sure it's taken.
Seriously, every week I'm sending an email to one of our people going, all right, you registered our
Yeah,
trademark.
the day after our Groove State of the Union, it usually happens.
Yeah. Not cool. In fact, somebody today just said, oh, I own groovedigital.org. Make me an offer.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Just happened within an hour ago.
I tell you what,
That's part of the fame.
we'll pay you $100,000 if you could tell us why we need it. How's that?
I love that one.
What's that? Oh, somebody has it? Okay, good. Now I feel
As
better.
of registered
somebody already
about
has
6
Groove-
minutes ago.
Groove Suite, right?
Somebody has Groove Suite?
No, I'm sure they've had it for a while. It's not. It's music. Yeah. There's a lot of music companies that use Groove. All right, so that was a long answer, but these are the important things about the branding because people. I'm looking on the review. Oh, you know what? I told everybody that I was going to find a website to share with you. Bear with me a second here on a review that somebody did. And I think I had looked up groove.cm, CRM.
So Mike turned away from his mic. He's looking
Yeah,
for a
sorry
website.
about that, folks. Let me see if I could find this website this person did.
Maybe it's one of our affiliates that's watching right now.
If it is, I'll let you know. I think I found it. Let me go all the way down to the bottom and see. Oh yeah, look at this. So let's show my screen here. Are we seeing my screen?
Yeah, it's Amy.
Oh, okay.
Amy Bo, one of our great affiliates.
Oh yeah, Joe talks about her all the time. I have to see if this is the review, but let me.
let me just see. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so Amy, in fact, we've Joe's spoken with Amy before. She's just a rock star affiliate. So let me show you how I got there. So if you want to find it, because it's at amyvo.com/GrooveFunnelsReview. But basically what I did is I searched Groove.cm CRM, and I didn't even put in review. I just put in Groove.cm review. And so what came up in the search engines, look at this. I'm putting Groove.cm, and we're being outranked by Groove.co. So we're going to do some SEO on our title tags and stuff. And then right here, you can find it, amyvo.com. There's the link. And so when you open that up, this is a good thing to read if you get some time. Take a look and read. It took me about 45 minutes to read this review. Let's take a look at the job that she did here. So first of all, join me on YouTube. She's got some stuff about Groove here. Looking for a brutally honest, and boy, I got to tell you, was this a brutally honest review, and up-to-date Groove.cm review without the fluff. And then the table of contents here is just absolutely so incredible. She's got a review on every single app, deep dive. If we've ever spoken about it on a State of the Groovion or a Groove-A-Thon or in an update, or David Lemon does a post, or Donna, or whatever message goes out from Matt or John or me or anybody, she updates this site. I'm sure she's probably on right now, watching right now. Amy, shout out to you.
Kudos. Thank you.
If you're watching this now or in the replay, or somebody pointed to you, double shout out if you're watching live. So what is Groove.cm CRM? Here we go, my Groove experience, the reality that no one really speaks of. And she goes on to talk about the very beginnings, about how excited it was, and then that journey of that middle ugly period that we had when, we were out and we got hit with thousands of feature requests and bugs, and we had to add more developers to keep up with it. It's a great, brutally honest review. The pros and cons, she listed out here, and by the way, she's a top affiliate, being brutally honest, and I think there's something you could learn about that. And then all the way down, if we scroll down to the bottom here, let's just get straight to the bottom in the conclusion, and talking about the products that are coming soon, why I upgraded, and then the ultimate question, is Groove.cm GrooveFunnels worth it? And she puts it right here, and then she gives the answer, and she says, yes, I would highly recommend it now, but I wouldn't have 6 or 8 months ago, and she feels it's something she's very excited to put her name behind now. I got to tell, look, there's everything here about the founders and so on. Will it have this in the future? You look at the scroll bar right here, you can see. So check that out. This is what I would call, check this out, This is what's even crazier here. When you go to her website, she has links for GrooveSell. If you click on every app, she has a review just like this, just for GroovePages, just for GrooveMember, just for Groove Video, with videos and everything like that. Obviously, she put a lot of time and effort into this.
Mike, she's one of our most prolific affiliates. She creates probably more tutorial and training videos than we do, or at least it feels like more than we do. She's just pumping them out.
Yeah, and her YouTube channel, if you click on one of the videos, then the related videos, she has dozens and dozens of videos purposed on if it's GrooveSell, it's why you might want to consider GrooveSell, and then here's my affiliate link, and then it's, oh, you already have GrooveSell, here's how to add a product, here's how to do a leaderboard. So she's out there, so great big hugs to you, Amy, for being such a great supporter and putting the content and believing in us. And so for all of you out there, that's somebody I would really, really keep your eye on, and she's getting a lot of traffic to these pages. As you can see, she ranks on the first page of Google, even outranking us at our own .cm. We're not even on there. I don't even think we're. Do we even show? Did we make the top?
Yeah,
10?
we do. We did. I'm
No.
pretty sure we did.
Yeah, no, we're not. Not for Groove.cm.
It's the first one.
Are we on there? The first? Oh, there
It's
we
at the
go.
very top.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Well, we should be then, right? All right, and that's And so, yeah, so let's move on. See if was that the last question, or was there one more, and then we'll wrap up for the day.
I have one final question for the day, and
Wow.
I want to thank, as soon as I find it, Steve Dira for asking this question. Could you discuss the bold notion to change the poverty of millions around the world and affect their future by promoting and sharing Groove with them? Seemed like a great question to end on.
Can you repeat that for me, Donna? I got a text from Angie Norris. That
Wow,
I was reading.
that is.
Let me just read Angie's text.
That's a
She
nice
says,
question.
I've had these for over 5 months. You can have them for free if you want. I hope we didn't guilt you at all, Angie.
Which one? The
She has,
groovefunnel.org?
freegroovesuite.com, groovesuite.io, groovesuitefree.com, groovesuite gold, groovesuite platinum, groovesuite silver, and then a list, and they just go on and on and on.
Go Angie.
Thank you, Angie.
That's wonderful.
All right, you have my full attention here. Sorry, Don.
No worries. All right. So Steve Dira is asking about, we've said that our goal for Groove is to end poverty. And he's asking if we could discuss that bold notion to end poverty for millions around the world and affect their future by promoting and sharing Groove with them.
Where did that come from?
Steve Dira, one of our members in our Facebook group.
No, he says that our goal is to end poverty.
Yeah, that came from you. We've been saying that for 2 years, Mike.
Being brutally honest, I don't remember.
I don't think the word was end property.
Yeah.
When we have talked about
yeah.
what our social
That was our social
causes are, like the cause that we want to get behind, the thing that we want to speak out and influence and change is poverty. And that was a big hook for us when we rolled out our free version of Groove, is helping people take control of their finances and end poverty in the US and around the world by providing them with opportunity and education and removing the two barriers to getting started in business that most people experience. One is the cost of the platform in the first place, and the other is the cost of learning about all of the things. We provide both of those for Groove members for free.
So, the question about our platform, our goal, our vision to end poverty. Let me answer it like this. It's very likely I was on a webinar or a State of the Union or the Groove-A-Thon or something like that, and those words may have come out of my mouth like, "Hey, we're looking to end poverty." So let me drill that down. What that would have meant from us, and not that shouldn't be a bad thing that we don't mean it this way, but our goal is not to necessarily to end poverty in the sense that a company like Charity Water, might be doing, in certain third world countries to end starvation and poverty and different things like that, which is obviously a wonderful goal. It's not the mission that we wake up here every day in this company. But one of the things that that we do on the opposite end, but with the same thing, ending poverty, is I know what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck with being at home, having 2 jobs, and no matter what, if I was making $50,000 a year, when I made 70, I still had bills. Maybe I was able to have a slightly better car. We went from $70,000 a year to $80,000 a year to $100,000 a year. It always felt that, and I don't know, let's just face it, it's expensive in the United States, and if it's expensive here, I've traveled. It's very expensive in Europe and all over the world for gasoline and all these different things. And I've always felt that it was just the worst part of the week was doing my bills. I remember I never had enough money to pay my bills, ever. There was always something that had to get sacrificed or wait till my next paycheck. And I guess this is going to be 4 days late. I hope it doesn't get reported to the credit reports. And That was just life. It was just life. And then God forbid, I was in the car business, so Joe would remember this. I worked for 14 different dealerships, over my 12 years in the car business. And every time I moved to a new dealership, it took me like 3 months to ramp up and get sales. And even if you had a good month, you don't get paid on stuff for 60 days.
Mike, your microphone.
It's not in front of me? You're not hearing it? Okay. I'll talk right into it. I know what it's like to be an entrepreneur, chasing that dream. And most of the entrepreneurs that I know that are on this call, most of our group members, know that money is a byproduct of helping other people. And those are the people that we want to help. We want to help people achieve their dreams by helping other people, by putting into the world. We know that the Groove platform is going to empower so many people to help the world.
The obvious is you can learn this, right? You can learn online marketing. You don't need a college degree, right? It's kind of putting a lot of people in a level playing field. We've seen a lot of,
so true.
I don't know if I can say that, we've seen a lot of kids even that are 16, 17, 18-year-old become very, very successful, sometimes too fast for their own good, using online marketing, affiliate marketing, selling product online. And I know that every time I said, what I want to do is make a difference, that's really I don't want to say uneducated versus educated people, but really in my mind is being, you have the opportunity to do something with and learn from scratch, just like learning a new skills. And it's not a college degree that's going to help you necessarily in that case. It's learning new material and trying and every time you fall down, get up and do it again and steer course. And to come back to the conversation we had earlier today, the best thing to do that is to have a plan, right? Because if you don't have a heading, if you don't have a place to go to, you go in every direction. And to me, every time that has been the greatest, this is how I saw the mission of Groove, right? It's, you can do this. It's not always easy, but we can do this and we can be successful. And this is how I think we can make a huge dent, is we provide such a good tool. And really, the Fast Lab marketing, all that stuff we have are such great tools beyond the software. Even taking example on a lot of things that you do, that I do, that Donna, John, Joe, everybody does, can really help people be successful. And I think that's really what I had in mind every step of the way, right? We provide the tool, we provide the education, and you can start from scratch. You can be 21-year-old, you can be as, whatever, as old, as young, and whatever. Yeah. And it's really a good way to get started without having to go to Harvard.
Like we say all the time, we've seen digital marketing do too many good things for too many good people. So, so I'll say it more like this. I see Groove more as a platform to allow entrepreneurs to reach financial freedom. So if I could rephrase that thing that I might have said in the past, I don't think me personally, I don't think I'm driven by ending poverty. I'm not looking to just get somebody past the poverty line. If we could reframe that, we're looking to take entrepreneurs and reach and have them reach unmatched levels of financial freedom. And so I was able to have a 6-figure job in the car business. My wife at the time was making $60,000 a year as a service writer. We made $160,000 a year, which is good money. We lived at very expensive places, and Long Island had a high cost of living. But true financial freedom as an entrepreneur means I want people to be able to have a business that is empowered on the Groove platform that allows them to put good in the world through their marketing, their website, our platform, merchant processing, have affiliates getting the word out there for them. And then from there, they can not only become debt-free, but they can start putting money into the bank, having money work for them with investments and mutual funds and proper life insurance policies, proper health care, 401ks, making all these things that if you're in debt, you can't start saving money, and empowering their employees to have good lives, and their products are helping people get over relationships or find relationships or get healthier or whatever it is that your how-to that you're teaching. I think the Groove platform is helping people better the world. And one more time, just to say, rather than ending poverty, it's really getting people to be completely financially independent, where we're seeing them on the marketer's cruise, and they can do anything they want in their life and travel the world and be able to do everything they want for their kids, put them in the best schools, and that's
This
where
was
I
the
read
best story. We have a few customers that are getting a crazy amount of sales that are like just crazy, right? We're talking about a few $100,000 a day, and this is cool. And I'm so happy for them that we're able to provide them a platform to do that. But when you see somebody that just went from, saying I used to be this and that, and now I'm on my own, I own my own business, they don't have to make millions of dollars a day, right? But they now are free, are now growing, our business is growing. That's the most rewarding feeling, at least on my side.
Yeah.
Right? And we have more and more customers every day that reach that level of freedom.
We want to showcase that. We're going to be running a campaign.
We should.
Wrap that up here. We're talking with a guy that's going to help us do this. We're going to be reaching out to all you Groovesters, everyone out there, and we're actually going to contact you to get with us on Skype, and we're going to ask you a series of 7 to 10 questions, and we're going to create a montage from this level to this level, all the way across the spectrum, how the Groove platform has changed your life in any way possible. And we're gonna have this long montage with beautifully produced video with music and everything like that. And you've seen that done before. And now that we're 2 years old, we just crossed our 2-year anniversary. We want to hear your stories on how Groove is helping you put good into the world. So I think that was the last question, and we're gonna wrap that up, and we'll ask anybody in there. I see Donna and David behind my camera there. If you guys want to pop in, we're gonna call it a day. We're gonna see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and tomorrow is a keynote dedicated all for GroovePages. It'll be a keynote, and then after that we'll do some demos, or keynote and demo at the same time, and then we'll answer any question you have related to GroovePages, and everything that you want to know about the app is coming over the next 2 weeks. GroovePages, GrooveSell, GrooveMail, GroovePay, everything is getting its own day, its own keynote. So that's it here from the GroovePlex Studios here in Boca
Special
Raton,
shout out
Florida.
to Donna, David again, Vershka, everybody for being here. Really appreciate it. To Joe and John and Mike. Thanks.
All right.
It's pretty cool.
That's it. Dave, Donna, you want to come in and give it your wave off?
Thanks,
okay,
guys.
everyone.
Hi, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
See you
See you
tomorrow,
guys.
11 a.m. Take care.
Bye-bye.